Good morning and welcome to Texas. It is a damp start of prospect for round 6 of the 2025 FIA World Endurance Championship. Umbrellas up on the grid and not to shelter from the searing Texas sun. Hello everybody, I'm Martin Haven, ready to get this race underway here at the Circuit of the Americas just outside the city of Austin. 6th race of the championship and a welcome return to the USA, but in very different conditions from how the teams met the track in practice. So after our voyage through Europe that ended at Le Mans, we were in Brazil a month ago. Here in Texas, 3 weeks' time, we'll be at the Fuji track in Japan, and then we round out our series early November in Bahrain. All of our championships are still very much up for grabs, so everything to play for. My name's Martin Haven, alongside me in the booth, Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson. And Anthony, we've had rain at this track, but we haven't started a race in the wet before. And with no wet weather running in practice, this is a bit of a voyage of discovery for our teams.
Absolutely, it's a fantastic circuit, first and foremost here in Austin. You can see the graphic on the right-hand side of your screen. The coolest conditions we've had this weekend so far, down at 24 degrees Celsius. Simon Pagenaud here, he knows a thing or two about driving in wet conditions from his Peugeot days at Le Mans. But yes, the wettest it's been so far. They are about to go into the unknown in many regards when it comes to these conditions. And
Graham Goodwin, first wet race of the season in prospect. I think we've only had rain in one practice session so far all year.
It's been remarkable, hasn't it? We obviously damp conditions yesterday for qualifying, but before that, astoundingly, we think the previous wet session was at Qatar in FP3. Absolutely amazing.
Let's take a look then at where we are going to play today, the Circuit of the Americas.
As I said before, it's a brilliant circuit, this one of the drivers' favourites. First time they're going to explore this in hypercars in the wet conditions, 5.5 kilometres long. We look at Sector 1 first, up the hill, 25-metre climb before Big Red, Turn 1. And it's important, especially at the start of the race, to pick your braking point correctly. It's very wide entrance into that one as well, so you can make a few places on race day. Down towards turn 11 now, another overtaking opportunity before that heads you down that 1.2 kilometre length straight towards turn 12, which is another overtaking opportunity today. Then it brings you into Sector 3, a much tighter sector, this one, but it opens up towards the end of it through this triple right-hander, and you can, again, make up positions. Overtaking the GT cars is a bit harder, but that's usually in the dry conditions, where you've got the marbles on the outside of the track. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing much of that today. That's going to be more about handling these tricky cars in these wet conditions.
Well, all the cars went out to the grid on wet weather tyres. Lots of them tried a slick as well, but everybody has arrived on the grid in wets. Phil Hansen here, he will start our pole position car number 83, the yellow Ferrari you saw there. And of course, as ever, this season, 2 classes in the field. The Hypercars at the front and LMGT3. These are our championship leaders. The Porsche number 92, Ryan Hardwick, Ricardo Pera and Richie Leitz, winners in Imola, winners at Le Mans. But they have only just overhauled in points the number 21 Ferrari and the 33 Corvette, local Texan driver in that car. In that car, Ben Keating. There's a lot of cowboy flavour going on here as well. You might have seen the full Western tyre change that the WRT crew did. 9th place in our LMGT3 lineup, Yasser Shahin, Timo Boguslawski, and the man in the Goodyear cap there, Gusto Farfus, one of the 2 BMWs on the grid. All of the teams in LMGT3 have a pair of cars from their manufacturer. So there's 2 BMWs, there's 2 Lexus, there's 2 Fords, and so on and so forth. You can see there's actually a pretty decent crowd hiding from the rain. It's been a strange morning, a little bit of drizzle, quite a lot of rain, back to drizzle, back to quite a lot of rain. But Anthony, at the moment, it looks very much raceable. I don't think we're necessarily going to see a safety car start.
Oh, no, they'll race in this. No, they'll definitely race in this. It's the standing water is what you've got to look for, and the visibility or lack of. That's when things get a bit too much. But the level of water they've had falling so far, I think it's well within the the realms of realistically getting this race underway on time and the lack of safety car intervention. So I think this will be, yeah, these conditions are fine.
Well, Ben Keating was telling me this morning he expects the rain to be gone by lunchtime. Well, it's kind of lunchtime now, 12:30 local time, but they're 8th on the grid after a 3-place drop in qualifying. They did make it through into the top 10, into the Hyperpole, were 5th fastest, but then that 3-place grid drop. Nevertheless, 3rd in the point standings, so they are looking for a 2nd win this season. They won in a very tight battle in the final moments in Qatar, and they would love to win here on home turf.
Yeah, well, from one yellow LMGT3 car to another, 7th on the grid. Andrew Gilbert, great qualifying from him in the Iron Lynx Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. Not going to be missing this even on rather a grey day. And great to see, by the way, fans trackside ready for these conditions and bedding in. There you go, hardy lots, sports car racing fans ready for, well, 6 hours of on-track action.
But that number 60 AMG Mercedes, I think, had better performance in dry conditions. They're maybe one of the teams that won't be looking forward to a wet race.
78, though, the Lexus, Anna Robin, Finn Gersitz, they were the guys that qualified, sharing with their pro driver Ben Barnicoat. The Lexus is quite hard on its tyres in hot conditions, so the cooler it is for them, the better. The Mercedes guys were saying they would prefer it to be hotter because their car is very light on its tyres, and actually didn't help them too much during qualifying. Well, we saw Simon Pagenaud on the grid. Let's catch up with him now.
Simon Pagenaud, given these weather conditions, are you happy that you're not driving today, or would you like this challenge?
I'm happy to watch it. I think it's going to be fun. I would love to drive because they were my favorite conditions. So it's tricky, you know, especially this track with the elevation changes. The curbing, the paint is very slippery. So it's going to be an exciting start. But I love rain races because it allows opportunities for different performance from different cars and drivers, and I look forward to it.
These are championship days. I mean, you've won sports car championships. You know how hard it is to keep it on the track in these conditions. Who are you keeping an eye on today?
Well, obviously, it'd be interesting to see how the Ferraris do because it's interesting with the hypercars. The four-wheel drive system could be some help, but it kicks on pretty late in speed. Obviously, the experienced drivers, you know, there's some rain masters out there, so we'll see. Obviously, my fellow Frenchman, Sébastien Bourdais, is one of the best in the rain, so I'm expecting him to do something special. Buemi is usually very strong also, so we'll see. But, you know, the thing with sports cars, it's all about finding the elements. These guys are really specialists about it, so we'll see. But it's a tricky track in the rain, so it should be exciting.
Find a nice dry seat to watch the race from and enjoy it.
Thank you, thank you.
Simon Pagenaud with the 4th member of our on-air broadcast team, Shea Adam. Now then, looking down into LMGT3, getting to the pointy end of the grid for these GT cars and cleaning the inside of the windscreen of the McLaren, qualified by James Cottingham and Sebastian Beau, with Gregor Sosi there sheltering under the umbrellas as well. Looks like Seb is going to be starting the car. And the McLarens again, I was chatting to Darren Leung there on the right-hand side during the driver's autograph session. They could do with a little bit of warmer temperature as well. They feel they're pretty kind on their tyres. For the BMW team, WRT, Ahmed Al-Hati, Valentino Rossi and Kelvin van der Linde, good qualifying run. 2nd row of the grid for them in the top 4. And Graham, I think it's going to be tough to really pick a winner of this early on.
Well, this could be a big leveler, and BMW have really struggled this year. I think on the tyre and wet weather conditions, could this be a game changer for them? They're going to be hoping so. Their qualifying pace seems to indicate it could. Here's the other McLaren, 3rd on the grid. Darren Leung and Sean Gillel it was in qualifying. Marino Sato we'll see as the full pro in this lineup. Presenting a bright papaya on a rather grey day.
And there's another car, Graham, that I felt like was a bit too hard on its tyres in changeable conditions. Yes, they're in full wet. I think it could be maybe playing more into their hands. Maybe that's why Sean Gillel looks so happy.
Yeah, maybe so. Everybody's under umbrellas as we get to the front row, and perhaps fittingly here in Texas, it is an all-American manufacturer front row. Ford's Mustangs, run by Proton Competition, were 1-2. They were very fast in free practice in the dry as well. What a great story for the team and for the championship, actually, to have a US brand winning on home soil here in Texas. Of course, that would apply equally to Corvette, but the Mustangs have not yet had a race win. This might be their day because this is the car that starts on pole position. So the Mustangs will head the field side by side. Stefano Gattuso, Gianmarco Leverato and Dennis Olsen all very upbeat about their chances. So which of the tyres are they going to use? It doesn't look like there's any choice, Ant, at the start. You have to go wet.
Yeah, it's wet conditions at the moment, and there's only the wet or the dry when it comes to Goodyear, so no different compounds for the dry tyres. Will we even see them? That's the big question, the dry.
Well, let's hear from the Hypercar field. Shea Adam is with Alex Wurz at Toyota.
Toyota has been so close to winning this race so many times before. Alex Wurz, do you think that today with this rain, it might just be the day?
Well, it's definitely kind of nerve-wracking with the weather, but as a driver, I used to always love the wet. Our car is usually quite good in the wet, but hey, we have so many manufacturers, so many good drivers, so it's going to be a really cool battle out there. But the locals tell me for them the rain is a blessing, maybe for us in Toyota as well.
It might just be a fan favorite kind of a thing. What can you guys do differently to take advantage of this weather than maybe the competitors can?
Not too much, to be honest. I mean, we're all on the Michelin tires. The decision here is pretty straightforward. Now with this standing water, will be a wet tire, and in the end, you have to survive. You know, there are gravel beds here, so you have to stay out of trouble. Usually in this weather, we're gonna have some safety cars, so it is then exactly in this split-second decision-making where you are probably deciding the race.
There's a lot of Toyota fans in these grandstands. Good luck today.
Thank you very much. Yeah, keep cheering.
Anthony Davidson, the tyre choices, if it goes dry, are two different tyres. But again, like GT, you've got no option at the start, surely.
Exactly, no intermediate tyre, and I think that's what Alex Wurz there was alluding to. So the choice at the moment, as you can see with the number 38 Cadillac in 15th place, they had a bit of a torrid time yesterday. They chose the wet tyre. They're on the wet tyre now as well, like everybody else is. But yesterday's mixed conditions in qualifying meant that cars that felt and teams that felt like their cars wouldn't perform well in the dry tyres in mixed conditions, they opted for the wets. And ultimately, that's what saw both Cadillac not making it through.
Yeah, just saw Jenson Button and Sebastian Bourdais. They don't have any choice with the wets here. Fred Makovici, Jules Gounon with his back to us. Mick Schumacher. Mick was very upbeat about the car in these damp conditions. So it's going to be interesting to see. They were quick in the dry. They didn't quite get it hooked up. Qualifying, Graham Gooden, was a bit of a lottery, really, wasn't it? You had to have the lap at exactly the right time.
You did, but they and the Peugeots, it was a sort of bit of a catastrophe for the other Peugeot. We'll talk about that in a moment. This is a leveller, and Alpine and Peugeot will be looking for that factor above all others. Should mention, by the way, Shea talking to Alex Wurz, Toto have never won here. I think that's an extraordinary part of what's been a long journey in the WC.
But they've never been off the podium when they've raced here, so they have been right there or thereabouts. Still, wet weather tyres are going to be the issue. Now, we should have a Peugeot in third place, but we don't. It's in 18th place in Hypercar because Jean-Eric Vergne lost all his times for not turning the rain lights on. Ahead of them into the top 10, and again with the blue sidewall, wet weather tyre, the blue sidewall on both the Hypercar Michelins and the Goodyears that we'll see in LMGT3 for the wet weather. And this is the second of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. Fred Makovici suited up and ready to jump into his Alpine. And part of the process here, not just getting the driver in, but making sure the soles of his driving boots are dry, Ant, and they're not slipping on the pedals.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you do have shrouding around the pedals as well, so that it stops your feet sliding around too much. But yeah, every little bit helps when it comes to driver comfort in these conditions. But this is what we love.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise and be upstanding for the national anthem. Please remove your hats for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars oh, so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
National anthem delivered by Delaney Gibson, award-winning singer-songwriter, musician and multi-creative artist. And the giant flag held on the grid by military personnel, active and veterans. And just remembering those who serve for the US military, and also a thought as well for everybody who is here volunteering, the track workers, the officials, the medical crews, looking after all our race drivers. Into the top 10 then. And yes, into the top 10 with the Aston Martin. Only a two-driver lineup in the 009 and the 007 this weekend because of other race clashes, but the Aston Martin becoming more and more competitive as the season goes on, and that is entirely exciting for everybody to see. Into 8th place, Kevin Magnussen, Raffaele Marcello and Dries Vanthoor in BMW number 15. Again, both BMWs, both Astons had similar pace in qualifying, but in free practice, but qualifying was a little bit of a mixed weather lottery.
And a bit of a moment as well, wasn't there, for Dries Vanthoor in that qualifying session. But survived, is in a reasonable place to start this race. Here's number 8 Toyota. 12 minutes till the start of this race.
Now this number 8 Toyota, they gambled on a wet weather tyre. Rio Hirakawa was their qualifying driver, went out on slicks, came straight in to go onto a wet, exactly as both Cadillacs did, but the track was not wet enough. The guys who were setting times on slicks while they tried to bring the wet weather tyre in, actually had just about enough grip to survive. So this is a little bit further down the grid in LMGT3, car number 10, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, and they will start in 15th place in LMGT3 with Derek de Boer, but back in Hypercar, Ferdy Habsburg, Paul Chatin and Charles Malaysi in the Alpine on the outside of row 3.
Yeah, second of the Alpines, or the first rather, in the grid order. And looking to see what they can squeeze out of the opportunities that this weather is potentially offering.
Dennis Olsen in the cowboy hat. All Danes love a cowboy hat. 5-minute board. We will start behind the safety car. We have been told by race control. Top 5. Great run in qualifying for Nico Varone. Talked to him this morning, and he was saying they think if it stays wet and cold, they have a fighting chance. The hotter it gets, the drier it gets, the less of a chance they think they're going to have. But he had a great run in qualifying.
First of the Ferraris, or third of the Ferraris rather, the 50 car. Nick Nielsen start the car, Miguel Molina and Antonio Fuoco.
Yeah, 3 Ferraris on the top 2 rows of the grid, Anthony Davidson. They're going to have to manage that carefully, particularly given the fact that it's a wet start.
Exactly, they've had the speed in the dry. We've seen that all weekend. It wasn't like in Brazil where they lacked the speed, but car number 6, Porsche Penske Motorsport in 3rd, starting this race. What can they do? Didn't look like they quite had the speed in the dry. In the rain, though, could be a very different story.
Information to the pit lane. Information to the pit lane. We will be starting the race behind the safety car. We will be starting the race behind the safety car.
Some of the over 300 guests that Ben Keating has got here. And into the front row of the grid, it is an all-Ferrari front row. They're going to be easy to tell the difference between, though, because one of them is Rosso Corsa, Ferrari Racing Red. That's car number 51, starts on the outside. Our championship points leaders. 3 races left in the season. The final one is 1.5 points. There's only 11 points between this car, the championship leaders, and the car that starts on pole. It was 12 yesterday, it's 11 now because they get the point for pole position. So 83, the first Ferrari to win a World Endurance race outside of Le Mans. This is the winning car, the winning team from last year, Graham.
It is indeed, and the first ever in the hypercar era, privately entered hypercar to set a pole position at any race. They are not going to be part of the manufacturer's title battle, but Ferrari, as you quite rightly said, sitting very high indeed on that regard, and this could make it very tough indeed for anybody else to get stuck into it. Let's go down to the grid where Shea is with Michael Christensen.
Michael Christensen, qualifying didn't go the way of the 5, but with the penalty, you moved up inside the top 10. Now this weather, what are you expecting that effect to be having on the Porsche's chances today?
I believe it's increasing. We did not have that much pace in the drier conditions and the heat, so that wasn't our favorite weather conditions. So yeah, a bit of unstable conditions, I think, give us a chance to move up further in the ranks, and yeah, we start P10 now. It's still some way to go, but yeah, as I said, a bit unstable weather will definitely, I hope, play into our hands.
Does this make the car more enjoyable to drive and open up the possibility of double stinting the drivers?
We'll see how the car feels like, but at least I think, as I said, we have more performance probably. But yeah, we'll see when the rain stops, if it stops, and I'm sure we'll have more tires available, dry tires. And yeah, I think everyone in the grid has to find the fastest way around here, but it's not straightforward, and that's I think that's the key, and we have to take advantage of that.
Good today.
Thank you.
It is going to be a real strategic race. Phil Hansen and James Collado will pace the field behind the safety car. Lawrence Vantor and Nick Nielsen on row 2 for Porsche, Penske Motorsport and Ferrari AF Corsa, the factory team. Row 3, the 99 privately entered Proton competition Porsche and the better of the 2 Alpines. On row 4 of the grid, the best of the Toyota qualifiers. Brendan Hartley starts car number 8. Alongside him, K-Mag in the BMW number 15. Then the Aston of Alex Riberas. He'll have been champing to get into this car. Julian Andlauer starts alongside him. The better of the Peugeots is Loic Duval, with Fred Makovici alongside him, 12th in the second Alpine. Row 7, we've got René Rast in BMW number 20, the Shell liveried car, and 007, Mr. Bond, it's Tom Gamble. It's an all-Cadillac row 8, with Earl Bamber and Will Stevens side by side, and then Nick de Vries and the disappointed Jean-Eric Verne start on row 9 of the grid. Behind them, the front row of the grid in LMGT3, all Ford. Stefano Gattuso and Bernardo Souza will be the starting drivers. Darren Leung in his McLaren and Ahmed Al-Hati in the BMW number 46 behind them. Almost everybody will start their bronze-graded driver. McLaren start James Cottingham, Arnaud Robin in the first of the 2 Lexus cars. Row 13, Andrew Gilbert in the Mercedes, which showed great pace, and Ben Keating, 3rd in the standings and 8th after qualifying, and a 3-place grid chop. Yasser Shaheen in his BMW, and Ian James in the heart of racing, Aston Martin, an American winner here last year. Tom Van Rompuy and Martin Berry will start on row 15. On row 16 of the grid, we have Ryan Hardwick, the points leaders in the 92 First Form Porsche, and Thomas Floor in the 54 Ferrari. Derek de Boer starts the number 10 Aston Martin, 33rd, with Francois Heriot's Ferrari alongside. Ferrari struggled in the cool mixed conditions. Celia Martin, her first race here in Texas, and Clement Schmidt are the final row of the grid.
Yeah, and Clement Schmidt, by the way, the only non-bronze driver to start in LMGT3. He's the silver driver aboard that car.
Blue sidewalls, wet weather tyres. Anthony, this morning in the pit walk and the autograph session, there was light drizzle. It was definitely not wet weather tyre potential. Here, there's no question, and from the pit lane, Shea Adams says it is raining quite heavily here as well. So
that's probably why they've taken the decision to start under the safety car. When we started the on-grid show, it was very much just intermediate conditions, you'd say, but that rain is really starting to fall now. They've taken that decision to start under the safety car. That's not what we wanted. I'm sure it's not what the drivers want as well, but they're going safety first with this. And personally, I still think it would be okay. I don't think visibility is too much of a problem around this circuit, but there you go. That's where you get the knowledge. Safety car on track. And I still think this standing water on track is survivable, and the visibility wouldn't be. It's not like Spa, for example. When it rains there, visibility does become pretty dangerous.
Quick look at the graphic there. Do take a shot of that QR code. This is part of an effort that's been going on all weekend here, involving fans and the teams and the manufacturers to help the race with us against hunger. The Central Texas Food Bank, which all the teams and all the manufacturers have been contributing to for those that need just that little bit of help from the local area and region.
Well, one thing that the safety car start should hopefully give us is a possibly cleaner run up into the tight left-hander at the top of hill, turn 1, and particularly important for the 3 Ferraris, and Dries Van Tor stuck there in between them in Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6, because you're going to come across the start-finish line and it will be a fairly late release on the run up the hill. Further back in LMGT3, again the same deal. There'll be a degree of spray, and so everybody will hope to try and negotiate the first corner in one piece, because races can go very badly wrong if fast-moving metal collects with fast-moving metal.
They're the 2 Mustangs. What a result for them in qualifying. 3 minutes to go. 18 thousandths of a second between the 2 Proton competition operated cars. And what a day for Proton yesterday, leading the first qualifying session, 5th on the grid for the number 99 car, and 1-2 in LMGT3.
See the Pedro Cusera, our safety car driver, is shifting a lot of water still.
So Phil, FYI, it could be that the safety car only does 1 lap, so make sure that you already work a bit your tires behind the safety car before the start.
Now that seems unlikely to me. We should normally have 2 formation laps because the track is wet, and it was not wet in any of the free practice sessions, so I would imagine we will have 2 safety car laps. And you see again, even though it's 4-wheel drive, that Porsche sliding the tail round under power. And the whole point of the safety car lap that you've just seen is not to show off, but to actually try and gauge the level of grip that's available to report back to Eduardo Freitas, our race director.
Quite often what we see in sports car racing is that the LMGT3 cars are more comfortable to start racing in these kind of conditions compared to drivers like Will Stevens that we look at in the number 12 Cadillac. So it's just because they're more stiffly sprung, lower to the ground. But it was interesting, wasn't it, hearing from the Porsche drivers. They feel like they have more of a chance in these conditions today compared to how they felt their performance was in the dry.
It's always been one of the great things about racing in the rain, isn't it? It can be a leveler. If you've got a car that just hasn't quite had the bite, the pace against the established order at any given time, rain hands it back to those who are skilled behind the wheels just a little bit more. 1 minute board is now being shown. Start the engines board 2. Will be Simon Pagenaud, by the way, to wave the green flag here. I'm delighted to see Simon at the trackside here. Real character. Knows, clearly, by the way, knows his sports car racing still, doesn't he?
Yeah.
He was all over what's been going on in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and as I say, a delight to see him trackside.
The other thing that the weather often brings is the need to react very quickly and determinedly in terms of strategy, and that might play into the hands of Toyota. They are probably still the best operators on the grid in terms of how they get the most out of their car. And the secret in these hypercar regulations and in the LMGT3 regulations is you don't have the best car.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The race has started behind the safety car. The race has started behind the safety car.
So Simon Pagenaud flags away the field behind the safety car.
Remind drivers, we have a flag being waved on driver's right at track level. We have a flag being waved at driver's right at track level.
So the unread message there is please don't run him over. Just be cautious as you're pulling off the grid.
The important detail point there, by the way, from Eduardo, is the race has started. This is not formation laps. We're into the race immediately.
So your 1 hour 45 minutes of minimum driver time for a bronze driver or a silver driver starts now, and that's why most of the LMGT3 teams would, all bar one, I think you said,
yes.
Graham, starting with those bronze drivers.
It's Clemens Schmidt there in the 87 car. Had a bit of a torrid time yesterday, the second of the COTA CSP Lexus, but it will be Clemens, who's been brilliant in that car this season. Real turnaround from the Lexus squad. Now we start to get, gentlemen, the first real opportunity to see what the track conditions really are like.
Quite a lot of spray. Now, you may well be settling down for 6 hours of live action, and I wouldn't blame you, but if you want to see what happens behind the scenes, go to the WEC YouTube site and search out Full Access. They're programs that are produced at every race weekend. Behind the scenes, it's a mini fly-on-the-wall documentary. We follow teams around throughout practice, qualifying and the race. The latest one from Brazil, from Sao Paulo, dropped on YouTube last week. That is free to watch. If you sign up to FIAWEC.tv for a free subscription, you can get that a little earlier than the rest of the crowd on YouTube, and a whole bunch of other content as well. And if you want to dive in and pay for the season pass, then wherever you are, you can watch the full race uninterrupted on that side as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of standing water. I'd say we might be doing a few laps.
Copy. So I'll let you manage then between keeping temp in the tire and the brake and also saving. But yeah, I don't think it's going to go just one lap anyway. So try and give you feedback when I have it.
Yeah, in terms of visibility, Martin, this will be the worst straight for it on the track. But Brendan Harley saying that the standing water is at a high level. Certainly wasn't like that a couple of minutes ago. So the rain has intensified. That's probably what race director Eduardo Freitas saw on the radar coming over.
Yeah, just saw in the garage there at Porsche Penske Motorsport, smiles on the face of Kevin Lestro. We should have Kevin, by the way, in the booth before the end of the first hour, which would be quite a treat. But I think the smile was all about he's not in the car right now.
Yeah, he'd love to be in the car. What are you talking about?
At driver's autograph session, they were very happy to have handed over to Lawrence Van Toor to start the race. So, yeah, there you go. Robert Kubica and closest to us, Yafei in the 83 Ferrari garage.
And keep an eye on this effort. There could be a quite enormous story brewing here for the FIA World Endurance Championship. This is a privateer car. This is not a factory car. And that crew are, well, within reach of a World Championship. Astonishing. Taking the Le Mans win. Wouldn't have been on very many people's bingo card, and still very much in the fight for the World Championship proper.
I forget.
For drivers, that is.
Exactly. And I forget, Graham, who Shea was interviewing when she put to the question to the driver that surely it's days like this. These are championship deciding days.
Simon Pagenaud. Yeah, absolutely right. Absolutely right. If you survive this and come out with points, then you're doing better than half the field. 18 cars in each of our categories, only 10 finishing, the top 10 finishing, will get any points at all.
Yep.
So almost half the cars on the grid aren't going to get anything for their 6 hours of endeavour.
We had that quick shot there inside the Proton competition garage there. I am just going to, the first correction of the morning, or the race, I'm afraid you've offended a nation. Dennis Olsen is not Danish, Norwegian.
It's Norwegian, indeed. Indeed. Well, they like their cowboy hats as well. Yes. Apologies to all Norwegians and also all Danes. There we go. So, and this again, that one shot of the safety car, that lap, okay, even with four-wheel drive, he was sliding around and there was a lot of water coming up off the road car tyres. These racing tyres are wider, they've got bigger channels, they shift an awful lot of water up into the air.
Well, they're a lot harder in construction as well, and believe it or not, even in these wet conditions, you will still get quite significant tyre degradation on wet tyres. So they are quite stiff in construction, but they still need those blocks of tread to move around to give you the grip and to shift the water. You can see the radar in the middle of the screen.
Now, I've looked at a radar that shows the whole US. It's only raining 2 places in the US, Austin, Texas, and Florida, where Shea Adam is currently working and where Shea Adam lives. I'm not saying that she's responsible,
But we see where you're going with that, though. But it's based on fact.
Yeah, it is actually raining up the eastern seaboard, so there we go. But it is, it's very different. Track walk on Thursday, it was 40 degrees. This is a very different set of weather conditions to that.
Yeah, the biggest area where there was too much standing water is the back straight. It's like a complete lake, so once we get up to top speed, we'll have to play.
Ooh, okay, and our first victim is Julian Andlauer, a looping half spin in the number 5 Porsche. Now, Anthony, when you make a mistake like that, can you then move back up the queue of cars behind the safety car?
Not now, because the race has started.
Yeah.
It would have been okay under normal...
on a formation
yeah,
lap.
just a formation lap, but now you can't, and that's what did it. The curb on the inside. We've seen this happen many times throughout the weekend, haven't we? And the drivers, all drivers there, have done very well to avoid that car.
Look how wet it is on the runoff area.
That's exactly the point I was going to make. It is a lake just off track. Hearing from Phil Hansen that he feels that standing water is a real issue at certain parts of this lap at this stage. They've had 7 minutes behind the safety car so far.
Yeah, it's probably coming down now, isn't it? That's it's a big difference from where we were half an hour ago.
Has somebody got the calendar mixed up and brought us Fuji's weather to Austin? Because this has all sorts of Fuji feels. Again, on board you can see there's very little visibility once you're in the spray. Once you're 3 or 4 cars back, then you're sort of, it's dead reckoning, and you get your sextant out to try and figure out where the racing line is. You'll see some of the cars are leaking like sieves as well. I noticed we're on board in one of the Toyotas. There's water just running across the top of the dash.
And you were worried about a drinks bottle leaking the other day.
I know. That'll be the least of their problems. Well, one of the things that having lots of cars on track does is it gives us something to talk about, but it also helps to start moving the water. And we're hearing now that the second of our intervention vehicles, the medical car, has been sent out to do laps to try and help move the water away as well.
Whenever you feel, if it's all comfortable, then just whenever you can, try a little bit of brake and tyre temp, but really let's prioritise safety.
Anthony, it's a really difficult balance, because without putting energy into the brakes and into the tyres, braking hard, accelerating hard, leaning on them in the turns, you lose any temperature whatsoever, which makes the brakes really grabby and the tyres like wood, but it's too wet to do that.
Well, you can start to build the temperature, like the engineer said, to the drivers. Build the temperature in the brakes, that will bleed through into the air temperature inside the tyre, which will heat the bulk, but the surface obviously cools down immediately. They'll be close to just normal ambient temperature because of the standing water on track going at this speed. You really need to release the cars to generate any kind of surface temperature on the tyre. So that's the problem that they face now. I mean, in terms of grip, they do have the grip. Visibility is more of the problem. But you can see they're riding on board with the Toyota, not even got the windscreen wiper on, so it's, visibility is not too bad.
But then you've got the other aspect of it. We move to Ben Keating, one of the most experienced bronze drivers on this or any field, but the GT field has got the least experienced drivers in the cars right now, and that, I completely accept what you say about the hypercars. Different picture at the moment for very many of these GT cars.
I think that the number one, the key things that we've seen from the Porsche is it Andlauer at the wheel at number 5. It was purely just a lapse of concentration. You shouldn't be going over curbs, especially inside curbs under acceleration in these conditions. And I think just sometimes when you drive around behind the safety car, you lose that focus. And I think that's what happened there. So, and that's the number one thing to avoid for all of the drivers, no matter what category you're in, no matter what experience you've got, just avoid the serrated curbs at all costs. We've seen it across the weekend in mixed conditions. We saw it in the slick tyres, in the damp yesterday. We had a support race, the Mustangs this morning as well, in more wet conditions, and it's the same thing happened there as well. So you have to avoid that at all costs.
It really is grim visibility, isn't it? When we were riding on board with Ben Keating, you saw him accelerating up behind the back of the yellow Mercedes of Andrew Gilbert, and then braking and accelerating and braking. He's trying to work heat into those front brakes, isn't he? And the rear brakes. This can't be much fun.
Driving behind the safety car isn't fun. Your natural instinct behind the wheel as a racing driver is to just get going, get on with it. And you know that at speed, the track will be at its best as well. You'll shift the most water and generate the most tyre temperature.
So we are already 11 minutes into the 6 hours here in Texas, the Lone Star Le Mans.
That was another curve, by the way, so that's the problem. The painted surface of those serrated curves is super smooth, and it just becomes like ice. There's such little friction generated by the painted surface, and it's the same for the runoff areas as well. See the red painted surface on that runoff of this corner they're around now. It's the same story, so you have to just stay on the black stuff. That's going to give the most grip.
I think the 21 car has been off at some point here because he's dropped behind that Lexus. I think we've had a bit of a moment for Francois Heriot. He did not start, did he? 18th, so he may have a bit of an issue, or may have had a bit of an issue.
What they'll be doing as well, Graham, don't forget, is that in these conditions to generate more tyre temperature, especially on the surface, you're told sometimes by the engineer to decrease the traction control so you can actually slide the tyres more, and sometimes you get into trouble in that way.
Still weather update. Rain stays like this for the next 1.5 hours until 2 p.m. at least, and then it could also potentially increase.
That's not great news for anybody out there, certainly nobody trackside. It does look, I have to say, at a couple of points on this track, fairly marginal.
Definitely. The problem is, as Anthony says, if they release the cars, they'll be going faster, they'll be further apart, there will be better visibility, they'll get heat into the tyres, they'll be better able to cope with it. The problem is, though, if you do release them now, they've got no temperature in the tyres, they've got no visibility, it's the worst possible scenario. And if there's a lot of weather coming, nobody in race control or anywhere else wants us to follow the safety car for 2 hours.
Just riding on board the Alpine there, it looks like it's, like I said before, they do have the grip. This is a question about visibility and how happy the drivers are. We need more radio messages from the drivers. The FIA, I'm sure, are listening as well.
First pit stop of the race. This is Clement Schmidt. We saw Petru and Bărescu helmeted and ready to go, and they are putting the driver in because they've realised that behind the safety car...
He's burning silver time.
Yep.
So it makes no sense. I was about to say a little earlier, Petru and Bărescu, the only bronze driver that did not start this race, and at the moment this is not a good use of Clement Schmidt's time.
Well, this will be an interesting onboard if we do have it on that car, because they're giving themselves now a lot of space between the gaggle of cars that I can see on my circuit map going through the S's at the moment, through turns 4 and 5 is the back of the queue. So let's see how he gets on. If we do have the onboard, it would give us the best read possible as we go away from that car, but it would have given us the best read possible of a track with a driver able to drive faster than the safety car is at the moment.
Yeah. Except he's not been in the wet, so he will be very cautious catching that safety car queue. But I take your point.
But this is the problem.
Yeah.
That's the real. It's the visibility, or lack of visibility on that particular straight. It's the longest straight, 1.2 kilometers long, and that's the one that's throwing up the problems here, I think, for the race director. Uneasy. It's easy to think when you're sitting at home, isn't it? Or us here in the commentary box, just let them race. That's a simple decision. Let them race, see how they get on. They're racing drivers. This is what they're made for. But it's very different if you're the one with your finger on the button to release them.
I can tell you what we're hearing from in car in just a moment. 1 second.
1:15. We expect the rain to be steady for the next hour. 1 more hour like this, in terms of rain level.
That's a slightly different message than they were giving to Phil Hansen. Let's listen to what Clemens Schmidt has got to say about the conditions at the start. He's just got out of the car to hand over the car to Petr Ambrescu. He's on pit lane now with Shea Adam.
Clemens Schmidt, you're the guy that everyone wants to hear from. You were out there at the back of the field, the worst possible spray. How bad is visibility?
Actually, it's better than I was expecting it, but still at the moment the right choice is to have the safety car out, especially between turn 11 and 12 on the long back straight. If you go a little bit out of the line from the cars ahead, there's so much standing water, and yeah, I think ahead of me was one of the Ferrari spinning behind the safety car, so there's some parts where it's standing water, and yeah, the only option at the moment.
So visibility, not great, but traction also an issue?
No, actually, there was more grip than I thought we are having, especially in the slow speed corners. But yeah, on the straight, there's just too much standing water.
Good luck trying to dry off for a little while.
Thank you.
Anthony.
Confirmation there from Clemens Schmidt. 21 car did indeed spin, lost 2 places, but now 1 place with the 87 having pitted behind it. Racing Spirit Le Mans on pit lane now, the number 10 Aston Martin, so they too pulled into pit lane, but that is a bronze driver aboard the car, so will not be the same reason. We are hearing, by the way, from numbers of drivers suggesting on feedback in car radio that they believe we should be in a red flag position.
Well, unfortunately, it's not raceable at the moment, and the forecast is that the rain is going to get no better.
That part of the circuit where we're just going through turns 9 and 10 in particular that's the highest point on the circuit. That looks pretty treacherous, as is the back straight. So only a few parts on the track where it would be, I think, I'd be uneasy in releasing the drivers to let them race. But like the driver before was saying, I don't know, Clemens, he was saying that in the slow speed stuff, actually the grip is pretty high.
Yes.
For these conditions. So that's the annoyance, the frustration for the driver now. Most of the circuit is more than drivable. It's just places where you've got, like here, where the rain is just holding on the surface, and they just don't have the downforce, these cars, to shift that and stabilise the car at high speed. The aquaplaning is your enemy.
Yeah, I mean, to turn 12 there aboard the Aston Martin, and visibility, has to be said, at that point is absolutely dire.
And we've seen it over years gone by when it's rained really hard, their cars just skating absolutely out of control at the fastest parts of the track. And as you saw from the Aston Martin, imagine that, you're doing 170, 180 miles an hour, and you can barely even see the nose of your own car. It's so much spray. That's making it very hard to release these cars.
Okay, Alex, just keep you updated. At this moment, we don't have any updates from race control. The conditions looks pretty bad at the moment. So just stay cool, and yeah, we're gonna carry on with this speed. Try to keep the car together for as long as possible. See what's happened. We'll come back to you as soon as I get any information.
Some of the fan art that was handed over by some of our younger race fans yesterday to the Heart of Racing team. Heart of Racing, of course, Ian James's operation, also raising money with every lap of their cars for research charities.
It's paediatric cardiac care.
Indeed,
and has been for many years.
On a similar vein, those of you who joined us for Le Mans may well remember that we had multiple Olympic champion and endurance racing ace Chris Hoy. So Chris Hoy was in the booth talking about his charity ride, the Tour de Four, which happened today in Glasgow in Scotland. Over 5,000 cyclists have raised hopefully over £2 million for prostate cancer research. So congratulations to everybody that did that. With Sir Chris Hoy. Into the pit lane, Celia Martin, the Iron Dames, just to take a little bit of fuel, and the same here for the 21 Ferrari as well.
Yeah, when you're at the back of the queue, it makes sense, doesn't it? After 6 or 7 laps that they've got on the board now, you've burnt off a little bit of fuel under the safety car. Obviously not as much as you would do under full racing conditions, but they've taken this opportunity. They're at the back anyway, so you just offset yourself in terms of strategy and fuel compared to the competition at this point. And these are the shots I want to see. Just out of interest, just how fast do these bronze drivers dare to take it? And obviously this is much faster than the safety car. And this part of the track, you have to say it looks okay, but yeah, I wanted to see how it looked on the back straight.
I'm sure we will get a chance to see that. Richie Leeds checking the weather app, I'm sure, like everybody else. On board in the Mustang, Bernardo Souza started second in LMGT3. Look, the view in front and the view in the rearward camera, you can't even see the headlights of the car behind him.
One minor point of interest, by the way, that's double pit stop for LMGT3 is the Vista Airforce made up the place it lost. They did switch positions on pit lane.
And the Iron Dames have cycled to the tail of the field, but again, I don't think anybody else will be necessarily needing to stop for any particular reason. Just to go a little bit back to Petra Umberescu not starting in the Lexus, that was last on the grid in driving rain with a safety car start. I'm sort of surprised. If you nominate your starting driver, are you not allowed to change your mind at the last minute? I don't know, because you would think, given the conditions and the fact that the car was not going to be in front of anybody, it would be the most obvious place to start a bronze driver, but yeah, they didn't, and now they have.
I think the answer is because they were at the very back of the grid, and they would have been hoping there was the opportunity to make up early positions.
But when we saw that it was wet, that wasn't going to happen. Yeah, and that there was a safety car, that wasn't going to happen.
Remember when they've got to declare their starting driver, they can't do that 15 minutes before the race.
No, that's what I was asking. Can you not change your mind?
I don't think so. Okay. I think there's a penalty for doing that.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree with you, Graham, that that's probably their original plan. When it didn't look that bad when we were on the grid at the beginning, at the top of the show, that it looked like there was no reason why you wouldn't start the race under normal conditions. So that was their plan, to start with a silver graded driver, work your way up through the bronzes that may have found those particular conditions a bit more challenging. That was probably their game plan, but that changed as soon as we had the safety car. They would have been thinking alternative strategy to burn off the bronze driver's time.
Am I seeing things, or has the safety car picked up the pace a bit? They look to be going faster here than they were coming past us at pit-in a couple of laps ago. Maybe not. Maybe it's just because it's not in a straight, but it does look like they might have picked up the pace a little.
I think you're right. That definitely looks faster through there, turn 10, than it was last time we saw them. So, and that's what the safety car should be exploring the limits gently, and it's just step it up every lap to see how comfortable the rest of the drivers feel.
That's a notable moment. Rain lights be turned on high mode. These are dual mode lights. These high intensity strobing lights basically on the rear of each of the cars, and that marks an acknowledgement of the lack of visibility for these cars. So high mode.
Just had another pit caller, Tom van Rompuy in the 81 Corvette, stopped for fuel. 93 coming in as well.
I'm not sure, but I have the feeling something is smoking on the inside. Either it's condensed from the AC or...
Yeah, it could be, but we are looking on our side.
That's an uncomfortable feeling if it's nothing else.
Now, just to put that into perspective, what are they talking about, AC in a race car? They genuinely do. Some cars do, some cars don't. They just have cooling vents. But the Porsche has an air conditioning unit to manage cockpit temperatures. That's a legal requirement to manage the temperatures. We were talking in free practice, for those of you who watched that, when it was dry and not steaming with rain, cutting the corner in turn 6 left big clouds of granular dust in the air. The BMW drivers were telling me they don't have air conditioning. They had all their ventilation vents wide open, and as you see here with Lawrence Vantor, although the helmet has a visor, the visor is not down, it's up. And they were saying you go through that cloud of dust, not only couldn't you see the corner, but it took 2 laps to blink the dirt out of your eyes as well.
I can tell you the first hypercar on pit lane for this race, the 93 car, Jean-Eric Verne, very unlucky post the performance they put in Hyperpole, were but back to the back of the hypercar grid. It's going to be fuel only for what we're hearing from Shea for the 93.
Well, the good news is the rain lights are on now.
But what we should say, by the way, having spoken to the team post-session, is that it was a failure. It wasn't them failing to turn it on. They'd had a problem. They thought they'd solved it. Got out to the track, realised it was not solved, and there was not time to both put in that qualifying performance. And this is the 87
yeah,
back
87
in.
Lexus, yeah, of Petro and Barescu. So, are they making adjustments?
Well, I think they made an adjustment that briefly didn't work with the...
Did I just see the light flash on and off?
What you saw, for starters, was a bit of a mistake being made with the windscreen wiper.
Yeah, I saw that, but then I'm sure I saw the right front light just sort of flash on and off as they were working around that area.
Is that an ignition cycle? Is he turning, because they're shouting at him in French, because the Codice ASP is a French crew. They're shouting at each other in French. Lights on, lights on. You can see the universal sign for turn your headlights on, mate.
There were no headlights on.
No, I think that might be the problem there.
Yeah.
Right.
He's been told, I think he's been told
he's going to come back in. Yeah.
No headlamps.
Yeah, if he leaves, he has to come back. Yeah, it's got no headlights.
I read into that as like, you sent the car even though you knew the lights weren't on.
Yeah.
Because we all saw it.
There you go. So the endurance lights are on, the marker lights are on, the headlamps are not.
He's got high beam, but he hasn't got main lights. He's got the high intensity rear light on as well.
Yeah, look, being told to turn the lights on. And then the car got sent anyway.
That's not going to get on well, I don't think.
Well, I heard the official clearly say, you have to make him come back in. Until it's fixed, and this time now when he comes back in, until it's fixed, he's going nowhere. That will go back into the garage, because clearly trying to plug the connectors together under the bonnet wasn't helping. Again, you sense sort of water in the machine. But Hansen, here's your onboard view.
Yeah, so he's got to be driving as fast as he possibly can now to get back into the pits to save as much time as possible. The last thing they want here is to go a lap down.
He's going to lose a lap. That may well have lost on the lap, because he's down at turn 10 now.
Yeah, he's half the circuit length behind, isn't he? The gaggle of cars in the back.
And let's face it, they couldn't fix it the first time. I think this is going to cost him the lap.
For me, it's like improving maybe 10-15%. But there's 3 places where it's still undrivable, or 4 actually. The pit straight, turn 2, turn 5, the back straight, and the worst is turn 17 and 18. Just aquaplane every lap. No matter what you do.
That's pretty clear, isn't it, from Fernie Habsburg? Several areas. Just hearing as well there, by the way, from Sherry Adam in the background. Additionally complicated for a Codice ASP with this car, should it need to go to the garage. A number of the teams are having to basically put 2 cars in a garage and a half here. So the entry for them is going to take them a couple of extra seconds. I think we're going to see the 87 lose a lap here.
Well, they're not going to fix it in a heartbeat, are they?
No.
I think that time is lost. Number 60, the Mercedes of Andrew Gilbert has just come and gone. Again, a little top up for fuel. It's not that they need fuel, they're using much less fuel than they ought to, and they wouldn't be due for a pit stop in full green conditions for another 20 minutes, probably at the least. It's just that we may as well. 87 is back in.
Dollies are ready.
Yeah. Well, having been told this time, fix it or we're going to park you.
We've also got, by the way, potential trouble for 93 Peugeot under investigation, exiting pit lane with the red lights.
Which means pit exit was closed, so he's driven through a red light. And like when you're on the road, there's the split garage, by the way. Like when you're on the road, you don't go through red lights.
By the way, and that looks to be likely the case because he is ahead of the 54 Ferrari, which wasn't quite at the back of the safety car train by that stage, but wasn't far back, so likely they left the red light on to allow that car to continue to join the back of the queue. So that could be a very costly error for Jean-Eric Verne.
So yeah, any more than just a mild repair to the car and obviously the normal pit stop procedure, you have to bring the car back into the garage, and that's exactly what we're seeing there with the Lexus. They're taking the whole front section off now, something you can't do in pit lane.
This, by the way, the Lexus RCF, very effective GT3 car, but it is one of the oldest cars on the grid, the oldest designs on the grid. Compare that to something like the Ferrari 296, where everything at the front is modular and designed for rapid service. It ain't that.
Well, they've fiddled with the electrical connectors, and that hasn't done it. Therefore, you have to go further down into the guts to find where the water's got in. Now, this is going to be a long race for all the crews. Going a lap down now is a big problem. It may not be the end of problems in LMGT3. And if yours comes with 5.5 hours to recover from it, rather than only 30 minutes to recover from it, that is definitely preferable. What's preferable, of course, is that water doesn't get into the machine in the first place, but it does seem that's what's happened. 33 is in, so this is Ben Keating in his Corvette. 61 is in, Martin Berry in the Mercedes. So two of our front runners in LMGT3 also coming in just to get topped off with fuel. See, there is heat in the brakes. The tyres are hot. It's not that so much that there's no tyre temperature, it's just that some places... And Anthony, I was thinking when we heard Ferdy talking about turns 16, 17, 18, that's the long triple right-hander, to the right of which, on the inside basically, is a hillside, so the water's coming down there and flowing across the track.
But look, you can see with the Corvette here, as it goes through turn 2, that's one of the corners where Habsburg said was undrivable. These cars, even at these speeds, are starting to shift the water, so I don't know if the intensity has dropped ever so slightly, but it won't take long if it has for the circuit to become drivable. I can hear Shea Adamino here saying, nah, it's still undrivable.
Now, it's still raining hard, so yeah, it doesn't appear to have lightened up very much at all in terms of intensity or how light the track might be.
But at least you can see the lines that the cars are making. They are able to shift the water even at safety car speeds.
On the insert, we can now see that the Akonis ASP team, they're really struggling with this, and I think they're trying to kick a component into place here.
Well, look, everybody like me who owns an old car knows what that's all about. That's always my problem with electrics. If it's a water leak, you can see it on the floor. If it's an oil leak, you can see it on the floor. If it's an electric leak, you can't see it until it zaps you. I mean, and these cars, that's just headlights, but it could equally be the ECU or the gearbox control unit that's got water into it.
Yeah, they've changed that front section now, and as soon as they did that, that had the new headlights replaced, and the lights came on immediately.
So something in the wiring in that front panel has gone askew.
But the worrying thing is that the lights were working originally. So
yes.
Will it go wrong again? Yes. And if so, how's the other car getting on as well? It'd be interesting to see if that car's got both lights working.
I'm pretty certain they've now lost 2 laps. They have lost 2 laps.
And it's these moments in endurance racing you just cannot afford to have, and it's often the silliest of things ruins your day.
LMGT3 pole sitter, the 88 Ford of Stefano Gattuso coming down pit road. Safety car remains out in Austin, Texas. 34 minutes into the Lone Star Le Mans, the 6-hour 6th race of the FIA World Endurance Championship. And for the first time this season, W in WEC does stand for wet. Wet, 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 in fact. 78 Lexus with lights on.
That's the other car.
Yeah. Oh, so yes, you're right. 87 still back out. So 78 is in. This is Arnaud Robin.
We can see lights in the machine there, so that's good. Rumble of a normally aspirated V8 as away it goes. Some hardy fans, by the way, on the run up to what we now, but it's called Big Red, is it, turn 1?
Yeah.
It's Big Red, yeah. But you say Hardy fans, they're loving it. Because like Alex Wirtz said, we spoke to some of them earlier on, they said, this is brilliant. We'd take this any day than 40 degrees Celsius, thanks.
They're not having the skin flayed off them, that's exactly right. Yeah, factor 50, not required. WD-40, possibly. Other brands are available. Petru Îmbrărescu, this is so frustrating for the driver and for the team, isn't it? He's got to just sit there and be calm and not stress out, because the moment he gets back on track, if he's tight and stressy and trying to push, he's going to bin it. So he's got to be very calm about this whole procedure. Whatever happens, happens.
That's the most frustrating of situations when in a 6-hour race, immediately you've got a problem with the car. It becomes a very long race after that. If you can repair it and get back out there, you're 2 laps down. And it's in those moments you have to tell yourself that it's still such a long race and anything can happen, but it's a bit of a long shot. To keep motivated in those moments is incredibly tough.
Worth saying, by the way, if you're with us, and I hope you still are, thank you for staying with this. These laps count. This is still, right now, this is a World Championship race. They may be static, but this is going to play into whatever happens at the end of another 5 hours, 23 minutes and 34 seconds. And some of the teams that have had some woes here, and that includes the 93 and includes the 87, this is going to hurt and this is going to matter.
Okay, Alex, we still don't have an update. I reckon race control will rely on the weather forecast that we see that the rain will be still on for another 15 to 20 minutes and then make a call after. Yeah, we stay where we are at this moment. You're doing a good job. Car is healthy. We just need to make sure we stay on the on the safe side.
Well, Rafael Pucara there. He was my old engineer at Toyota, so a very experienced pair of hands. Speaking to Riberas in the number 009 Aston, so he knows in these conditions that it's just about survival right now. Like I said, and we've seen with Alexis, it's those silly mistakes that can creep in, both from a driver's point of view, the team's point of view as well, and you daren't have any of those errors come your way when you're in the trainer cars and you're in an Aston Martin Valkyrie in 9th position, a position you haven't been in all season long in a brand new car. So it's that's where you need experienced drivers and engineers as well, and they've got exactly that in Rafael.
The weather radar I'm looking at shows that there is a very small gap in the weather coming. Now, if race control reckon that's 20 minutes away, then it's probably only a 20-minute gap. But if the rain stops falling for any time at all, and we can actually release the cars from behind the safety car, then the return of rain might be less of an issue, because they'll be going faster, have better heat in the tyres, and the field will spread out. So there is a window of opportunity potentially coming soon to maybe release the cars, and I'm sure race control are all over that. Lights on the Lexus, hooray! That's a good bit of restoration work. They're flashing them on and off, just double checking everything.
They're not in a hurry to put that car back out.
They've run into the back for something else.
Well, the other problem they've got is the red light will now be on, so there's no point in them rushing to release the car immediately here, but there is something else going on here.
Well, I don't think they're going for slicks.
No, I think that's a fair point. Rotten luck for Cody CSP. They were the ones that threw the dice here with Clemens Schmidt starting the race. That proved not to be the correct decision. Came in to change to Petru Îmbrărescu, their bronze driver. And pretty soon after that, Petru was back down on pit lane for, well, attention to the lights. And as we saw from the conflab between the pit lane marshal and the team, they released that car without the headlamps being fixed. They had to come back in. This is its third stop of the race.
In the plus column, who's got the fastest lap of the race at the moment?
Oh, they have.
Petru Îmbrărescu, because he's the only one who's done an entire lap without catching the safety car queue. Okay, small mercies. Now
4 laps down, by the way, as the safety car queue comes by to start what is lap 14, 40 minutes into this race. Keeping an eye on here, latest cars down pit lane. The latest caller is the 59 United Autosports McLaren. Once we've cleared these, as we said earlier, this is the race. And the trouble for the 20 BMW. Now, what's that about? That does not look to be a spin. He's just pulling to one side.
Now, the brake lights, the rear lights are flashing. That's a slight worry, isn't it? Is that him cycling through a power cycle?
That's turn 2.
Has water got in the gubbins? Team manager of Peugeot number 93 being summoned to race control. I was just about to say, we have no further data. It's a green light on the car rather than a red light, so it's at the moment not in a hybrid fail. Let's get down to the pit lane and catch up with our LMGT3 field. Ian James, third in the 27 Aston. Zach Robichon is his teammate.
Well, Zachary Robichon is a champion of many different facets of racing, but one thing that many people may not know is your love of driving on ice and snow. So conditions like these with low traction, that's pretty much up your alley.
Yeah, it is. I do enjoy the wet weather and stuff, and that didn't show yesterday, but you know, sometimes you have bad days. But yeah, I think it's interesting right now. It's tough to tell, obviously, when we're not out there, but I think the conditions are a bit tricky, so hopefully we can get going soon and go racing.
Now, you guys have the ability to watch what Ian James is seeing behind the wheel of that Aston Martin that you guys represent, but does it look as bad on the camera as it does behind the wheel of the car?
Almost. I think that it's a little bit easier to focus on what you're looking at when you're in the car, but generally you can sort of just focus on one thing, and obviously on the camera it just looks like a complete blur, but you can't see through anything on the camera. So you do have the ability to kind of see through some of it, but it is almost that bad, I would say.
With the temperatures being a lot cooler than they were earlier in the week, does that help the drivers in the Aston Martin?
Yeah, I mean, cool is a relative term. I think it's still, what, like 30 degrees here? So I think for us, you know, our car is generally good on tires, so we weren't too scared of the heat, so to speak. I think a little bit of heat right now would actually be good to raise the water off the track. But I think for us, you know, we're kind of ready for whatever comes to us. I enjoy cooler weather, obviously. You know, fall has started at home. Apparently it hasn't caught up here yet, though.
Well, watch out when this Canadian gets behind the wheel. He will be someone to watch.
Now, we are hearing on the radio that there is a hybrid issue with the number 20 BMW. I did worry about those flashing red lights at the back, the brake lights. The driver, I believe, has been told to evacuate the car, or may have to evacuate the car. They are power cycling through it at the moment. There is a red warning light in the front windscreen of the hybrid cars, which if it goes red, the driver must abandon ship immediately because the car is unsafe. Now, you can see it on the right-hand windscreen pillar of the BMW. That little, you can just see there's a little light. That is not red, that is green. However, there is an intervention vehicle there as well. And it's a medical rather than mechanical intervention vehicle, just in case. Now then, red light on at pit exit, now goes green, and you see Pedro Umbraresco released. And that is the worry there for Jean-Eric Vergne in the Peugeot, and yet another car back in. The Ferraris are apparently going for a world record number of pit stops. They're sort of pitting for fuel almost every other lap at the moment.
While we wait for details of what's going on with the 20, rather odd that I think that was the hybrid intervention vehicle with the car, but the green light is showing. As we said a little earlier, this race has started. We are 44 minutes into the race. The WRT team preparing for a car potentially coming back to the garage. We have seen a few changes in the order, for including this one, of course, with the 20 car dropping to the back of the field. He, of course, will still lead the race, but we had that drama in the very early, and he's out the car.
And that is the end of the race for that car. Because it now, if there is a red light on or there is no safety light, it's not green, then the driver is requested to abandon the car.
Right, look at the official in the black, that is electrical safety. Yep. That is his role. It's his job to ensure that nothing goes awry for the team, or particularly for drivers, and whatever is going on with that car, it's whatever Rennie is telling them from what he is seeing, all they're seeing on the telemetry in the garage.
Now, I said the race is over. It's not necessarily. The car will be taken to what they call Area 51, which is where cars that may be live are taken. If the team can then rectify it and get it back into a running condition, I think we've seen in the past that cars can return to the race. Did that happen in Sebring a couple of years ago?
It did happen. It happened at the very first race for the Ferrari.
What happens, unfortunately, though, is you return to the race a long way down. Now, if there's only 5 or 6 cars in the class, that's okay. If there's 18, then you're not going to get anything out of it. So,
just as a summary then for dramas in the hypercar class so far, well, that's one right now. The 20 car effectively out of this race, even if it's not actually out of this race quite yet. The 93 Peugeot, which started from the back of the hypercar queue in 18th place because of being relegated there for not having rain lights showing during Hyperpole. That car chose to come down pit lane, and that car's been lifted, so they're obviously confident that there's not an electrical safety issue that's going to put anybody at risk trackside. But the 93 car has been down pit lane, but we're it needs a bit more height there. Is under investigation for passing potentially a red light at the end of pit lane. The only other real drama, meanwhile, in Hypercar was that spin in the very early safety car queue for Julian Andlauer, and that dropped the number 5 car down to 13th place. So it is still pretty much as you were.
Interesting that the driver was told to jump away from the car, and the rescue crews are manhandling it. However,
it's the right thing to do. If there's any possible risk, even if the red light's not on, why wouldn't you? I think is what it comes down to.
No, 100%.
Meantime, in LMGT3, we have seen significantly more, rough and tumble, if you like, and lots of pit stops. Just looking, it is only 4 cars have chosen not to pit. Proton Competitions number 77 Mustang leads the race. From the 95 McLaren, so that's Bernardo Souza and Darren Young. Ian James, 27 Heart of Racing, Aston Martin sits third, and Ryan Hardwick in the 92 Montai Porsche. They're the only 4 cars not to have taken a pit stop. Everybody else in the LMGT3 class has stopped at least once. Several have stopped twice, and 2 have stopped 3 times.
Second retirement of the season, it looks like, for the number 20 BMW. They finished second in the race in Imola. They had a really strong race there. They retired in Spa, and only 17th at Le Mans. So they've had 3 point scoring finishes after being 7th in Qatar, 5th in Sao Paulo. But René Rast having to park the car. You saw the disappointment on the face of his teammate Robin Freins. Robin in the garage there watching with Sheldon van der Linde. Rain still falling, although some of our fans are getting rid of their wet weather equipment. Let me take a quick look, squeeze out the radar. Well, there's René Rast, he's back in the garage, and you can see that it's clearly still raining in the pit lane. All that effort Shea made with the hairdryer this morning, for no avail. So we may well hear from him in a moment or two. I'm sure he'll go and chat to the engineers first, get a thorough debrief. But Shea is down there as we continue behind the safety car, almost at the end of the first hour of the race.
Yeah, frustrating for everybody concerned, isn't it? But you can see why. Conditions, as we're hearing from Ferdy Habsburg on talking back to the team just a little while ago, he wasn't quite sure that just a number of different places it was torrid, but it started with 4. I counted 6. And look at this.
Ironically, I was talking this morning about the very wet, very long safety car period at Le Mans a couple of years ago in the middle of the night, where Jean-Eric Verne was getting his engineers to play him music so he could guess what the song was to try and keep them away.
Yes.
Beat the intro. Some of our drivers may be starting to get a little stir crazy already. Anthony, what's an hour like behind the safety car? Have you ever had to sit in a queue like this for so long?
Absolutely. Yeah, many times before, especially in endurance racing. It's, like I said before, your natural instincts, you want to go racing, and you're willing to take risks when you're in the car. It's what you're made for. And all of René Rast's team and teammates will be feeling ever so gutted that they didn't get a chance to race today with that failure. but it's very frustrating sitting behind the safety car. You want to get racing, but you also realise parts on the circuit that are undrivable, and you know it's for everyone's safety, the fact that you're not racing at full speed. But it's always touch and go. It's one of those moments where you know that if you went through a few laps of pain, and if you could all survive it, the track suddenly becomes drivable. And I've personally raced in much worse conditions than this, but it's usually when you're out there and it starts to rain.
Yeah.
It's not when you start a race when it's a huge downpour.
Trouble for the 61 AMG. Now, I think that car has just had a bit of a moment out at turn 16, 17. We had double yellows there for a while, but that car is on dollies and looks like it's going in the garage from Martin Berry.
Yep.
And that looked to me like it got a broken front splitter.
So out of the rain, into the garage goes the 61 Mercedes. We just saw our leading car, yes, it has damaged the splitter, so he's ridden over a curb or it's dug into the dirt somewhere. And again, that shared garage experience.
Well, that was a bit odd. Dave went to go put the car in the garage and then decided not to. Well, they have to be quick if he's going to release this car, because we've got the safety car train coming back around and they don't want him to lose a lap. Maybe that's what they're doing. Get him to go out with the broken component and give them longer time to fix it.
Do you think they took assessment there of the damage to the car, realised it's not actually that bad, so they've gone back out there to catch the queue again to then bring it back in? They know exactly what they need to fix on it.
Not long lose the lap.
Number 20 BMW come to a stop on the side of the track. What happened?
Looks like we have an isolation issue on the hybrid. So the car was red from inside, it was green from outside, so difficult to understand what happened, but I couldn't pull away, so we had to stop.
At least Fuji is only a couple weeks away, redemption there.
Hopefully, last year we had our first podium in Fuji, so hopefully that's going to be a good one.
Thank you, my friend.
It was when the car pulled off, the brake lights flashing on and off, that's always a hybrid thing.
And the left-hand side of the windscreen was flashing red as well as he
okay.
pulled up. But
so
when
that's
it came to
his indicator light for him inside, but the one from the outside was going. Now, whole hypercar field pit stops.
Pretty much. Just looking now, who's the Alpine number 36 has stayed out.
That 12 has stopped though and got overtaken by the Toyota in the process.
They are all driving through the pit lane, and so is the safety car. In the middle of that queue, or is that the medical car that was out? Yeah, second safety car. Interesting. Now then, while we were looking at René Rast and his teammates in the garage, you may, those of you who have got eagle eyes, have just spotted a furry muff dropping in from the top of the shot. That's the microphone that was recording everything for full access, and you'll be able to catch up with what happens behind the scenes of this race on the 19th of September, and that will be the opportunity for you to see exactly what the teams were talking about, what they were thinking while the race goes on through free practice and so on. So this is to swap the safety cars over. Now, assuming that all the teams were told to follow the safety car through the pit lane, then the 36 Alpine didn't, or nobody was told, but they followed the safety car into the pit lane thinking, I'm going to follow the safety car, and the 36 Alpine was told not to.
Well, I think we're going to find out pretty soon. What I can tell you is the rather extraordinary result of all this is that currently the 95 car sits third overall. And that's a GT3 car.
Information to pit lane. There was a mishappening on the radio comms with the safety cars. On the switch of the safety cars, there was a mishap. We're going to slow the safety cars. We're going to slow the safety cars, and we are going to reinstate the order of the cars.
Well, there you go. I think what happens there is Phil Hanson's following the safety car goes down pit lane. Right, I'm following him, so everybody followed the queue. So a bit of a miscommunication, and so they're now going to have to get cars to drop back down the queue. And in fact, 95 is doing that, I think, possibly at the moment, the leading Airways and Darren Leung. Well, just another fun thing to sort out in the race as we get towards the end of the first hour.
Well, I'm thinking we're going to be hearing more from Eduardo on what exactly has happened here, but my take on that is that they did not get the message that this was a switch for safety cars. They followed the safety car because that's what you do. The Alpine, I think, just opted to stay out, thinking everybody else was pitting. I think they were looking to get track position.
I agree.
We won't know that until we hear from the teams directly. But I think Phil did what he's supposed to do. He hadn't been instructed anything differently. That's what I think we're hearing from Eduardo. He followed the safety car.
The thing I don't understand is why the second safety car ended up in the middle of the hypercar field. Why wasn't that just waiting at the end of the pit lane? And then that could have caught Phil Hansen straight away.
The second safety car's been out for quite a while. They were running together at the front of the field for a while. So that second safety car has dropped back, I suspect, with some of the pit stops. But pretty clearly, race control have had a communications problem. Safety car B will enter the pit lane, not to be followed. Safety car A is the main safety car. That's what we're seeing on our screens right now. So it's been a bit of a mess up here.
Which is great if the safety cars had A and B written on the back of them. The race director knows which safety car A is. Safety car A driver knows which safety car A is. Phil Hansen might not. Now then, in comes a safety car. Do not follow any safety cars down the pit lane. So he's going to have to take on fuel.
Indeed he is. This is the remaining Porsche safety car here. It'll all get sorted out.
What's amazing is that these thoroughbred racing cars have still got 80% energy left in their tanks.
Wow. But hang on though, it's 80% of their energy allowance. What we don't know is how much fuel they've got left.
Well, on the virtual energy tank that we see and know so well, we know that usually when it gets down to about 10%, we see them start to come into the pits.
This sort of interrupted our flow in explaining what we thought was going on. I think we're absolutely right here. The 61 car had an off, came down pit lane. They've got damage to the front of the car. They worked to put the car into the pit carriage to fix it, but became aware as that happened, they would lose the lap. They are clearly more confident, having caught back up to the safety car queue, that they've got more time to make the fix now.
Well, you can see they've got tool trays ready. They'll have all the parts ready. They'll go, right, quick assessment. It's not going to break. It's not falling off. Out you go. We'll call you back in a couple of laps when we've got everything ready to try and do it in world record time. What race control need to do, though, now is sort out what we're going to do with the Alpine that accidentally leads the race, what we're going to do with Darren Leung's 95 McLaren that accidentally is right in the middle of the hypercar field, and how we're going to sort of put them back where they should probably have been.
Yeah, because it's a bit of a messy outcome here. You've got some cars that have stopped for fuel, some cars that have run down through pit lane for no other reason they were following the safety car, and that counts for both classes. Right now, we've got a red flag. That's, I think that's the answer.
Yes.
I think what we're going to see is this reset to the lap before that happened.
Now, this is just about as the potential break in the weather arrives, which we will then enjoy during the red flag, and it will rain more heavily just as we're about to restart the race, quite possibly, because that's the way luck works.
Can tell you that just about everybody at United Autosports at the moment is frantically taking pictures of the timing screen for the press release later.
Third overall. Well, do you know what? Weirder things have happened at sea. So red flag, and that will give the race director and the crew on the grid a chance to shuffle people back to where they probably ought to have been.
Talk about luck. How lucky is this?
Yes, it means that...
It means that they didn't go a lap down. Or two or three.
They might go one further lap down.
Now, have they got to stop working on this car? They've got to stop working on this car on the red flag. Yeah, so it's under parc fermé conditions. That's what the official was telling the team. No, there you go.
Yeah.
And Shea Adam right on it there.
Yeah. Like the true pro she is, walking right across shot. No, absolutely. That's and again, you see that's one of the things. You know, they just stand there and they watch what happens in the pit lane. They really don't. They really have to know the rules. The officials, and they have to cover a bunch of cars as well. It's not like one official per car, so they really have to be on top of all of that, because otherwise you could, by not spotting something like that or thinking about it in time, really materially affect the race.
Just while we're watching the cars come to a stop on pit straight, just looking in the background there, the construction work underway. We'll have a chat about that just shortly, because I think we're going to get time to do it. Clock has not stopped.
No, because it's a red flag, but it's not the end of the race. So we are 1 hour in, so prepare for the highlights of the first hour of the race.
All cars to park on the left, unfortunately, just after some of the cars have parked on the right. Yes. So I think we're going to see a bit more of a reshuffle.
Darren Leung has just picked up a spot.
Yeah, Darren says, I'm up for this, I'm third.
He's gone from third to second.
Quick, take a picture. Up the inside of the Ferrari.
I think they had to red flag this just to get the cars back into position.
I think you're right. I think you're absolutely right.
There's no other way in doing it.
Well, they could have got them to pull over on the straight and drop back easily.
Well, too many cars, and
the problem is there were too many variables, because we had some hypercars that had pit stops.
Yep.
So it needs to be reset to the lap before the problem happened.
Yep. I think, and that's another one of the days that I'm glad I don't work in race control, because it's just barrel rolled into something way out of where it should have been. So an hour into the race, and the number 36 Alpine accidentally is our race leader, or was, as the red flag flew, from the 83 and 51 Ferraris that started on the front row of the grid. Behind them, 6 Porsche and 50 Ferrari remain where they started. But let's catch up with our team. Shea Adam is down in the pit lane. She's caught up with Alpine's Jules Gunon.
Jules Gunon, I think you'd be pretty happy if the race results stayed as they were without you even turning a lap.
Yeah, well, Fred did, you know, Fred, I don't know if it's the same expression in English, but we say you can't trick an old fox, you know. So I think he saw it, that it was just a safety car change. He continued. We didn't understand really what was going on. And now we are P1. I guess it's going to be a revert, or I don't know, but conditions out there are too difficult to drive. All the drivers are reporting it's not possible to drive, at least in hypercar. So I think a red flag is definitely a safe one, but I don't know what's going to happen, because it looks like there's more rain coming. It's a difficult situation for all of us, everyone.
Well, I mean, Fred definitely is a wily fox. I'm not going to call him old, but he's won here in just about every form of racing in which he's participated, so this would be fitting to keep it going. With the rain approaching, though, how do you guys prepare? Because your stint is still upcoming for both you and Mick.
Yeah, but as you said, we don't know. The same as you, I think we don't know what's going to happen. On the way to the grid, I had the chance to do a lap. Fred gave me a lap to just feel a bit the car, because I never drove that car in the rain. The crepe was quite good, but again, there was a lot of standing water, and I think once again we have to wait and see what's going to happen.
And of course, the red flag just means that there will be more standing water because the car's not moving it. Does that mean that you think maybe more time behind the safety car when we do get going again?
Well, to be honest, on our radar, it looks like the rain is going to be increasing in the next hour. So it's very difficult to trust the weather radar, but it's been quite accurate the last hour. So I hope it's going to stop and we can go racing. But right now, I don't see it so much happening with the rain predicted.
Go take a picture of the timing screen, at least P1 for now.
I did already. Thank you.
Yeah, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, perhaps would be the English equivalent, but yeah, cars coming through. This is where the safety car pitted for fuel, because that happens, and Phil Hansen thought, safety car's pulling into the pit lane, I've got to follow him. Because when you're in the queue, you don't know if something has happened on the main straight, and so that's why you're coming through.
And in the back of the screen comes out the second safety car.
And that's why I spotted him in the queue, and I thought, hang on a minute, why is he in the middle of the queue? But yeah. That was a double shuffle that might have worked.
Or is that the same safety car?
Same safety car rejoining. Because I think there's a bit of panic. I think what they've had is a system failure. I think we've had a radio failure here. That, I think, is what's happened. I don't think it's not a mistake per se. I think they've had a systems failure.
Well, we had, in fact, one of our free practice sessions started about 30 minutes late because we had electronics issues. However, these things happen in the modern world. Your computer doesn't always work, your phone doesn't always work, even when you expect it to. So drivers heading back in to the garage. Most of them, their first stop will probably be to go to the loo, actually, because you hydrate a lot. Because even when it's cool, you're still wrestling an alligator for 2 hours, or expecting to as a bronze driver. So you take on lots of fluid, and then you sit in a traffic queue. We all know what that's like.
Darren Young saying, no, I was third. I want to restart third. No, third.
No, it's going, yeah, they're going to push you back. Yeah, I know. There you go. Well, a brief moment of glory. It's more than we can hope for. Phil Hansen heading off as well.
By the way, I don't think Phil Hansen did a single thing wrong there. I think there was a problem that affected communication with the whole field, and
Absolutely.
specifically with the safety car driver.
I would have done exactly the same thing as Phil Hansen there, because you follow the safety car. If you're unaware that they're coming in to swap cars or refuel, then you're just going to follow the safety car. And like we often see, if there's damage on the main straight, you have to follow the safety car through the pit lane anyway. So it is quite common protocol.
So drivers have been told that they can come back to the garages for the moment. That probably marks the expectation that there might be something of a pause for us. They're able to protect the cars from the rain, as you can see, with these advanced rain deflection devices.
Some of them very pretty as well. Well, again, 2 days ago, it was for keeping the sun off you. There's Celia Martin. Now, she currently stops 7th in LMGT3 because they stopped for fuel just the once, quite early on.
They did. They were amongst the earliest, if you remember.
And they only have stopped once, and some have stopped 2 or 3 times. So in LMGT3, United Auto Sports, the 95 McLaren of Darren Young ahead of 27 Ian James Harter Racing, TF Sports 81 Corvette ahead of the 60 Iron Lynx Mercedes, and the 33 Corvette from TF Sport in 5th, with the second Aston Martin, car number 10, Racing Spirit Le Mans, that was damaged quite heavily in first free practice. That car all back square for the final free practice session in qualifying, and they are in the top 5. And there you go, there's everybody else. And again, apart from 87, the Acodus ASP Lexus that came in for that long headlight fix, everybody else pretty much still, yeah, up and down. It's been snakes and ladders, but really effectively. Nick de Vries there, having a little bit of a chat. Derek de Boer heading back to the garage. What are we doing? Wait for further instructions. This is proper military standby, isn't it? Hurry up and wait.
It sounded to me like that's Pascal Dimitri, one of the LMEM senior managers here, telling them they've got to wait to the garage, not, I don't think, on the pit wall. I think that was what he was telling them. They've been told they can return to the garage. Well, not everybody appears to have got that message.
Well, here's the only team who has had 2 of their drivers drive. We saw Petro Umbrarescu with his back towards us, and Clement Schmidt sitting there in the chair.
So the point we need to remember at this point, lots of different things could happen, but what we can absolutely say is the vast majority of the LMGT3 teams have had an hour of bronze driving, with the exception of the 87 car that made that change early on.
So 45 minutes still remains on their driver time, minimum driver time, for both the bronzes and the silvers.
Under red flag, that time does not count, okay? So there will be, 1 or 2 things will now happen. There'll either be a recalculation of what's required, or they'll add time, as we've seen before.
We've seen that before, haven't we? Again, particularly in Fuji, where we've had long red flag periods, that the minimum driver time has been downgraded because the race is no longer 6 hours of cars moving. Thierry Tassin with his back to us, multiple European touring car champion and Spa 24-hour winner, and he's now one of the Belgian brains trust at WRT, responsible for running their hypercar program, running through what we're allowed to do, what the rules dictate, what we must do, what we mustn't do. And this is absolutely typical, Anthony, of a pro crew this is what we're going to do, these are the rules, this is what we may not do under any circumstances. Make sure that everybody who's going out to the car and who's in the garage knows exactly what's going on.
I've seen many times where in these moments you can get seriously punished and it can be a race-ending penalty that comes your way by not following the rules. And we heard Nick de Vries just checking with his engineer, for example, like, was I damaging the car by doing what I was doing? And does that, because these things and the driver's designed to drive flat out. So as soon as you get into these moments where you're stopping the car, you're going too slowly, the car starts to overheat because there's not the same airflow, lights fail on racing cars because too much water. It's things you can't usually test and things you don't test. And they're the things that are going to go against you in moments like that. You have to know the rule book inside and out, and you have to be prepared for any eventuality of your car failing. So, yeah, big points will be lost here today.
Well, you just saw Celia Martin in the Iron Dames. First free practice session, her first time on track here in Texas in sweltering heat. It's the first time she's driven the car in the rain here in Texas, so she survived both of those particular hurdles. And that's part of the deal with newcomers to the championship. You come to these tracks for the first time, and then you also experience different weather for the first time. Well, we've got Shea Adam in the pit lane. Instead of letting her shelter in the dry, let's make her run around and do a bit of work. Why not? That's what she's here for.
James Cottingham, you were out there for nearly an hour following behind the safety car. What were the conditions like? What was the visibility and the traction for the McLaren?
Certainly early on it was like very, very wet, lots of standing water. So it was the right thing to do to start the race behind the safety car. But I'd say in the last 20 minutes or so, it's definitely got to a point where it's raceable now. But obviously the confusion with the safety car has meant that they've had to red flag it, which gives them a bit of time now just to stop it, and we can get going properly, hopefully once they repositioned us all.
Do you feel like it is actually raceable now at the level it was right before the red flag came out?
I think we were there. Yeah, I think we were there. It's still, there's a lot of standing water here, but it's not aquaplaning standing water, it's just spray. There's a lot of spray, so visibility is really poor. But I think after a few laps, the field will separate out enough that would be okay. So, yeah, I think we're there. I'd like to go.
I like your optimism. Thanks, James.
Thanks a lot.
Well, James, an experienced historic racer and WC driver over the last couple of seasons, so good to have kind of the non-pro, if you like, there.
Just to look at the background there, one of the driver coaches at United Autosport with the black cap, that's David Pittard, Aston Martin factory driver, and here to advise their non-pro drivers.
David Pittard now lives at the Nürburgring.
He always did, really.
In
his head, he certainly did. I mean, this will be amongst the groups that are particularly ruining where we are right now, because Proton Competition started this race with the two Mustangs top of the shop. So we'll listen if we can. We can't.
Well, and the reason they're no longer at the front of the field is they both did what everybody does in US racing, which is take on fuel whenever you can. And don't forget, if you are enjoying what you're seeing, there are still tickets available for Fuji. Rain almost guaranteed. And for Bahrain, rain less likely, but it has rained there quite often of us. Seriously, if you want to see the world's best sports car racing in person, Fuji and Bahrain still yet to come. And of course, we still have 4 hours, 45 minutes here in Texas. So the highlights of the first hour, round 6 of the FIA World Endurance Championship, the Lone Star Le Mans, or in this case, the Stair Rods Le Mans. Everybody expecting a little bit of light rain this morning. However, it turned into really quite wet weather conditions. There was never a question about starting on anything other than a wet weather tyre. So all of that potential gambling and edginess on the grid was replaced by the fact that we were going to start a wet race. And it started behind the safety car, flagged away by IndyCar ace Simon Pagenaud, a man who's not only been the Indy 500 winner, but also a sports car racing champion himself. And conditions immediately apparent, very, very treacherous. Here's somebody who didn't watch the Mustang race earlier and hadn't spotted that paint is slippery, but no problems there other than that slightly disappointing spin for Julian Andlauer. Cars coming into the pit lane, including the 87 Lexus that had the headlights fail. And that meant another call to get them fixed. That has cost them several laps. They are now 4 laps down on the field, but most of their other rivals in LMGT3 have stopped at one stage or another for fuel. The number 20 BMW pulled over. Robin Freins and the rest of the crew ruining the fact that their race was over. René Rast had a hybrid failure or a hybrid issue. The car was parked, and the number 61 Mercedes in the pit lane for a new splitter as the red flag flew. So total number of overtakes in the race so far stands at a big fat 0, an entire hour behind the safety car. And then with confusion as the safety car had to come into the pit lane for fuel, some of the cars came and some of the cars didn't. We now have a red flag. The rain seems a little lighter, and if we get a chance to restart sooner rather than later, we might get some green flag racing in. Now, I'm liking the hat. I'm definitely hoping he doesn't. However, somebody has done that on our parade at the moment as the cars are now all parked, drivers back in the garage, and I suppose vaguely water-resistant covers have been pulled over, a number of them. Good to see so many fans coming here, returning to the Circuit of the Americas.
I'm particularly loving the guy rocking the yellow rain hood with the sun hat on top.
Well, hedging his bets. He's got all options covered, and ditto with the umbrellas. What do we got there? Oh, chili dogs. Looks good to me. Hey, kids. I hope you get some merch as well as your moment in the spotlight.
There may be no driver in the field better equipped for the current conditions than Ryan Hardwick. Ryan, you come into this race as the defending championship lead, the Le Mans winner, American, racing at Circuit of the Americas, and it rains for you, a former jet ski world champion. Do you feel like maybe all the signs are lining up?
Well, you know, I hope so. All the first part that you said, it feels nice to come here leading the championship and, you know, bringing the Le Mans winning car, you know, here home to America. But in competing, I've got a lot of friends and families here. But, yeah, the jet ski, I've got a lot of time racing in the water, and not a lot of it translates to the car. The first thing, jet skis don't have brakes, so that's a big difference. But, no, I was actually, when I saw the forecast, you know, I get excited about these types of conditions because, you know, more comes on the driver a bit and not so much, you know, the car and things. And so it's always exciting to race in these conditions, but it's not so exciting driving around behind the safety car. I hate it for all the fans that are here, you know, in the stands and all. They came here to see racing, and the drivers and teams, we came here to race. So hopefully we can get it going very, very soon, and I think it'll still be a very exciting race.
Porsches are notoriously strong in the wet weather. That's been the past, at least. How do you feel like your 911 GT3 will hold up in these conditions?
I think we'll actually be good. The Porsche, like you said, is always strong. We always have very good traction in the wet. I've personally had a lot of success driving in the rain with the Porsches. I remember the day I won the ELMS championship in Portimao. It was pouring rain, and I was thankful to be in a Porsche. But so I was excited to compete here today, and I think we'll do really good. We showed in qualifying we don't quite have the outright single lap pace as some of the others in the field, but we're very confident, you know, in our team, our strategy, and our race car that in these conditions, I was excited, and I still think we'll have a strong finish, you know, for the end of the race, but it will be challenging, there's no doubt, but I'm excited to get out there.
Good luck when we do get going again.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Well, it's Porsche half hour. We go from Ryan Hardwick to being joined in booth by Kevin Esch, who's got a big smile on his face. But Kevin, you heard what Ryan was just saying. I'm sure all the drivers are desperately disappointed that we haven't had even a single green flag lap so far.
Well, we are here to race. It's quite a long way to come from all over the world. But I don't know. Listening to what Lawrence was saying on the radio, it was a lot of aquaplaning for the hypercars for us in the back straight, driving behind the safety car. So I think it's. I don't know about the red flag, but for us, I think it would have been too difficult to drive and too dangerous. I know the GT point of view because I've done a lot of GT, but just the ride height difference makes a big difference in terms of aquaplaning. And we have, comparing, you know, a few years back or even the GT times, we had 2 sets of tires. We had a full wet and a drying wet. Here we have 1 set of tire, which is supposed to do the drying part and the monsoon weather, which is difficult. You know, you can be as good as you want building tires and developing tires. You cannot have a tire which makes which works in all conditions. So it looks like it doesn't rain so much, and I think we should try. You know, we should send the cars out. They are evacuating water, and hopefully we can. We can get to go racing soon.
And you'd be keen to get out there as well in these conditions, start racing, because listening to your teammates on the grid, Kevin, they were saying that it's these conditions which really suit the car.
Yeah, I think we are quite good on. We didn't have so much race in the rain with these in the last 3 years actually, but I think we had quite big rain in Le Mans last year, and we were all right. We were in the top 3 all the time. So yeah, I think we should try, but obviously you don't want it to be a carnage on lap 1, having cars crash there all over the place. So I hope for the fans and for all the motorsport world that the rain is gonna ease and that we're gonna race soon.
Kevin, have you been? We're presuming at the moment that we're on the red flag, so they can reset the field after the problem that saw most of the cars running down through pit lane. That's your understanding?
Yeah, I think so. I think there was a safety car swap, and from what I understood, there was a miscommunication. The safety car had still the lights, from what I remember, or from what I know. Normally, when they do a safety car swap, and you don't have to follow the safety car, maybe turn off its lights. And now it had lights coming into pit lane, and normally you follow the safety car in any case. And if the race director doesn't tell you to stay out, So yeah, I think they're gonna reset the field. Mistakes happen, and we'll go racing soon.
1440. Watching in free practice you aboard the number 6 car, looked pretty wild. Looked like you were having a bit of a fight with the rear end of that car at times. Now, sometimes that's your style, but it did look like it was a bit of a handful.
Yeah, it was not so induced. Sometimes I induce some snaps, but yesterday was a big fight, to be honest. It was a lot of changing conditions between one corner to the others. The tires were never really up to temperature. I think the slicks was the correct way, but you want to push to get tire temperature. But when you push on the warm-up lap, you also don't want to do a mistake. And I think this condition suits me well, I would say, but it was definitely not easy.
We're going to talk to Anthony about the worst conditions he's raced in, but since we got you here, we've been to a few wet races, and obviously you're in the GT cars there, but this is not quite as bad as it was in the middle of the night at Le Mans 2 years ago, but this must be getting on for far too wet for anybody's fun.
Yeah, no, Le Mans 2 years ago, I was in the car when they when we had this long safety car, and to be honest, it was horrendous. Coming down, Est de la Forêt, you were completely sideways, losing the car, in fourth gear and not knowing where you're gonna stop. The problem is when the grip is low, you know what to expect, and we're all racing driver. We earn our money. We are professional. We want to race. But when there's aquaplaning, you have no control on that, and it's not fair. Driving in the straight, losing the car, not knowing when you're gonna get some grip back. You can be the best driver in the world. You're just a passenger, and that's what we want to avoid, I guess.
And one of the biggest problems with this circuit is actually most water is on the fastest part, running down to turn 12 as well. So teams are getting ready to go back out onto the grid. Race will start at 2:40, which is in just under 18 minutes. So cars will be placed back in their correct order against the pit wall, and it looks as though we will get ready to start that process pretty much straight away. So Lawrence is going to get back in the car.
I was here with you, so I don't know, but I presume so.
I'm assuming it's not you. Oh, hang on a minute. A message has just arrived. It's not you.
We've also been told this does probably present the option to reorder the field. Correction, 15-minute signal will be coming in a minute and a half. That dollies, as we can see there, are going to be allowed on the grid to reposition the cars.
Shuffle cars around,
so we're going to see
exactly.
that change, and we would expect, at the moment, we think, they're going to reposition these cars in the order before the cars ran down pit lane.
And did you have a chance to speak to Laurent at all, your teammate, before coming to join us in the nice dry commentary box?
No, because I was commentating somewhere else. So.
Oh, really?
Comes over here, parking. World champions nicking our jobs.
I'm starting to learn, I'm starting to learn going your path.
Don't do it too soon. It's a miserable experience, Kevin. Just keep driving quickly and you won't end up like me.
Okay, none taken, Anthony. Anthony Davison is being stood down for Japan, even as we speak.
And forever.
All right, so hopefully we'll get a chance to go green. And I think actually there was, with no rain now, we saw yesterday that actually even in the brief period of qualifying, in 15 minutes, the track can turn really quickly from greasy to actually quite survivable. That's got to be the hope now, that we actually get cars out and running at speed, and so that if rain does arrive, you'll hopefully be a bit more spread out and may be able to cope with it a bit better.
Yeah, no, I think if the rain stops and you know, we keep driving behind the safety car for a few laps, you're going to evacuate some water, and then aquaplaning will be fine. And I'm sure within 15 minutes safety car, you can be on acceptable conditions. So
we were worried about the bronze drivers in the GT cars. With your immense experience in that category, how do you feel they'll survive, or how they'll fare?
I think the WEC bronze driver are very, very, very strong, very capable to drive in these conditions, especially with these cars having, you know, good grip, some aero, ABS, traction control. I'm sure the bronze driver can all manage that.
I've got a quick question, Kevin. We're seeing in your time with us a deeper field of highly professional teams than we've ever seen, more still to come. You've come through this with the World Championship on your record. You're a feisty guy in traffic. Is this fun?
It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. But the car has to be close together, the pack has to be close together to be fun. And yeah, I hope we're going to manage that in the future. But driving-wise, when you fight with the best, you know, the best in our world, in the endurance world, with brands like, you know, Ferrari, BMW, Peugeot, Alpine, McLaren, Ford, Porsche, you don't want anything else. You just want to drive as fast as you can, win races, and be able to do so. And that's my hope for the future.
Well, we look forward to you doing just that in just a few minutes' time. Cars are being put into an era corn formation at the moment that's going to allow the track officials to put these into whatever order is determined by race control. What's doable from here, Kevin?
Well, we're P3, Lawrence in the car. I mean, let's see when they reshuffle, but we were P3 before the mess of the safety car. Lawrence in the car, he's Belgium, he knows the wet weather as well. No, I'm fully confident that we can do a good race, but for sure Ferrari's been very strong in each conditions, and some guys at the back are gonna be difficult to beat. And you know, changing condition, you have to get the right tire at the right time with the right tire pressure, and this is not easy. So mistakes are easily done, but on the other side you have a lot of possibilities to do a good race. So it's not on ultimate pace, it's more on opportunities and doing the right decision.
Weather conditions are going to be the key part of what emerges here. We've got 2 more races to come after this. One at Fuji, one at Bahrain. What has the 963 got to bring to both those 2 venues?
Well, we won Fuji last year, and we were fighting for victory in Bahrain last year as well. So hopefully we can fight for the victory in Fuji, bring back the victory from here first, then Japan. And Bahrain is always a tough race, but definitely we've been on the back foot at the beginning of the season. We had a great Le Mans, we had a good Sao Paulo, and hopefully we can build up from there.
It's always a delight to have a world champion in the booth. We usually have one sitting next to me. We've got one from 11 years later. Kevin Estre, it's been an absolute delight. Good luck to you and the boys.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you so much to Kevin for coming in and chatting to us. As you can see, work going on the grid. Work going on look at that. Man for all seasons. That's what you get when you got a French driver. He helps with the tyres. So work going on in the 61 Mercedes garage as well, because now the cars have been released from Parc Fermé on the grid. They have in the garage as well. So that splitter change is going on. So hopefully they will lose no more than a further lap. There you go. A little bit of Toyota influence working with some of our fans there, getting our officials getting a little bit of calisthenics going. So cars are allowed to change tyres on the grid, and actually even a lap, even an hour behind a safety car, I would think you'll want full, nice, fresh-shouldered, wet weather tyres going on here, Anthony, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. Obviously no tyre heaters in the World Endurance Championship, so that element isn't there. But yeah, putting on some sharper edge tyres, even unbelievably driving around at those kind of speeds, you'd be taking just the sharp edges off of them, which deteriorates your grip.
I want to see that shot again. Almost the whole centre of that tyre looked almost completely smooth. Maybe not so much.
I think that is just the design of that Michelin tyre. As Kevin was saying, they're designed to work in it's trying to be a jack of all trades, this tyre. They don't have the intermediate, so what do you do as a tyre company? You have to lean more one way than the other. Is it more an intermediate tyre? Is it a more full wet extreme tyre? You can't have, it's impossible to do both. So in that way, it's become a bit of this hybrid tyre. And in moments like this, you could argue that the channels aren't quite deep enough, and it can't shift the water that you would usually expect from an extreme wet. Nick de Vries climbing back aboard the number 7 Toyota.
Fred Makovici on the right, Alpine driver, and the man who will lead the field away if we go green. When we go green, Phil Hansen in the yellow Ferrari. Cars will restart behind the safety car, I assume, but race control will shuffle them into the right order, so the teams will be told where to position their cars. And that will be at the restart. So imagine when we restart, the 36 Alpine there will remain stationed for a while as a few cars go by it. So safety car is ready to lead them away. We will restart at 2:40 local, which is in 19.25 minutes.
What we're seeing on screens now as cars will be called by race control at the restart to resume in the correct order. What we don't know is what the correct order is yet.
Yeah, well, they will know, and so we don't need to, because that's why we have race control, so we don't have to make those hard decisions. And of course, the cars are now sat with hot brakes, hot engines, hot exhaust and everything else, heating up the air inside, the damp air inside, so an awful lot of them will have misted up whether the driver's in or not, and we'll have to go. Now, you can work on the cars. Do you have to restart with the same driver?
I'm just looking at, did James Calado start this race? Yes, he did.
Yes, he did. So he is getting back in. Loic Duval about to get back in as well. In LMGT3, it's less of an issue because you will want your bronze driver to be in the car.
I don't believe you can change a driver in these conditions. I think you've got to do that at the pit garage.
Oh, that's very probably true, yes. They're not in the pits. So lots of fans coming out here to Circuit Americas, and wet weather tyres and a fresh splitter attached to the 61 Mercedes. Now that will have to roll off at the tail of the field.
So that red flag was of benefit to that team, that car. So they managed to get the job done. As soon as they were allowed to work on the car again, they're now going to rejoin the race, I think, without losing that lap.
I think you're right, because we'll wait and find out.
We heard
93.
We heard that the Peugeot team manager was summoned to race control. We've heard nothing else. There were other things going on, but that will still be a work in progress. So there may still yet be a penalty to serve for the 93 car.
Yeah, I think that you're right. They've got other more pressing matters on their mind.
As we say,
guys are clearer, and it's not raining, is it?
Very much less wind as well. Apparently it is still raining lightly. So there in the helmet, walking towards us, you can see Alexa, one of our social media content providers. Boy, does she cover a lot of ground over the course of the weekend. And again, if you are signed up to FIAWC.tv, your free subscription will give you an awful lot of that. Explainers on the classes, explainers on the rules, previews for the races, a whole host of other material that we can't get into our live broadcasts.
And we'll squeeze in again a quick further mention, have a quick snap of that QR code. Central Texas Food Bank working with the FIA World Endurance Championship paddock here this weekend. And huge amounts of goodwill as well as...
Under 3 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car. Under 3 minutes to resume the race behind the safety car.
And just looking at pictures taken a little earlier this weekend of Kevin Estra donating a bag of carrots. So he's not interested in seeing in the dark. He's going to give that to the needy of Austin.
Well, we don't race into the dark in Texas anymore, although we used to. Used to be a Saturday night race. Well, you can see there in the centre of the dot is Austin, and all around us is quite a lot of rain. So hey to all the guys on cameras who are out there. Who'd be a cameraman? You're either being blown over, soaked to the skin, frozen to death, or burnt to a crisp. It's much nicer in a cool, air-conditioned commentary booth. Do you want another ice cream, Anthony?
I'm good, thanks. I was just thinking that, well, we had Kevin Estre in that, and you were talking about worst conditions ever driven in. There's a YouTube video of him on or over, well over the ragged edge in a Porsche 911 GT car around the Nordschleife. And I recommend many of you out there to go searching for that, because it's some truly epic driving. The worst conditions I ever drove in was Fuji 2007 in Formula One. That was quite something. The race didn't get red flagged, but we spent many laps behind the safety car, and I think a few drivers' hearts sank when the safety car came in and we got going, because it was unbelievable scenes. I think that was the day you could say that Fernando Alonso lost the championship, because he crashed on the exit of turn 6. But yeah, we just could not see a thing down the main straight.
One radio message we didn't get while we were still running behind the safety car was Phil Hansen suggesting that maybe for the crowd we ought to park all the cars and get the drivers to make canoes and have a boat race. That was Jean-Eric Verne, was it? Okay. Jean-Eric Verne is quite the man for the Bon Mot on the radio.
To resume behind the safety car. I will be telling the order of cars leaving the grid.
Excellent. And coffee has arrived as well in the booth, just in time for us not to be able to drink it because we're too busy chatting.
Yep.
Don't you are me in the background, Shay Adams. So it is still drizzling. I can see that obviously there is a lot of water on the track still, a lot of water on pit apron, not really showing much signs of drying up. But
30 seconds, under 30 seconds to resume behind the safety car.
I'm sure that there is a hope from the race director that within a lap or two we might get race control and the drivers going, yeah, come on, this is good enough, let's go for it and see what happens.
Delighted to see, by the way, delivering the coffee, Stephen Kilby from Daily Sportscar. His new wife Caroline's got him well trained, married just last week.
The new Mr. Kilby.
The new and improved.
We are resuming the race behind the safety car, car 83, 51, 83, 51, 6, 50, 50, 99, 99, 35, 35, car 8, car 15, car 009, car 94, car 36, car 007, car 5, car 38, car 12, car 7, car 95, car 27, car 81, car 93, car 60, car 60, behind car 93 is car 60, then car 33, car 10, car 85, car 78, car 46, car 31, car 5959, car 87, car 21, car 54, car 88, car 77, car 92, car 61.
So our field has rolled away from the grid, and we are now
car
hopefully
95 needs to let car 12 and car 7 pass in front of him. Car 95 needs to let car 12 and car 7 in this order pass by him.
Yeah, Darren Lewin a little ambitious getting away from the grid. Did notice that, actually. Now, the other car that's slightly out of sequence is the 93 Peugeot Jean-Eric Verne, but that's because he was in that position anyway. Darren Lewin was not in the top 12 of Hypercar.
Yeah, the 93 car recovered all the positions through LMGT3 with the cars that had pitted. They did not include Heart of Racing's Ian James or United Autosport's Darren Young. And just looking at Tom Van Rompuy, that had pitted, but I think it pitted earlier, so he'd cycled back through to third place.
Yeah, some of the very earlier pit stoppers and the Iron Dames are like that as well. They move right back up the order. So unfortunately for the Ford Mustangs, who started on the front row, locked out the front row of LMGT3, they are not restarting the race currently behind the safety car at the front of LMGT3 because they were some of our later pit callers in the class.
I should say at this moment there is no sign that extra time is going to be added to this race.
And at the moment, Anthony, it's looking a lot less bad than it did when we rolled away an hour and a half ago at the start of the race.
A little bit, I'd say. I mean, Kevin Estra thought it was worth giving it a go to race under green light condition, and yeah, I'm tempted to. It's easy for me to say that standing here. I'm not the one in the car, but from what I'm seeing anyway, I've definitely driven in worse conditions than this.
Safety car will be building up the pace. Safety car will be building up the pace. Let's not create gaps too big. Okay, we understand it's difficult, the 5-car lengths. What we don't want is huge gaps, please.
So two things going on here. Eduardo is going to get messages back from Pedro Casero, the safety car driver. Okay, boss, this is, as he picks up speed. Okay, no, still manageable, still manageable. There seem to be mixed messages coming back from drivers in cars. Some are thinking, and this is probably towards the front of the field, it's not so bad. If you're in the 12th, 14th, 18th, then I'm sure the visibility is absolutely pretty poor. However, it doesn't look quite as a wash. Well, let's hear from the horse's mouth.
So yeah, track condition definitely better than before. Less standing water. I would still say probably a bit too much to go green, but definitely better than before.
Copy.
You sort of feel a little bit, Anthony, if we don't go pretty soon, are we going to go green?
I think they've got to up the pace even more of the safety car just to try and lift that standing water that would have reappeared. Look at this part of the track as well. So this was better. The racing line looked better to me before that red flag, because we had the cars constantly going around. But the faster you go, the more you're going to shift that water and create at least a damp line or closer to a damp line. That's what they're looking for, and that's going to be their best chance to start this race. We saw it happen before, and I thought it was getting close to the point where you could go racing.
Well, Kevin was telling us, wasn't he, that quite a lot of the drivers were going, okay, I think we're just about there now. And he said Lawrence was saying, yeah, we should pretty much be racing. And possibly if we hadn't had that confusion with the safety car, we might well have gone green then, but, that's the way that the cookie crumbled.
There's one other little bit of housekeeping to just relate here. We've restarted this race behind the safety car. The safety car period has reset, so the pits are now closed for the next 3 laps.
Yeah, well, nobody should expect to head in for fuel. Everybody's on brand new tyres. If they're not, then really they need me to take over as their race director. And in terms of energy, everybody has got more than enough to survive. There's Kevin Est with Matt Campbell in the garage.
Just goes to show, by the way, just how little fuel these cars are using at safety car pace.
Yeah, I mean, even at full running pace, they are sipping fuel parsimoniously compared to how they would have been using it 10 or 20 years ago. And of course, nowadays, it's absolutely not fossil fuel. So
it should also make clear, by the way, there are, as I said a little earlier, 2 GT3 cars that have not yet pitted at all. That is the class leader Darren Young in the 95 United Autosports McLaren, and Heart of Racing sitting second, 27 Aston Martin of Ian James. Tom Van Rompuy, who of course is right behind them, has fueled.
Yeah. So safety car picking up speed, and Phil Hanson will need to do the same as well, because we're not going to go green with the safety car on the run down from turn 1 to turn 2. So the faster these cars go, the more accurate handle, Anthony, they're going to have on what conditions are likely to be like if they're released, and also it helps them build temperature into the tyres.
It's going to be, it's the best chance possible to we just need the safety car to keep increasing the speed. We're hearing now that it is at maximum speed, which is, you know, for the safety car drivers, this is a challenge for them. You know, they're in a road car. It's a very good road car, but it's no racing car, and they're on the limit. Is that car be moving around and aquaplaning in a similar way, and the driver is right on the edge. So it's tense time. It's a tense time for them.
When we arrived this morning, we're just walking through from the parking lot, and they were practicing in the safety car at full tilt.
Copy. Yes, still aquaplaning in the last sector. Aquaplaning last sector. Visibility 4.
Copy, aquaplaning first sector, poor visibility.
Yeah, they always do. When they are running safety car laps, they're not toodling around waving at people. They are absolutely putting the car on its nose, because that's how they need to drive it to stay ahead of these cars in all conditions. You're absolutely right. Even with four-wheel drive, it is going to be tough. Now, safety car due to come in this lap. Lights
are off.
Okay, so now if you are somewhere in the queue, you need to be closing right up on the car in front. After an hour and 48, nearly 49 minutes, we are about to go green for the first time here in Texas. So this 6-hour race suddenly becomes effectively a 4-hour race. And in LMGT3, we have all of our bronze drivers. When they pit at the end of this hour, they will all effectively have completed their race time.
Yeah, it's like LMS turned up to 11. Excellent.
Speaking of which, if you like 4-hour races, ELMS will be at Silverstone next week. And if you like rain, who knows, it's September in Britain. What can you do?
Rain is heavier at 10-11. Standing water's increased. Whatever reason, I don't know why.
All right, well, whatever it is, we are green in Texas for the very first time. Phil Hansen leads the field across the line, and Anthony, is probably the only man who's got a half-decent view of where he's going.
Exactly, it's such an advantage to have that clear line of sight as the Proton 99 car.
Verone up the inside
Short-lived.
of the 50 car of Nick Nielsen.
That's the thing with turn one. It's very inviting to send one down the inside, because it's such a the track fans out, and that's exactly what happened there. But you run out of room on the exit, and there's the 93 Peugeot still out of position from that earlier pit stop, working his way through the GT cars through turn two.
But that's massively helped him, that safety car period, hasn't it, to reduce the damage, if you like, from that earlier pit stop. Just Darren Young to deal with the 93, and it's a feisty pack here.
009 Aston Martin, Alex Riberas there.
Made
right
up a place.
Him.
He's made up a place. He's overtaken the BMW P8 now. They were P9.
There's still potential penalty for Jean-Eric Verne.
Move down the inside. Number 5, is that? 5 Porsche. Yeah, down at turn 11.
Julian Anlau, of course, had the spin behind the safety car. Car 93, quite correct, gets a drive-through penalty, exiting the pit lane with a red light.
Anlau flying down the hill there, going by Fred Makovici in the Alpine. Quite comfortably there.
I think that was a case of driver being a bit more brave, but he's locking up down the inside to turn 12.
We also saw the Aston Martin has gone by the number 8 Toyota down the straight as well. 009 is now up to 7th place.
Well, we heard a lot of drivers complaining about aquaplaning even under the safety car, and it looked to me like Anlau had just had the confidence as he goes for another move down the inside this time. Car 94, he's on a mission. But he had the confidence to keep his foot down and live with that level of aquaplaning. That's how he just streamed past the Alpine.
Goes by Loic Duval. Loic on the outside line there. They might be just as grippy as the normal racing line, and visibility not that great as you see on board in the 94 Peugeot. There's a lot of spray, Anthony, but that means it's helping to dry the track a little as he runs out very wide.
Yeah, the camera, as we heard from one of the drivers before, doesn't quite tell the true story, always makes it look slightly worse than what the human eye can see through the screen, but it is still pretty poor visibility, but they're getting on okay.
You can see the 007 Aston right up behind Loic Duval's Peugeot and the Alpine of Fred Makovici as well. And watch the progress now. 009 Alex Riberas in 6th position. He's just gone by Ferdy Habsburg. What's he
Impressive
had
stuff.
for breakfast?
Look at this, we're getting stuck in as well. Tom Gamble in the 007 through turn 3, 4, over the curb still in these conditions, and the car in front sliding all around the Alpine.
There are some camera shots that make you want to be a racing driver. That's one that makes you not want to be a racing driver.
Ah, it looks like great fun. I'd love to be out there right now. It looks brilliant.
He can say that because he's warm and dry.
Drive fast and take big risks. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, racing drivers like cheap apartments, wired differently.
Phil Hansen leads James Collado. It's Ferrari 1-2, and again, that's Loic Duval running out very wide under braking, and he's not the only one. That's 38. That was Earl Bamber running out wide in the Cadillac at turn 11. Back with Tom Gamble up ahead somewhere at 195 miles an hour is a corner.
Yeah, it's this braking zone here on the inside line where there seems to be a bit of standing water. Car number 8 holds on to that position for now. That's Brendan Hartley.
Yeah, K-Mag got alongside him on the straight, didn't he? Hartley had a tighter line, and the Porsche is right there, number 5 car of Julian Andlauer.
Andlauer is the one on the move at the moment, isn't he?
He really is, and he's probably seriously regretting that mistake he made under the safety car, which dropped him back multiple positions, but he's certainly got the speed. You're absolutely right, Graham.
So Phil Hansen, while we're watching this, pulling away the lead, 2 seconds to the good.
The Aston Aquaplane there through the triple right-hander.
It is very wet. Now that's the water running down that hillside inside those corners.
Well, it's actually starting to rain even more, I think. That's the problem here. So it's a good job they let the cars go when they did, because otherwise they would still be sitting behind the safety car. Is the speed that's going to lift the water from the track. But they're getting into territory now with this heavy rainfall where aquaplaning will start to become a problem, especially if you're looking for visibility offline where the cars haven't been running.
So the 009 Aston there, just ahead of the 35. So that is Alex Rivera still in the top half dozen. Off wide, number 15. Alpine into the wall, and that's 007 as well. Tom Gamble just tags the wall. It's 36 that's gone off hard, and that's Fred McAveeky. He's lost the rear end, and Tom Gamble is stationary, not moving at the moment.
Yeah, turn 2 was one of those corners where I think it was Habsburg saying that the track was getting pretty treacherous when we had the heavier rainfall earlier on. And
that's the wheel cover from the stricken Alpine that's come astray and is now, well, classified as debris, I'm afraid. Through come the LMGT3 leaders. No change in the top order there, but it's the 007 Aston Martin off track.
I wonder if there was contact at all, or if they just both hit standing water in the same place offline. That's what remains of the Alpine, shedding bits as it heads back towards the pit lane. As Tom Gamble moves safety car.
Yeah, that's not a surprise.
No.
Barrier damage, I think, as well, will need to be taken a look at there. One car still off track. Is the 007 got back running? I believe
yes,
it has.
Yeah, he's got back going again.
Well, we'll get this field under order, and we've got another exciting guest at the booth to bring to you. Keen to hear what he thinks as they make their way by the increase. That's not an Alpine bit, is it? That might well be. Yes, it is.
Yeah, so on board with Tom Gamble.
yeah, just aquaplaned.
Yeah, just swapped ends on him.
So that's exactly what happened to the Alpine as well. Just that extra bit of rainfall that we had, and there's not much. This is what it looked like on board the Alpine. Yeah, just and the Aston's going off just in front of him, so not really anything he can do. It's from a driver's point of view, many of them getting, and the Toyota ran wide as well. The Peugeot a few cars back, also running wide. The problem is it's in a natural dip as you barrel down the hill from turn 1. It then goes uphill again after turn 2, so it's that dip that's causing the standing water.
The BMW just got away with that by the skin of his teeth, didn't it? 15. Otherwise, that might have been a double retirement for BMW for the second race in a row, and that's bits of Alpine flying off. Who's in 60? The Corvette, Andrew Gilbert. Yeah, bit of debris coming towards him in the Mercedes. Well, safety car is out and the rain was getting heavier. It might have been survivable at racing speeds. I don't think it looks very survivable at safety car speeds. Let's hear from the Alpine team.
steering is straight. Car seems to be okay, but probably
Okay,
the
copy.
wing and transmitter are damaged.
Okay.
Unlucky, I think we classify that one as.
That's a lot of body damage. It's not just the rear clip, because that fin, I know the rear wing attachment isn't attached to the fin, so they might add, the nose needs changing as well.
It's a side pod too.
The side pod's the worst bit of damage there, because the rear splitter can be changed easily, so can the front splitter.
Pit lane was closed, so the Alpine has come in through a pit closed light, so there will be a further issue with that. 007 stayed out.
Just to clarify, there's damage to the front of the car as well. He can come in for safety critical help here.
There's a bit of damage at Alpine in the road. I think the Aston probably came past the pit lane so they could have a look at it.
Yeah, just to clarify, he can come in for safety critical repair, but when this race goes back to green, he must pit again immediately. So the Signatech, the Alpine endurance team, going to work. We're watching this. I think it's a good moment, actually, to bring in our guest in the booth. What a delight to be welcomed in the booth here at COTA from a first-time visitor to the WC paddock and to COTA, Chris Meek for the World Rally Championship. Chris, we've just been talking off mic. There's a lot of friends here.
Yeah, a lot of faces I've seen that I used to compete with, old sparring partners, Robert Kubica, Jensen Button, who I done some rallycross with. So it's good to catch up with those guys. Bernardo Souza, who I know very well. So, but yeah, just watching all the action here, that looks like a rally car service there coming in from a gravel stage. They might have work they're having to do, so it's a bit chaotic out there.
So you just told me you're on a bit of a cross-country motorbike trip, really, here. You've wandered into World Championship paddock. Tell us a little bit about how you're finding this spectacle here. You've not had the best of introductions to the racing under safety car and then with the red flag, but you're used to a World Championship level of competition and a level of presentation. Tell us about your first impressions of the FIA World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, well, coming from World Rally Championship, you know, World Rally Championship is beautiful. It's been my passion all my life, but you're out in the mountains all day, you come back into a service area, but here you come, everything's clinically clean and you're in a circuit environment. You know, it's something different, but they've really upped their game in the marketing of the sport now, and it looks really professional, really well done. And you can see that with the quality, all the XF1 drivers. We even have an XF1 driver in the commentary booth here beside me, so that's the quality it's attracted.
So, spoke to Robert. Robert, we think, might well be looking back towards a bit of off-road in the future. Could be contending here for a World Championship. The car at the moment is still leading, and Phil Hansen. He's a Le Mans winner. You fancy a go?
Yeah, I've always kept in touch with Robert from our days in WRC, and yeah, I just a half an hour chat with him while we were on the red flag there, and it was all rally talk and setup talk, and he's still got that burning passion about rally and off-road, you know. But hey, now he's came here and he's won a Le Mans after what that guy's been through. You know, full respect. I can't. Everyone knows what happened, and it happened in a rally car. Possibly could have been a Ferrari F1 driver, and to see him lift that trophy at Le Mans was something special.
Just quickly mention the 36 car is back out on the apron. That was a very rapid turnaround, gentlemen, for what was a badly damaged car. Pit entry will be closed for the moment, and I'll repeat, because that was a de facto emergency service, there will need to be another stop when the race goes back to green immediately. Car not quite ready to go. Question for you. Yeah, Robert, the fire still burns for rally. What about you in circuit racing? That'd be fun to see, surely?
Yeah, I've always wanted to give it a go. I've dabbled in it now and again, but you know, never had any true background in circuit racing. I grew up in a farm, messing about with quad bikes in a muddy field, and that's probably where my rally background came from. So
could have been handy today.
Yeah,
no kidding.
Yeah. So, but I'd always be keen to give it a go. And you know, at this stage of my career, I'm still doing a bit of rallying in the Portuguese Championship, and be doing all test development work with Skoda on their rally cars, and still enjoying my driving, but albeit at a step back from the pressure cooker of World Rally Championship. But I have been chatting. I'm driving a Toyota Yaris this year in the Portuguese Championship, and I have been chatting to Toyota the possibility of trying out even their LMP4 car or the GT4 car.
Oh wow, that's the Supra. That was
Super.
Quite cool.
So yeah, we maybe try and fit that in before the end of the year. But I would just love to explore it with a good driver in the pits beside me I can learn off, you know, and to explore the sport. You see Valentino Rossi coming across, and now doing great, doing brilliantly, you know.
So Chris Meeks go to Hypercar. Rumours starts here.
Sorry, not me. I said nothing.
No, it doesn't take much for fervent imagination. I mean, that's one of the things I think that even the casual spectator kind of looks at here and goes, look at the list of manufacturers that are here. We've got Ford coming, we've got Hyundai coming next year. You know, the McLaren are coming with a hypercar. Mercedes are looking at it. There's a massive amount of manufacturer interest in motorsport across the globe, which for drivers and fans like us is fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, it's incredible. But like you say, the quality and the top line manufacturers here is something special. Whoever came up with the recipe for these new regulations has ticked all the right boxes, and I think the World Rally Championship could learn a lot from what's happening here, because even though it's my passion is World Rally, at the moment we really only have 2.5 manufacturers in there. We have Hyundai, Toyota and Ford with a semi-factory program. So the World Rally now, Xavier Mestalan's involved in the regulations for now 2027, and we're really hoping that will tick more boxes to bring in more manufacturers.
It's such a hard thing, isn't it, when you're an organising body, to just tap in the zeitgeist of the industry at the time, whether that's the racing industry or the manufacturing industry, to find something that is attractive, affordable, gives the entertainment, and has got the potential to be long-living.
And especially now with the big transition in the auto industry between ICE cars, combustion engine cars over the last 40, 50 years, moving into electric cars, whatever. For rally, that's been a very difficult transition due to the nature of the sport, because you're out in the mountains over 3 days. It's easily contained within a circuit racing environment, but for rally, it's difficult to implement that technology, and the manufacturers are maybe reluctant to spend the money when they can't advertise the new technology which road cars provide. So it's, yeah, rally's just trying to go through that transition phase probably a bit later than the other race series.
Well, let's hope some of the successes that undoubtedly are here with the hypercar class can be discussed at a world level across. No, there's, you know, of course, when sports car racing fans are involved in that, we want to see a healthy sport. What we'd love to see is some of the lessons learned here, sometimes quite hard lessons, transition through the governing bodies into the other parts of the sport, because we want to see a healthy off-road championship. You talked about world champion here and Davidson. Even world champions on circuit would recognise, I'm sure, that their respect for what you guys do off-road is pretty unparalleled.
Yeah, I just keep saying, if you do something crazy enough times, it becomes normal. And
well, they just looked at me like I was a madman when I said it. I love these conditions, and it's all about driving fast and taking big risks.
Well,
but you guys in rally cars, I've always thought, well, that's another level altogether. And I used to be teammates with Stefan Sarazan, who did a lot of rallying, World Championship level, and obviously this stuff as well. And he would always claim that it was the same difficulty, but in my eyes it looks like what you guys do out there, and all those different types of challenges. It's a bigger risk than what we do here, and maybe even more skillful. But I can't really, I've never driven a rally car, so
for me it's like comparing football to rugby.
Right.
You know, if you're skilled at rugby, it's your specialised sport. You've seen rally drivers try to come to circuit racing before, and they can get to a certain level, but that extra couple of percent which comes from having a lifelong career in the sport is tricky. I've been in the World Championship when I've seen drivers like Robert Kubica, Kimi Räikkönen all come to World Rally. And that's probably a bigger transition the other way, because you add in the factor of listening to a co-driver, learning how to make pace notes, which a lot of probably the neutrals don't realise in rally. Robert Kubica down a test road, when he knew the road, I don't think there was anybody in the world to touch him. When he knew the road, the level of grip he could trust. But then it's who can go down a blind road first time to your pace notes. And you have to go down that road in a road car at 30 kilometers an hour and be able to tell if that corner you can take it at 180 or 185. And
this is what Sarazan would tell me. It's like the homework level in rallying is off the scale compared to what we do in circuit racing, because you're round and round the same track multiple times in quick succession.
Yeah.
But you guys just get to do it that one time. You've done a recce, and it's all about the homework in place beforehand.
Yeah, obviously you put a onboard camera in your recce car, so you record it, and then you can play it back at double or double and a half speed, so you're getting that idea of the road. But yes, the amount of work now that goes into World Rally Drivers. To be honest, my final season in the World Championship was 2019, and I felt myself starting to get tired of that amount of work in between rallies, because now you can get all the onboard videos of the guys from last year's event. You can pick out the stages that are going to be the same. You can even split it down into split times of each stage, and you can see that O'Shea took 2 seconds off me on that one split. And you have 2 big Apple computers at home, and you put his on board and your on board, and you're able to pick out the corners where he's able to make a difference. And maybe you could try to make a difference, but you don't know if your car is going to make the difference. So there's so much more goes into rallying than meets the eye.
Hypercar's on pit lane. Let's see as Anne Davison takes note of the 2 big Apple computers point. That's got potential for the future. Do they actually surgically remove your imagination when you get into a rally car? Because I have to say, I am in awe of what professional racers do on circuit, but certainly something like a forest stage. It has long been my ambition to be taken down a forest stage by someone at your level. Genuinely, I can't think of anything more spectacular in automotive sport than that experience.
No, I have to say it's pretty special, and we drive cars that look like road cars with obviously flared arches and stuff. We have a co-driver seat, so we can easily put a passenger in and give them that experience. But when you give somebody guest ride in a Finland rally stage that's completely blind, average speed of 140, sideways over blind crest in 6th gear, there's not many things will beat it, you know. Bar sitting on the back of Joe McGuinness in the Isle of Man TT, but yeah.
Well, he's got even less imagination than you have, hasn't he? So further down the imagination scale.
Chris, thanks so much for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been a tough race for many of our fans to actually watch with so much safety car intervention in the red flag. To hear your perspective on it, it's been an absolute delight. Please come back again. Hopefully when we've got better weather you can enjoy the racing a little bit more. But for now, thanks so much, Chris Meek.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
And listen, Colin McRae and Sebastian Loeb have both raced at Le Mans, so it's got to be up there on the bucket list as well. We look forward to seeing that. Chris Meek, fantastic stuff. Sebastian Bourdais getting suited and booted, ready for 38. Cadillac Hertz Team Jones to come in a bit of a rush. There's something going on here now. Suddenly they're going, oh, right. Now, 3 hours 45 minutes, over 2 hours 10 minutes into the race, and finally hypercars are starting to pit for fuel. 007 is in as well, the damaged Aston as you saw there, so that work is going on. Ooh, little twitch from 007 as you saw literally the instant he pressed the brake pedal there. Shea Adam down in the pit lane. You were watching the 007 as it came in and went out pretty quickly. That seemed to be a fairly fast fix. Right, she was just talking to me on talkback and I've lost her there. Not to worry. Clearly something else going on, but that car back up looks as good as it did. Of course, now back to the tail in the field, but driver change there as well. So Harry Tingle has taken that one over.
Gentlemen, do we have a couple of moments where I could pop in with an explainer from Eduardo?
Yes, absolutely. Always take an Eduardo explainer.
I'm going to read this verbatim from our race director. We've had very difficult conditions here today, so we started behind the safety car about the 17th lap as a routine check. We asked the safety car how it was on fuel. By our standards, the safety car was low on fuel. We did something which is part of our procedures, replaced the primary safety car with the second safety car. At any moment, we would be able to restart the race. Sent the second safety car on track, they changed positions, and on the main, safety car came into the pits. Once the safety car was refueled, we informed the second safety car we've got to change with the first time. Unfortunately, somewhere in the communications, the second safety car understood he was meant to come to the pits. This created a complex situation because the message safety car would come into the pits was not announced via radio to the teams, and with the poor visibility, cars at the back did not see it. Therefore, at the exit of the pits, we ended up with cars out of position. To allow us to address this, we got up the red flag so we could go back to the positioning of the cars where they were before this happened. We could then get back underway with the correct running order. That's what happened. Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you to Piotr from the FIA for bringing that to us that quickly. It's been clearly a complex series of actions to get this race back underway. Car 007 has been told it must have its rain lights on. Presumably they are off. Was that the car that went off? So
it was.
So is that possibly to do with the damage that the car suffered, or to do with the new rear clip?
Yeah, new rear clip, so it may not have switched itself on. Now, I'm assuming that the light switch was on, safety car coming in this lap, and it does look a little bit less wet than before. So 3 hours 45 minutes, we might get our third green flag lap in, or fourth possibly. Dangerous Dave reminded me that Sébastien Ogier, of course, multiple World Rally champion, not only did Le Mans but raced in the series in the Richard Mille LMP2 car a couple of seasons back, 3 seasons back. So there's definitely a place for Chris Meek, I think. I think he would be a very welcome addition to the paddock. Great to have him in. So we are getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Phil Hansen, James Collado, Lawrence Vantor, Nick Nielsen, Nico Varone, and then in 6th position, the big mover in those handful of dry green flag laps, 009 Aston Martin, Alex Riberas. If he's had more fun in the Aston than this, I want to know about it, because he really had a great start. We go back to green as Phil Hansen in the yellow 83 Ferrari leads the field across the line, being chased by James Collado, the championship leader, chasing 2nd place in the points. Look at the Porsche up the inside, though, Anthony Davidson. Lawrence Vantor was having a little look, but is he going to lose grounds to the 50 Ferrari? Nick Nielsen tries to go around the outside, and there's now maybe having a look down the hill into turn 2, 3.
And they're going to take this corner with a lot more caution, because they're aware of the aquaplaning cars from beforehand. The front runners at least get through there unscathed on this opening lap after that last safety car. But yeah, Vantor holding on to that position, that threat from Nielsen. He went for the wider line into turn 1 to cut back on the inside, but couldn't carry the speed through turn 2. So nothing changes there.
Now the only car that has retired in the first 2.25 hours is the number 20 BMW that had a hybrid issue, and that's stopped during the previous safety car period. The 2 cars that went off, which were the 36 Alpine and 007 Aston Martin, both have rejoined. Up the inside, and skating off at the hairpin comes the number 8 Toyota.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley is going for a move there and actually gets overtaken by Nick de Vries, now the sister car. So they're down in 11th and 12th, the 2 Toyotas. Error there from Brendan Hartley. I think he was going on a move down the inside. Was it one of the Alpines?
There's the 36 Alpine, and that 35 Alpine rather, moving up, trying to stay in front of the 94 Peugeot of Loic Duval. So Duval in the white Peugeot with the yellow highlights was trying to go around the outside. Don't forget, the other Alpine, car number 36, now we have gone back to green, must pit, because they made an emergency pit stop behind the safety car when the pits were closed. The 007 Aston Martin did not, and so does not have to stop again.
Loic Duval looking good here, slices down the inside of the Alpine midway through that triple right-hander. He's certainly got the grip at this point.
If there's a message to the team that the Peugeot isn't competitive, Loic Duval has not found it. It's in his junk email box.
Yeah, didn't get that memo, did he? This is, we said we thought these conditions might be a leveller. It is a matter of a bit of survival, but it is most certainly leveller. And we've got pack racing here, and it's all the better for it at this stage.
Yeah, Nick de Vries on the attack now. He's seen other cars pass, and he's having a go as well down the inside of Habsburg into turn 1. The Habsburg crosses the line on the exit though, but that's a move nicely done there by car number 7, Nick de Vries.
Right behind is 38 in the hands of Earl Bamber. We ride on board a couple of cars further back. Alex Lynn, he's a long way down the order, 26 overall in the middle of the LMGT3 field. And is that driver time up? Yes, it is. Bronze driver time has elapsed, and so in gets Valentino Rossi, in gets out gets Darren Leung, and in gets Sean Galale. So several investigations going on for pit stops and things going on the grid. We'll catch up with those later, because right at the moment it is Tom Van Rompuy's Corvette that leads in LMGT3.
And this
Andrew Gilbert second.
This group we're seeing here, Martin, is car number 12. This is Alex Lynn.
4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
And this is for position. They're all out of position, the hypercars. They got overtaken by this gaggle of GTs, and so this is Lynn trying to make his way back through them.
Right, so change there, 88, the first of those Mustangs went by the number 10 Aston Martin. Alex Lynn, minimum speed in the wet is even closer between the Hypercars and the GT3s.
Right with him as well. Also recovering back up the field is Kevin Magnussen. He's been spectacularly quick until he caught this this gaggle of GT3 cars, who I don't think are aware the Hypercars are coming through.
Yeah, I think they may not be, because they've got their own battle. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th in LMGT3. There's the 35 Alpine ahead of El Bamba. That is 30 Habsburg. 36 Alpine has still not come back into the pit lane. This is a major mistake by the team. They need to stop, and they know it, or they should know it.
So Bamba, the next one in line to overtake Habsburg, the 35 car, really seeming to struggle in these early stages of the wet running. And Bamba's got to focus on getting a good exit here, which I think he does.
Kind of
and he's going to be looking maybe to the inside in this next braking zone coming up. Habsburg be looking on the left-hand mirror. Don't know if he can see anything in these conditions. Nothing that Bamba can do at this point, though. So Bamba's got it covered. Habsburg has it covered, I should say.
Just behind them, the black Toyota, Brendan Hartley, car number 8, starting to close in a little bit. So this is 10th, 11th, and just out of shot on the left, 12th.
Meanwhile, for the lead of the race, Phil Hansen's been pulling away. That's now been reeled in a little bit. His fastest lap of the race at 2:09.8 for James Collado brings the gap down to under 2 seconds.
Still not a bad advantage as more GT3 cars come in. Ryan Hardwick in that turquoise 92 car, the championship leader. He will jump out. His drive time also completed. Not much of it actually at speed, but Anthony, the simple bit, sitting behind the safety car, is actually just as tricky, probably, as driving it at speed.
Not quite, no. It's the high-speed stuff's what it's all about. And speaking of which, Bamba's having another go here, right up the back of Habsburg's Alpine, and now he's on the inside. He's got a better chance here. He's getting squeezed though a little bit as they head towards the apex. Who's it going to be on the exit? It's Bamba, so he's finally got his man, and now he can focus forwards on the next car in front of him. That will be the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing of Nick de Vries. Meanwhile, behind car number 35 is Brendan Hartley. So I don't know what's going on there, because de Vries, who came out alongside him, didn't he, after that mistake from Hartley, has now disappeared up the road. As who's this going off in front? That was through the triple apex right-hander, wasn't it? I think that might have been Bamba running wide, actually, as we momentarily rode on board with the Alpine.
LMGT3, Tom Van Rompuy's Corvette, 81 leads from the Mercedes of Andrew Gilbert, and then the 2 Ford Mustangs, Stefano Gattuso and Bernardo Souza. All of them should be due to bail out, and here's a change. The Iron Dame Celia Martin in the pink and white Porsche, and on the inside is the 59 United Auto Sports car of Sebastian Berg going by. In fact, it's Rahal Fry now, because there is Celia Martin, so they came in and changed their bronze driver out. Rahal Fry is the silver driver in that car.
New fastest lap of the race to the race leader, Phil Hansen, trying to build that lead and doing so, 2.2 seconds. LMGT3, we're finally seeing where the timing of those early pit stops under the original safety car is paying off. It's the cars that were stopping earlier that are cycling back through to the lead of this race.
Alex Rivera's in the 009, Aston Martin doing a phenomenal job, and he's got the 99 now in front of him.
Now, the cars who are cycling back to the top of LMGT3 are the ones who have not yet stopped to hand over to their pro drivers from their bronzes, and that means they're going to start losing time to the cars that are behind them, who now have quote, quicker drivers on board. So our leader, Tom Van Rompuy, a bronze. Second, Iron Lynx, a bronze. So they need to make their pit stops sooner rather than later.
Here's a change. 12 on the 36.
Yep. So that's not for position, because Alex Lynn is in 13th, and the 36 car is in 33rd, and has not made that mandatory stop from having come in behind the safety car.
Those watching, by the way, who watch that again, timing and scoring and wondering why the 33 TF Sport Corvette has dropped back in the order with that last pit stop from Johnny Edgar. Car would not start at the finish of that last pit stop, but they have, we believe, retained the lead lap.
So problems restarting, often a hot car, but also a wet car. Fred Makovici in the Alpine. It does look like a little bit of a handful. Ferdy Habsburg has dropped out of the top 10 now as Earl Bamber has moved in the 38 Cadillac. So he got by Habsburg, as we saw a lap and a half ago. What about the Aston Martins? Well, 009, Alex Riberas in the Valkyrie is still in the top 6 as battle for position for 9th place. Nick de Vries in the black Toyota and Earl Bamber in the gold Cadillac, side by side into turn 1.
That comes after Earl Bamber's just put the fastest lap of the race in 2:08.674. The other Aston Martin now a second note to this effect. Rain lights to be turned on. This is the car that was involved in that double, triple cars off the road, aquaplaning off track, has had a rear clip change and may well be a connection problem with that new component.
I'm sure Harry Tingle is trying to switch the lights on. Meanwhile, the Toyota and the Cadillac battling for position, work their way past one of the LMGT3 Ferraris.
Yeah, Bamber, that was an important move to get through the inside there of the Ferrari GT car before turn 10. That's allowed him to focus on the back of Nick de Vries and the Toyota as he heads down the back straight here, pulls to the left-hand side. He's got more straight line speed and out drags the Toyota down towards the next braking zone.
Yeah, good traction out of the hairpin there, didn't he? That's been a very happy hunting ground for the Cadillac. So moving up the order, Earl Bamber up to 9th place now.
Well, watching that, car 20, the remaining BMW hypercar, team manager of BMW, Team WRT, to the stewards. We did see a note about something to do with going to the grid.
That's not the remaining hypercar, that's the one that stopped.
Oh, it is the one that stops.
So number 15, there's something about what happened going to the grid, but the number 20 car stopped over an hour and a half ago.
So this is Julian Andlauer now in car number 5. He continues to make rapid progress, and he's actually displaced Alex Riberas' 009 Aston Martin.
Yeah, that happened a lap or two ago. It's been a good race at this point. Trouble for the 21 Ferrari there at the final turn. That happened a lap or two ago, but those two cars have been going very well indeed when we've gone back to green flag racing.
He's the first person to overtake the Aston Martin in the race. Up until now, Riberas has been moving up the order. Maybe it's drying out too much for the Aston. Simon Mann, by the way, the spinner in that 21 Ferrari, he's taken over from Francois Heriot. So a lot of our bronze drivers have handed over the car to the next best graded driver, the silvers. Let's take a look here. And there Simon Mann just locks up under braking. Unfortunately, that has dropped him right down to 15th place.
That was a bit of a bizarre onboard. It looked like the car in front just suddenly disappeared after the screen froze. I don't know how he managed to get past the car that was in front of him, but he did.
It's an LMGT3 car from a different dimension.
So is that the 94 Peugeot behind 009?
It is. That's 7th place for the 009 now.
Yes, it is.
After being passed by car number 5, Julian Andlauer, that continues to make positions, and he's now focused on the back of Nicolas Verone's 99 Proton competition car.
But we're seeing again Loic Duval in that 94 Peugeot starting to try and move up the order, and he's looking to take a place away from Alex Riberas, and he needs to hurry up because Earl Bamber in the Cadillac is right behind him.
Exactly, and it's Earl Bamber that's the factor here because he's closing that group and closing them rapidly. So now the Peugeot caught the Aston Martin, but slightly bottled up, and it's allowing Bamber to get on terms with both of these cars. It's a battle group, really, of 3 cars, and all of a sudden, the Aston Martin seems to have just lost that edge of pace that it had. Around the outside, can he make it? Oh, Bamber not there.
He was having a think.
The one place where Bamber and the Cadillac looks like it's got a huge advantage over the cars that it's around at the moment is on the traction. So let's watch out for the final corner, but we just momentarily look at the GT fight up towards turn 1.
And that is Sebastian Boe in the McLaren and Rahal Fry in the Iron Dames Porsche coming up behind. Meanwhile, 27, 46 and 92. And that is a battle for position 7th, 8th and 9th. The Aston Martin, Zachary Rubichon, the darker blue car. And we're behind in the turquoise car, and that is Ricardo Pera now in the first form Porsche.
Yeah, that 46 car is going to have to make progress. They're going to get a 5-second penalty in their next pit stop. So it's this plus 5 seconds effectively.
So just outside the top half dozen. Still 3.5 hours of racing to go. This could, you know, the people who are at the top now could end up at the back, in the wall, or anything else.
That's Nicholas Nielsen that's behind these two, looking to find his way by, and looks like the gap at the front has come down as well, probably because of traffic. You see the McLaren LMGT3 car behind, but James Collado, nevertheless, homing in on 83. Phil Hansen's done a great job so far to lead this race from the front. It's been nice and smooth, consistent, but Collado looks like he's biding his time here, has a bit more speed at this point in the race.
He doesn't want to be sitting behind Phil Hansen. He needs to get in front of him and try and build as much an advantage, just in case.
Here's that scrap, isn't it, with the Aston Martin, the Peugeot. Bamber's still behind the two of them, and it's 94 that's through. Bamber uses that good traction as well on the exit of turn 12 to get by the Aston Martin. So yeah, 009 losing a bit of speed here and dropping back. But Loic Duval seems to still have the speed, so he's got past Riberas, down in 7th place now.
Yeah, rear tires are going away. I'm losing traction.
Copy that, copy. Yeah, we can see that on temperatures and the pressures. I confirm that.
And this is all part of the learning process for Aston, isn't it? As Hansen comes under increased pressure from Collado. Both these teams have operated these cars in the rain before. Aston Martin have not raced in the rain, so they're learning all about that.
Interesting to know that, and as we predicted, that the wet tyres will start going off in these conditions. So let's keep an eye on maybe Hansen's taken a bit of life out of them unnecessarily at the beginning of this stint. Like we said before the race even started today, they're going into uncharted territory. So what do you do with the life of your tyres? And that's maybe what Collado's been able to manage slightly better as we're back on board with the GTs here.
And for all of these guys as well, it's not just that they've all got the same tyre, they're on different cars. That will require different pressures to get the best out of the tyre. And talking to Kevin Estre this morning, he said a lot of it is going to come down to if you've guessed the pressures right, depending on how the conditions change. So the Aston Martin 27 still, poor Peugeot in the middle of this battle trying to find a way by.
It's the Peugeot trying to find a way by, but fend off the caddy that's still with him. So they're leapfrogging through this battling group of LMGT3s and looking for position themselves over the curbs from Earl Bamber as he tries to get the advantage and by the GT3 car. They're just about to clear this group, and they're still pretty much nose to tail.
And here comes Riberas in the 009. Started 9th, now back down to 9th place.
And he's got Nick de Vries right with him.
Yeah, de Vries has been closing in ever since this went green. He goes by 27, the heart of racing Aston Martin. That is still the battle for 6 positions, 6th, 7th, 8th in LMGT3.
Yeah, there's one thing getting the wet tyres up to temperature in the total wet conditions. There's another thing though, and most of the places will be gained and lost if the track continues to become damp instead of fully wet, because yeah, an overheating tyre in these conditions is going to hemorrhage lap time.
And Phil Hansen over the curbs, and over the curbs here as well. That is just costing him time against Yafei.
Ready to go though, so we're not far away from the end of Phil Hansen's time in the car.
So Collado's just assessing where he might be faster on track and seeing where, if they come up to another gaggle of traffic, cars in the traffic, where he can maybe get past Hansen.
Well, they're
only starting to show with Hansen feeling the pressure, running off wide out of turn 19.
I'm struggling. I can't see anything.
Yes, that's the problem. The closer you get to the car in front, then the visibility starts to get worse. So Hansen's got that advantage, at least on his side.
But he's inside the cockpit. The Ricardo Pera in the Porsche moves up ahead of Valentino Rossi.
There's minor contact there. Rossi's back ahead of the Porsche. There was just minor contact, I think, between the two. Clear that James Calado is looking for a way back by. Talked about the visibility issue here. Let's not forget, gentlemen, this is a battle for the World Championship, the World Drivers' Championship. These are the two leading crews in the Drivers' World Championship in the wrong order.
And they're 11 points apart, and were they to finish like this, they would be 4 points apart at the end of the race, with 51 still in front. So this is a really, as we heard earlier, could well potentially be a championship deciding or affecting race, particularly if one of them or the other goes off in a big way. They've still got over 45% energy left in both cars, so we are not due a pit stop yet.
Calado sniffs a chance here. That was a big mistake on the same sector from last lap, and now gets flashed as well. And Calado gets by here.
Let's let him go, I think. I think he's let him go at that point.
I think he did have to lift off there, didn't he? So I don't know if that was team orders or not, but yeah.
Grip, maybe the grip's gone away and he's feeling he's having to overdrive to maintain that position, but that was easy for James Calado eventually. Cracking stuff there, though, from Phil Hansen to start the restart the race.
And Anthony, this is where the team have to make an educated decision over whether they stay out and continue to lose time, or whether they pit him out of sequence and new tyres and new drive.
Yeah, Hansen's really starting to struggle with the rear tyres here. He's overheated them, they've overcooked. We said it before that they were going into uncharted territory with this race today, never having driven in these conditions, and Hansen hit the ground running really quickly. We see a change of positions here.
Yeah, change for third. The two United Autosport McLaren, Sebastian Boe, and side by side with Sean Gelael, and right behind them is Rahul Fry in the Iron Dames Porsche.
But yeah, Hansen, going back to him, he's going to have to pit soon, because of tyre wear, I feel he's going to be dropping back like a stone if he can't get on top of this tyre overheating or just the wear. And it's the same story for Riberas in the 009 Aston Martin. He's now down in 11th place.
Yeah. And so you're losing time. You're going to lose time in the pit lane, but then you'll lose more by just staying out. At some stage you have to go for it. This is Rahul Fry having a look at the back of Sean Gelael in that second McLaren. You just saw that Sebastian Boe had gone by him. And here comes the battle behind. Valentino Rossi again, ahead of Ricardo Pera. Pera on the inside, bounces over the curb. This is close stuff again for sixth position.
That's it.
On board with Ricardo Pera. Here's the view down the long back straight, over a kilometre here, just adjusting down the inside. Rahul Fry goes by as well, so she passes Sean Gelael. She's up to fourth in the Iron Dames Porsche. Little ripple of applause there. You can see the two starting drivers in the Manthey cars. Celia Martin alongside her.
Looking at the windscreen wiper usage here. Yeah, look at this on board with Sean Gelael.
Has he not got a wiper?
No, he has. He's just the odd flick with the wiper. It's the other car, the 59 car. I've not seen that wiper in play at all. When you get the in-car from that car, the visibility is absolutely awful.
Valentino Rossi on the inside, around the outside, Ricardo Pera. Oh, and it cuts back to the inside. He's still there. That's brave stuff.
Battle of the Silvers here. Cracking stuff between these two.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, it's difficult to stay on track in these conditions, and good respect between those two drivers as well. So great racing. What's going to happen as they head down towards turn one, though? It's Rossi with the advantage. Looks like the BMW's got slightly more straight line speed as well. So he's got that covered into one.
Don't forget 92, that turquoise car is our championship leader.
What is carrying success balanced as a result.
Oh,
trouble the 8.
Yeah, big mistake from Brendan Hartley. He's looped it round on the curbs.
Turn 6.
Looks like he didn't hit anything.
So that's the second off we've seen from Brendan. Oh, wow, that's a high-speed spin, isn't it, there? The first one we saw was the braking down towards turn 11, but how did this happen? He's riding on board. Out of line at this point. Yeah, he just got a bit... He was a bit out of sync with having followed the Aston Martin through there, and he just got himself onto the wet stuff and couldn't quite regain it, but it is starting to rain again by the looks of it. Maybe that's what caught him out as well.
James Collado pulling away here, 3.1 seconds ahead of Phil Hansen, is beginning to drop into the clutches of Laurens Vanthoor. He's quicker at the moment, the 83 car, and the gap there, 3.3 seconds. Closing in behind both of them, though, Nick Nielsen is beginning to make inroads. He's 7 seconds back, but consistently quicker than pretty much anybody ahead of him.
Yeah, Nielsen in 4th place, but he is the quickest car on track at the moment in the number 50 Ferrari. Then Nico Varone, Julian Andlauer in their Porsches 5th and 6th, and this is how the lead changed. Phil Hansen was told, let him go. So clearly they're trying to manage those tyre temperatures, the tyre wear on the 83 car, and not have to bring him into the pits out of fuel sequence.
Yeah, it looks like Collado's just, the body language of the car from word go just looked like he was not harassing the tyres too much, and that's really paying dividends right now, and will continue to if it starts intensifying with the rain.
Here again, Iron Dames, Rahul Fry in 4th place, still chasing the McLaren in front of us. Sebastian Boe, he's in 3rd. Cadillac number 12 trying to come through. And that car is Alex Lynn. He's behind Brendan Hartley by over 7 seconds. So he could do with Brendan having another spin. I'm sure Brendan will not oblige if he can avoid it. Well, here's the battle for 3rd place in LMGT3. Sebastian Boe just keeping his nose in front of the Iron Dames Porsche Rahul Fry. And again, this is 99 and 5, so this is 5th and 6th. Nico Varone with the white and green, and behind is the white and red of Julian Andlauer's Porsche Penske 963.
Well, they said they were going to be quick. The Works Porsche team, the Penske team, they said they were going to be quick in these conditions, and yeah, he's been working at this for a little while now, has Julian Andlauer. Still making up for that lost time, of course, from the spin behind the original safety car, but he's starting to home in on swapping positions.
I feel like we are still quite low on tire pressure. I start to have a little bit of instability in the trail braking phase, like 13th.
So good feedback from the team there. Doesn't sound too overly concerned with the tyre wear, as that's
big
a
spin
big off there
from Nico Varone, and he's in the gravel. Now, yeah,
beached.
Unfortunately, when you reverse in, as soon as you select first gear, you just dig a hole, and that might well be bringing out a safety car.
That's from 5th place for Nico Varone. That's what's been an impressive weekend to that point.
A real shame for Nico Varone. Meanwhile, Rahul Fry around the outside for 3rd. Doesn't get it. Can she cut back underneath? She's going to have to go the long way around the outside. We saw Valentino Rossi and Ricardo Pera do the same side by each through these triple right-hand corners, 16, 17, 18.
There's a Peugeot behind as well that's going to be trouble for both of these cars, but Rahul Fry looking feisty here. Pretty convinced that there's no working wiper on that McLaren, by the way.
Well, it's okay as long as he's in clear air and travelling at speed. The slower he goes, the more of an issue that's going to be. Proton 77, their Mustang, leading the field from the 81 of TF Sport. So Bernardo Souza in front, Tom Van Rompuy 2nd. Still bronze-graded drivers. Everybody else has moved on to their silvers, apart from the 87 Lexus that is running last. There's Max Velti, the man who engineered Mercedes winning at Le Mans many years ago. And here's the 59 McLaren. Yeah, not much going on the front screen there. Rahul Fry's wiper working overtime. She is still looking to unlock the effect. This is excellent work from Sebastian Boe. Just keeps his car nice and neat and tidy on the grippy stuff. I was going to say not riding the curbs too much. He makes a liar of me immediately. We've got a virtual safety car about to come out. A virtual safety car will lead to safety car.
Yeah, so just to explain, if this is new to you, this will neutralise the race. Effectively, it's at this phase a full course yellow. That's the phase we're going to be in here. But as Martin quite rightly says, we will move inevitably to a full safety car, which will block up the field. It does give the opportunity for everybody to pit at this stage, and this is great news for those teams that have not switched their bronze drivers out.
It's also good news for those teams who have run out of tyre on the back of their Ferraris. potentially everybody gets a chance to reset. There will be a virtual safety car for at least 2 laps to allow everybody the opportunity to pit for fuel and anything else, and then we will go to safety car.
And just spotted what has been a rare thing in this race so far. That was a sweep of the wiper for the McLaren.
So it's not as broken as previously reported. In from 4th place comes Nick Nielsen, and he jumps out. So driver change in the 50 Ferrari. Car number 5 in as well, so Julian Andlauer will undoubtedly also hand over his car.
There's always so much pressure for the next driver getting in. You haven't seen your teammates, and you're trying to get a read on the conditions and what it might feel like when you get in behind the wheel.
Now, are those absolutely brand new wets, or are they maybe have done a lap to the grid?
They might have done a lap to the grid. They don't look like they've got a shiny surface on them at all, but this is the moment where you're going to recover the 99 Proton competition car. He was doing such a cracking job, wasn't he? Up there at the sharp end. Yes, he had the works car behind him, maybe felt a bit of extra pressure, and the tyres starting to get a bit old. This is what it looked like on board as we rode on board with the works car, and actually it almost caught out Vantor as well.
Yeah, whatever little puddle had migrated onto that apex caught out Nico Verone. And sometimes, Nancy, it's that split second of advance warning as somebody goes off in front of you that saves you.
Can do, or sometimes actually it becomes a distraction. You follow their path. You're so used to, you get stuck in a rut of following the line they're taking.
Tom van Rompuy being helped out of the car there as 81 stops behind 33. So this is effectively going to be whole field of changes. And you can see almost everybody was down to their final quarter or so of a tank of energy. Now, energy is not just fuel for the internal combustion engines. In Hypercar, it's also your electrical energy. But our leader here in LMGT3, 23% energy. That is all internal combustion engine fuel.
With the opportunity here to effectively neutralise any changes with topping up that energy. What we don't know is how much physical fuel they had aboard those cars.
Yeah, and of course, if you've got more battery power but less fuel in the tank, it's going to take you longer to fill up the fuel tank. A little bit of a close call there in the pit lane, with the 92 car coming in and the Toyota heading out.
Wondered if it was a slow stop there for the Toyota. It looked like something was going on the rear end of the car. They were slow to get back round.
Malte Jakobsen ready to take over at Peugeot. Just saw the flag on the Dane's helmet as 007 comes in.
It was a 1:16 stop on pit lane for the number 8 car. The 7 car, we just stopped it at 1:11. I think you're right. Minor delay for them.
50 Ferrari did 1:11 as well. 1:15 for 009 and 1:16, the slowest stop so far, apart from a 1:41 for the 93 Peugeot.
The problem with this safety car here, the virtual safety car will lead to the safety car, is that it's allowing this extra rain coming down the track to become a bit more tricky to navigate, especially for cars that haven't done a pit stop and changed their tyres. They're on shallower blocks now.
And what's the other thing, of course, is that although all these cars now have new tyres on, they've also got a new driver in who hasn't driven it in the rain. So suddenly, again, you double the jeopardy.
Just one update, by the way. There you go. The 99 car has made it back to pit lane, so no longer do we have the hazard that has brought out this virtual safety car. Nico Verone spinning around and backing it into the gravel trap. 51 due in from the lead, hands of James Collado.
83 is in as well, so that is the next bunch of red-suited mechanics.
And the number 6 from 3rd place. The top 3 on pit lane now.
So yet to stop, Earl Bamber 38 and Loic Duval in 94 Peugeot.
He's had to go nose in the car 83. Hansen's nose in, so that's going to cost them even more time as they have to square the car up before they can get on with the rest of the pit stop.
Yeah, that's a good 5 seconds lost, 6 seconds lost, 7 seconds lost, 8 seconds lost.
And you can't be over that yellow line as well, so...
And of course, ironically, they had to come round another AF Corsa Ferrari and they are not in the right place. This is an absolute nightmare of a pit stop.
This is going to cost position for the 83 car. 51 goes, and 83's not even started the process of fueling cars and changing tyres.
That's 30 seconds at the very least.
It's a phrase you don't like. There are championship implications for this.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's really is inexcusable, because you have to practice a nose-in pit stop. They're here for a long time, all week, rehearsing the pit stops, all the different scenarios, nose changes, rear end changes, and that is one of the things you have to practice. So to not put the car into the right box, into the right position before you do your driver change, it's in many ways inexcusable.
And what that's meant is the number 6 Porsche is through and into second place now. Now the number 83 car rolls, but has dropped back here to at least 5th place. Disaster.
Yeah, absolute disaster. So yeah, multiple positions lost there just because of that. I mean, it was obviously the root of the problem was the nose-in pit stop, because there was a car there already, but you have to be prepared to cope with that. 37
seconds longer on pit lane than the lead car. And that was all about the position of the car. That's clumsy.
It's like we said, it's those moments that win you or lose you a race, or at least a huge amount of points difference.
Meantime, on pit lane, the leading car in LMGT3, Bernardo Sousa, I think will be handing over here to Ben Tuck.
Yeah, Bernardo just slammed the door. I'm sure that's Ben Tuck in there. You can't see a bulge in the roof, so it's not Ben Barker.
So a couple of Benjamins to finish now aboard that car. Ben Tuck and then Ben Barker.
More work going on the 87. This is the car that had problems with the lights earlier on. It looks like they might still do. Well, let's catch up with the man who led the race as we went to virtual safety car down at Ferrari.
Well, for James Collado, that might have been the longest stint of your life on a single tank of fuel, but the good news is you managed to get the lead of the race. When you did get to racing, how were the conditions?
Not bad, to be honest. I think at the beginning, it was a good idea to take caution because visibility was 0. But I'm always up for it, you know. Brings a bit of bravery into it. But even so, car's working really well in the rain. Happy with the balance. Super tricky to make mistakes. If you go off the line into the surface water, you can lose control. So yeah, long way to go. I tried to give Jobby as much advice as possible, my British advice to him with this weather I'm used to. So let's see, fingers crossed.
Well, and with a couple of Italians to finish out the race for you, I mean, everything seems to be going well for the 499P. Do you feel like this is a good day to stretch the championship lead and get another victory?
I don't know. I trust my guys. I trust my team. Whatever happens, happens. Let's see.
Good luck.
So it's a good attitude to have, but you know, it's one of those days where who knows what's around the corner. The main thing for James, that he knows he did the job, and you only focus on your own race as a driver. You hand it over to your teammates and you expect them to do the same job as you. But like he said, it's just one tiny lapse of concentration and you put the car in the wrong place, like Brendan Hartley just did, and you can spin around or have a big moment. So he knows that it's easy to make those mistakes. You're just, in a way, relieved that it didn't happen to you and that you've done your segment of the race went well. So he can be really proud of the job he did there.
Indeed.
Stuff.
He kept his head whilst catching.
And you just saw Loïc Duval there in the Peugeot pit as well. I'd have to say that was a pretty good run that he had. We have now switched to full safety car, so the safety car waiting to pick the field up.
Yeah, just waiting for the safety car to leave pit lane. They'll be waiting just for the actual race leader. He's going to follow the Lexus out of pit lane to pick up the 51 that is coming by us on the exit of turn 19 right now. So hopefully that will neatly pick up the 51 Ferrari. Will we need a wave by? Looking at the train that I can see on our tracker, the answer is no, we won't. There is no car in a class that has its leader ahead of it. So well done. Race control of the safety car here. Should be neat and tidy.
Well, that's one of the advantages of a Corvette.
One Corvette.
Yeah. So 77 is shown. 77 Mustang is shown as the class leader in LMGT3, so
it's going to be a lonely Corvette wave by.
33 or 81 should get the wave by.
So the information to seeing new drivers in, like Matt Campbell, for example, in the number 6 Porsche, the information that they luckily have now, based on the first stint from their teammates, is to not overstress the tyres if it becomes damp. That's going to really lose you lap time. So bringing them in nicely and not sliding the car too much is the key, even in these really treacherous conditions. It's amazing, isn't it, to think that you can just overheat them and scrub the blocks of the tyres too much. So keeping it neat and smooth and tidy, exactly how Nielsen and Collado approach things, seems to be the way to go, at least with the hypercars.
Yeah, it's the 81 Corvette, by the way, in the hypercar train at the front of this queue. So when we get to the stage where the entire field is in line astern behind the safety car, there'll then be the opportunity to, for the yellow Corvette, you can see there behind the Ferrari, otherwise would be effectively a lap down, to do a wave by. I think that is the only car that's likely to be affected.
It does look like it, doesn't it? There is Ye Wei. The car came in from second and is now down to 5th place, but because they're behind the safety car, he can almost reach out and touch the race leader. So in terms of positions, he has lost out a lot to car number 51. In terms of distance, not so much, but of course the first thing that happens behind the safety car, if we go green, when we go green, is that everybody tends to spread out a bit, and he's got no slow cars in front of him. So that is, again, a major loss. It hasn't dropped them 30 seconds behind the field, but it has dropped them 5 places. Let's hear from the lead team. Antonio Giovinazzi now at the wheel of 51.
We expect some rain the next hour, so you will have constant condition within the next hour.
I'm sure the fans on the hillsides here can tell us it is fairly grim still. Raining, and safety car is out for the 3rd time in this race, having started with a long safety car, a red flag, further safety car, and now a 3rd safety car after the 99 Proton Porsche beached itself in the gravel. That car has been rescued and is back out. So we still have only lost 1 car, which is the number 20 BMW. And this is where it all went wrong. Just in front of them, unfortunately, came in the number 21 GT3 Ferrari. And the car was up on the wheels, squared up, but not properly. And as Anthony, you pointed out, it has to be within those yellow lines. So the team were trying to maneuver this big heavy thing on tiny little shopping trolley wheels, and unfortunately dropped it onto the ground when it was not in the right position.
Yeah, the front got dropped down to the ground, didn't it? So as they were scooting the rear round, the front couldn't be pushed anymore, so that was the problem. They dropped the front too early.
Now, it is Ferrari that leads in the hypercar. It is Ford who lead, however, in LMGT3. Let's catch up with them.
There's always going to be a bigger smile on a driver's face when he brings a car in from the lead of the race, but for Bernardo Sousa, driving a Ford Mustang out in these conditions, that just makes it even better, doesn't it?
Actually, it was amazing. We were driving at home soil of Ford, and especially with the Mustangers leading the race in difficult conditions. The crowd is still out there with the rain and with a little bit of cold supporting us, so I couldn't be more happier than finally delivering a proper result from my side, my responsibility of driving my stints and delivering the car in P1. Even if it wasn't P1, the drive itself was really good, and the car feels just great.
Now, the Mustang Challenge was the support race this weekend to the World Endurance Championship. Were you able to learn anything by watching those cars racing this morning in similar conditions?
Well, we looked at it because, okay, we were trying to understand how the track was, but we know that they're different brand of tires, and the car is a little bit different from ours, but it's a Mustang anyway. But we were watching kind of crazy, wacky races, man. It was really, really fun to watch. There's some couple of fast drivers there, and we were looking for it to understand a little bit the track, if it was evolving or not. And in the end, we got a little bit some ideas as well, where are the better lines. So, yeah, was some help.
Sharing the car with both Benz, Tuck, and Barker for the remainder of this one. Do you have a pony that can win?
I think we deserve it. Honestly, it's been a tough season, ups and downs, but the team got us always together, supporting us. We support the team as well. The car has been as well driving well, but I think we deserve finally a proper result, and I hope it's the win.
There's a lot of fans here hoping that too. Good luck.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, it's been a long, hard road, hasn't it, for the Proton competition Ford Mustang efforts. Congratulations and thank you so much, by the way, to the fans who've toughed it through what's been a really tough ask here, the Circuit of the Americas. And you know what? They're all still here.
You know, we talk about cold. 23.7 degrees of air temperature. I'll take that next week at Silverstone.
We think that the rain should be gone in like 20 minutes. We expect the rain to be gone, and then toward the end of race will be slick in 20 minutes. So the idea will be to reach the crossover with set, and then go for slick when possible with you as we get the reference, finish with the last team with Kevin.
All right. Well, as I just heard in my ears from Shay in the pit lane, I don't know what radio they're looking at, but Ferrari are definitely looking at a different radar as well. So Porsche are saying, yeah, it's going to dry up, and Ferrari saying it's going to rain for the next hour. Well, one of them's going to be right.
Well,
this will be, sorry, Graham, this will be, that's a huge challenge for the drivers then. Who's at the wheel now, if the track does start to slowly dry up, then there's so much lap time to gain or lose by driving correctly in these conditions. So the first mission is obviously staying on track, is bad conditions at the moment. We've all seen it the whole way through this race today. Stay off curbs, don't aquaplane through high-speed corners, pick your line sensibly. But it's about survival for later on, when you need the tyre to be there for you as you take them into the dry conditions. There is no intermediate. You need to go from the wet straight to the slick.
3 hours in, 3 to go. The Lone Star Le Mans at the Circuit of the Americas in Texas. Ferrari lead from Porsche. Ferrari and Porsche 3rd and 4th. Ferrari and Cadillac 5th and 6th. In LMGT3, it is Proton Competition's Mustang leading from the Iron Dames Porsche, with Team WRT's BMW in 3rd place. We're under safety car for the 3rd time, having started under safety car, gone back to safety car, and then had a further safety car scrambled. So time to take a look at what's happened over the last 3 hours. That shouldn't take long. It started in wet weather conditions. IndyCar star and endurance champion Simon Pagenaud flagging the field away. There was always going to be a question on who was going to run out of grip first. And the answer was Mathieu Jaminet in the number 5 Porsche. No major damage done there. Problems for Lexus as the 87 car had headlights that would not come on. They had to pit for 3 laps to get those sorted out. Having led for an hour in the rainy conditions, it was the yellow 83 Ferrari that stayed out in front behind the safety car. Lots of GT3 cars pitted for fuel. And then our sole retirement so far, the number 20 BMW with a hybrid issue. An incident that damaged the 61 car. They lost little time because we were red flags for other technical issues. Going back to green flag racing, Phil Hansen leading from James Collado with the Ferraris 1st, 2nd and 4th. Porsche in 3rd position, and the 99 Porsche of Nico Varone making an ambitious lunge from 5th to try and move up the order. Conditions not that easy for any of our race contenders. The bronze drivers having started and continuing all the way through the streaming wet conditions. Mustangs finding their way back up towards the front of the field where they had started. Then a major drama for Fred Makovici. He was not the only one to get caught out on standing water as the 007 Aston Martin had spun just in front of him in the hands of Tom Gamble. Both cars damaged and shedding bits of bodywork as they headed back to the pits. There was a safety car, and both cars made reparations. We went back to green flag racing again with Phil Hansen at the helm of the lead car. And in LMGT3, lots of battles. mistake under braking for the Toyota, running out wide, not the only one to do so. And then with the bronze driver's time burned, a whole host of other changes. LMGT3 battle for the top 3 positions between McLaren and Porsche, as the 27 Aston Martin was in a battle with the 92 Porsche, the championship leaders, and the 46 BMW. Close battle in the top 6. Running out of tyres, Phil Hansen was advised by the team to allow James Collado to go by, which he did. Collado with a little bit better grip in the 51 Ferrari, the championship leaders now ahead of their closest rivals. And then virtual safety car to rescue the 99 Porsche. Nico Varone just running out of grip in a big puddle of standing water. We are back to green flag racing, and after the pit stops, it is Phil Hansen, the 83 Ferrari, down in 5th place, but it is still 51s that lead. Antonio Giovinazzi is the race leader.
He's been chased here and chased hard by Matt Campbell for the number 6 Penske Porsche.
Battle for 3rd behind under the top of the hill, Matteo Jaminet in the number 5 Porsche trying to go about Antonio Fuoco. So we've got Ferrari being chased by Porsche for 1st and 3rd. The official attendance, 66,217 damp souls watching the action. Hopefully they'll get a bit more racing bang for their buck as the Porsche, Matt Campbell, hits standing water and has a big get out of jail. Anthony Davidson still very wet on the track. It's barely stopped raining at all since they went to the grid nearly 4 hours ago.
Yeah, this is arguably worse conditions than the last safety car that we had when they were let loose in green conditions. So they're really got their eyes on stalks, and most of them, don't forget, fresh drivers in as well for good measure. So Matt Campbell pushed on hard through the first sector and learned the lesson immediately. If you go off onto the wet stuff, as we see here, the Aston Martin doing exactly that.
And it's still Alex Riberas in that car, because don't forget, the 2 Aston Martins are 2 driver lineups this weekend, so they have to do half the race each.
Watch as well in these conditions with the field this close together. Remember, the LMGT3 cars have ABS. Some of the corner speeds, as we saw in qualifying and free practice yesterday, are not far apart. It's been a big rivalry for the 2 American brands, Ford and Chevy, side by side, as the Toyota Rio Hirakawa tries to get by the pair of them.
Yeah, that door was rapidly shutting in front of Rio Hirakawa. I'm not sure how he got himself out of that hole. I think he was looking to pass both of them, and then they suddenly became 2 cars wide. Some investigations over pit stops and virtual safety cars, but we're on board with Matt Campbell in 2nd place. Already, though, Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari has jumped away in 1 lap by 2 seconds from the Porsche, with Antonio Fuoco in 3rd. Jose Maria Lopez in the black number 7 Toyota, looking back at Alex Riberas. Started 9th, still in 9th in the 009 Aston Martin. And why is Lopez in the Toyota? Mike Conway injured himself in a biking accident, and so is not fit to race here. So Lopez again subbing in for Conway in the Hypercar, and Jack Hawksworth has taken over his seat in the Lexus LMGT3 car.
See Jack a little later in this race. I mean, he's raced both Lexus this season.
Is Sebastian Bourdais going slowly here?
No, it's just the conditions, and that's what caught out Campbell. Yeah, it's exactly, that's the reason why it looked like he was going slowly. Hirakawa spinning in exactly the same part of the circuit, gets going again, but his teammate Buemi watches on.
I think he was, I was just about to say, I think that was contact with the GT3 car.
That's the problem if you find yourself in amongst them. It's they can carry similar speeds in these conditions around corners like that.
And that was the Mustang Corvette battle that we were watching. It's not actually for position. The Corvettes in LMGT3 are 16th and 17th. So it was not for position.
Not really much that Hirakawa could have done there.
Sorry, don't know what happened.
GT from behind.
Yeah, I've got to blame the GT car there. Just went for a gap that wasn't really there. Visibility is so poor anyway. Nothing that Hirakawa could have done.
He got drawn into basically a cul-de-sac in the battle with the on track with the Mustang and found himself just where we really didn't need to be.
Well, and don't forget, he's been trying to go by them since turn 12 on the previous lap where he ran up behind them. Meanwhile, Valentino Rossi still in the thick of it in the 46 BMW. This is 7th, 8th and 9th still. As through come the hypercars.
Yeah, that's the recovering Hirakawa, isn't it? Car number 80 in the car number 8.
Now, during the round of pit stops, both United Autosport McLarens got ahead of the Iron Dames Porsche of Rahal Fry. So Sean Gelael jumped Rahal Fry and Sebastian Bode and is now up to 2nd in LMGT3. As we ride on board with Raffaele Marciello. Looks pretty busy, Anthony, on board.
Yeah, it really, I mean, that's the part of the track where we saw the 99 Porsche spin around before, and this is proper treacherous conditions, and he sniffs a chance of getting by Hirakawa here.
There's been another positional change, by the way, a little further up. It's the other Toyota dropping back behind the 009 Aston Martin for 8th position. So Alex Riberas gets back by Jose Maria Lopez.
I think that suggests it might be getting wetter and wetter, and the BMW on the inside doesn't quite get through.
Yeah, Marcello looks like he's got the speed here at this point over car number 8.
Currently a battle for 14th place.
The problem is, on this part of the track, there's a contact there between two GTs, but the GTs are faster than the hypercars on that part of the circuit. It's too much standing water.
Yeah, Zach Robichon out and back on again. On board with Robichon. A little too much curb.
It's just so wet there, isn't it? I mean, the visibility is terrible as well.
And the view as he spun is cars, cars, cars.
Drive-through penalty is coming the way of car 46, a second penalty for that WRT car after a 5-second addition to a pit stop. It's virtual safety car procedures for the 46.
Valentino Rossi still in that car with his sleeves rolled up. We're on board right behind him with Zach Robichon in the championship leading 92 Porsche.
Well, one thing that stayed consistent from the round of pit stops and the new drivers getting in is this battle that we see on screen, car number 38 versus car number 94, but two different drivers, of course. So Sebastian Bourdais at the wheel now of car number 38.
Malte Jakobsen in the 94 in place of Loic Duval. Oh, dear.
That was close. Bourdais did very well to hang on to that one.
He's right with Malte Jakobsen, who is catching FIA, who has dropped dramatically off the lead 4 battle rather. Was about 4 or 5 seconds off. I think he's at a moment somewhere, because that's more like 10 seconds now, and he has this pair right with him.
Yeah, he was 6 seconds slower than the leader on the last lap.
There he is, Yay, in a yellow Ferrari. Through turn 1 they go.
Bourdais almost ran into the back of the Peugeot there. He had to go wide to avoid him.
Morgan Hannafin from Rahal Fry.
This is for 4th place,
yeah,
the
Ricky
yellow Iron Links Mercedes. It is raining heavier, isn't it? This is much greyer, I think, than it was even a couple of laps ago.
This is Leverato as well getting into this battle in the second of the Mustangs and the second AMG there as well.
Yeah, that's Lynn Herdanius in the black Mercedes, and a change of position between the two two Manthey Porsches. So the 92 car moves ahead of 85. Ricardo Pera going by Rahal Frey. That 15 BMW cannot escape the 31 BMW behind it, and a big looping spin. That is Raffaele Marciello.
That section of the track is getting absolutely treacherous right now.
Yeah, it's getting worse and worse, isn't it? This is what it looks like from aboard the Peugeot. Chasing down the Alpine, they go through turn 10.
Interesting to hear Kevin Escher comparing GTs, which he knows intimately, and hypercars, and saying in this weather, because of the lower ride height, the hypercar is actually even more of a liability than a GT3 car.
This is for 12th and 13th. car 35 versus 93, and they'll be starting to get into the realms of aquaplaning with this level of water on this part of the track at high speed. Who's going to pop out in front in turn 12? It's still the Alpine. Actually made a bit of room for himself there.
This is a battle for survival, isn't it, right now?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, that's Paulo Chatin in the 35 Alpine and Paul de Resta in the 93. That was just the Toyota. Is that Hirakawa just flashed past through turn 13, still recovering his way through the GT field.
And this is such a tough battle. It's to and fro all the way through this GT field from 1st to 10th. And the Hypercar's got to try and negotiate a gap in it somewhere. The GT cars don't see them coming. They can't see the blue flags probably either. We're seeing here 54
on the 27.
Around the outside of turn 8 through turn 9. That was a nice move there.
That's Francesco Castellacci on Zach Robichon.
He's their pro driver. So 54 Ferrari team have gone to, in fact, he's their silver driver, so same grade as Zach Robichon. Davide Rigon waiting to get in. It is definitely raining harder. Visibility is getting worse. The track is getting wetter.
But Giovinazzi out in front, pulling away 3.4 seconds now. The advantage over Matt Campbell's car number 6 Porsche.
And interestingly, Fuoco in the 3rd place Ferrari is not catching Campbell. So this is the pace from the leader that's making the difference right now.
They're all doing 2:19s, so they're within half a second of each other on the last lap.
I think car 7's had a problem.
Huge spin! That's the Cadillac.
That's Bourdais,
isn't it? Yeah, because it was right in front of the Aston.
And just before him, I saw the double yellows at turn 7. That is for car number 7. So, yeah, Jose Maria Lopez had a problem as well in the S's.
He's recovered and is back underway.
This is what it looked like for Bourdais. Oh, it's just the aquaplane, too much standing water through turn 10. Round and round it goes. And somewhere in that blur, I think I saw the Aston Martin just pop through as well. So this is Jose Maria Lopez, curb on the inside. That was enough to spin him around.
This is what we learned from the Mustang race, isn't it? Stay off the paint. And again, trying to rejoin in the thick of the action, knowing that everybody else's visibility is greatly reduced. That's a heart-in-the-mouth moment. Bourdais had a big one there. The Aston Martin went flying straight by him. Meanwhile, 99, and that is the Proton Porsche.
Nick Cavroni back up to speed after being recovered from the gravel, making his way back up through the LMGT3 order, which is for position. This is all these moves for position on track, trying to get back onto the back of the Hypercar group.
And the Iron Dames, the pink Porsche, now down to 6th position. So as it's got wetter, they seem to have lost a little bit in terms of performance. And again, this is how you set the tyre pressures. It was drying out. Maybe they set the pressure a little bit lower to allow for a longer life on the tyre. And now it's not working. And Lynn Hedanius in the Iron Lynx Mercedes going the long way round the outside.
Makes it by the 85 car.
Both the Mercedes teams actually were saying the wetter it is, the better we think we're going to go.
Yeah, LMGT3 being led by Ben Tucker, the number 77 Proton competition for Mustang. Sean Gillel keeping him honest. 2nd place for the first of the United Autosports McLarens. It's the 2nd McLaren and 3rd, then the first of the AMGs.
So now this is the better of the two, 2nd of the 2 Toyotas. It's number 8, Ria Hirakawa chasing Paulo Chatin for 12th place. The Alpine in 12th, the Toyota in 13th.
Yeah, so de Resta found his way by eventually Paulo Chatin. Remember when he was behind him before, we saw that drag race going down towards turn 12. Now it's Hirakawa's turn as he still is recovering those positions after being spun around rudely by the Corvette in turn 6, I should say.
Steady here in pit lane, Joe, still quite high. The Alpine ahead is slower than you.
Yeah, you can see that. And did you hear how he had to lift off through turn 10? That's the moment where Bourdais spun around the corner, where Bourdais had his moment. So, yeah, Hirakawa lifting off through there as the drivers continue to feel their way in these conditions. This is the replay of how the Iron Lynx made his way past the Iron Dames. Outside of turn 19, good stuff.
Better traction at that point.
the drivers were saying that I said, yeah, it's a big, heavy car. Is it not destroying its engine, its tyres? They said, no, it's really well balanced. It really is light on its tyres.
Well, Hirokawa might have been given the message that he's faster than the Alpine in front. That's true, but he's being caught by the BMW of Marcello once again after that spin he had before. Yes. So he's going to have his eyes full of Marcello's BMW if he doesn't get past the Alpine in front, who is definitely slower than Hirokawa.
Yeah, we've got a group, haven't we, at the back of this hypercar field, all of which have had problems of the rotational nature.
Look at this, look at the fight going on with the steering wheel. Look at him, Hirokawa's just off momentarily. That gives Marcello a chance, but it's super slow-mo stuff. And he spins.
Marcello wasn't even touching the throttle. He was just holding that. That's so hard. He didn't accelerate. He didn't push the throttle. He was just trying to survive it.
Maybe I said, didn't I? Like, watch the hand movements on the wheel, and they're both wrestling their cars for all they're worth. But he was just trying to carry too much speed, was Marcello, on the exit of that the triple right-hander.
Now, Nico Varone in the Porsche here might go by, and the team will say, let him go. He's a lap behind you. That's not for position.
Absolutely.
Don't fight him. You're fighting the weather. You're not fighting the 99.
There's a moment, yeah, so the replay where Marcello's just barely on throttle and just finds the wetter part of the track on the inside in a desperate attempt to try and get by the slower-moving Toyota.
Marcello says the car keeps cutting.
Point I was incorrectly making that position was we've got a group of 3 or 4 cars and they're having repeated trouble. Everybody's struggling, but the same 3 or 4 cars are having real problems here.
Hirokawa finally gets past Shatan.
And it's not 2 Alpines, it's not obviously now 2 BMWs or 2 Toyotas, it's one of each.
In fairness, both Toyotas have been off. Because Lopez has been off, Hirokawa's been off several times. There is only one BMW.
In fairness, the off for the Tota, the other Tota was contact, but this though, he can't keep it on the track.
Yeah,
really
Alpine,
struggling.
Alpine really struggling in the wetter conditions. Brendan Hartley making sure his teammate Buemi keeps a check on what's going on the screen as well, that his car's made an extra position.
Is it that they've got a slightly different tyre pressure or something, a slightly different setup in the 2 cars?
That's the point I'm making at the moment. Nico Varone able to close this group, looking to unlap himself from this group, looking to try to catch the GT cars that are still ahead of him before he can get into trying to break down positions in the overall.
Here is our lead battle. Antonio Giovinazzi leading from Matt Campbell by 1.6 seconds. The top 4 cars are covered by 6 seconds. 5th place, Ye Yifei, 24 seconds behind the leader. 18th place behind the car that he was nose to tail with at the restart.
Yeah, and Campbell is catching the leader again in this phase. Now, whether or not that's because we've now got, it will be because the leader is now with traffic and therefore his advantage on visibility is less, but Matt Campbell absolutely is catching back up to Giovinazzi right now.
Well, those 4 sets of headlights, that's your lead quartet.
Okay, it's not easy, but the top 4 cars, you are 20 seconds away from the other. So you are increasing the gap. It's a good job, and condition will come to us.
Now, whether they think it's going to get wetter or drier, I'm not entirely sure, because Ferrari and Porsche seem to be in completely different minds as to whether it's going to get drier and when. Certainly, it seems to be still wetter than it was 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, and still absolutely treacherous. And here is the big gap between the lead quartet and the yellow Ferrari of Ye Yifei. They lost a lot of time in the pit lane, but in the safety car, they were right behind the number 5 Porsche.
They've lost 20 seconds since we went back to green.
Yes.
And so clearly there's something around the way in which the 83 is operating against the 2 Ferraris ahead that are not suffering that problem.
It's not the 83, it's everyone else, because if they were losing that much time, people would be going by them. Nobody has passed them. They are still 5th. Yes, Malte Jakobsen is closing in, though, in the 94 car, so there's something about those two Penske Porsches and the two factory Ferraris. They are just dealing with the weather better than everybody else. It's not just the 83 car, because he's not sunk down the order. Restarted 5th, he's a long way off 4th now. And here comes Malte Jakobsen. And again, we saw probably the best race we've seen, or the best performance we've seen from Peugeot was in the really wet Le Mans a couple of years ago, and now in really wet conditions, they're starting to look right there as well.
Well, Malte Jakobsen and Sebastian Bourdais under investigation for an incident at 16:09, that's about 10 minutes ago, and the 7 Toyota under investigation for an unsafe rejoin turn 8 at 16:13. We're about to see whether or not there is potential for more pace from anybody else. If Malte Jakobsen, Alpine runs wide, the BMW deals with that challenge. If he can get onto terms with FIA and pass that Ferrari, then we'll see whether or not there's more pace in anything other than the top 4.
Look offline how much water there is on the track if you have to go offline to pass.
The Porsche behind you is closing the gap in sector 2, but then you open it again in sector 3. Just keep an eye on the mirror, but all good so far.
So effectively, the Porsche is closing a bit on the big straight, and then in this tight, twisty section, the Ferrari opens up again. It's an interesting pair of battles. Giovinazzi versus Campbell, and Fuoco versus Chamonix. And actually, the gap is the same, 1.6 first to second, 1.8 third to fourth. So you're looking at the same problem for each of the Porsche drivers. Almost close enough to touch, and yet you just can't quite get onto terms.
Yeah, the frustration, you can almost feel it from Matt Campbell, can't you? I think he feels he's got a quick enough car to get this job done. He's dropped back a little bit, lost half a second on that lap, and that came in the second sector that Giovinazzi was being told by his race engineer he was slower in. He wasn't last time, and he's dragged the gap back out to over 2 seconds. Antonio Fuoco pretty much equidistant, and Mathieu Chamonix pretty much equidistant behind that. 6 seconds, top 4 cars, 21 seconds of the gap to AFA, with Malte Jakobsen trying to get on terms with the third Ferrari.
Back into the carnage that is LMGT3, and the Iron Dames, the pink Porsche, now down to 7th place. Ricardo Pera down to 6th, because look at the progress that the Mercedes have made. Lorcan Hannafin up to 4th, Lynn Herdanius up to 5th position. So exactly as they were suggesting, the wetter, the better for those Mercedes. 21 versus 46. This is Ferrari a long way off the pace of Simon Mann. Valentino Rossi going by him. That's a change for 13th.
That comes after the drive-through penalty, I think, that has been served by Valet. Yes, it has. 25-second stop on the board. So now the in-tray is empty, at least for WRT, but they've got a long way to come back with that 46 car. Battle of the Porsches here, 92 ahead of 85.
And again, you might expect, you know, over history, in mixed and low traction conditions, the Porsche to be reveling in this. But in fact, it is the Mercedes that are working their way up the order. Number 6, Porsche Penske Porsche in second place. Let's get down to the pits.
We've been speculating a lot, Lawrence Vantor, whether or not Matty Campbell has a car underneath him to compete with this Ferrari. Does he have a better car than the red prancing horse ahead, do you think?
I've never driven the Ferrari, so I couldn't tell you, but yeah, it stretches conditions at the moment. I think if you see the onboard, it's just also trying to survive, but so far it's going pretty well, better than we'd hoped for. Let's see what the weather does. The rain should decrease at one point, but it continues for the moment, but I think that should start to play in our favor a bit more, but yeah, so far so good, still a while to go.
Everyone from the Porsche Penske Motorsport camp was very excited about the possibility of rain because the strength of the car would come to the fore. We have seen that. Do you think the car will still be as strong if it does dry out toward the checkered flag?
I think so far we're stronger in the wet, but I think maybe the greasy conditions would suit us, maybe, let's hope. But so far we're close, and it's also a question of who is not going to make a mistake, and it's still a while to go, so yeah, let's see.
If the rain continues, I think we know who's doing the rain dance to keep the rain going. Thanks, Larry.
I'll try.
Yeah, that's absolutely spot on from Laurens Vanthoor. It's a survival race here, isn't it? Yes, they're finding pace, but one error and you're out of that battle for the top 4.
Battle for 11th, the BMW 31 just hanging on at the moment. Timo Bogusławski ahead of Finn Gersitz in the 78 Lexus. Neither really with grip to spare. And don't forget, these cars have got traction control and ABS, and that's part of why they are almost running into the back of hypercars in tight corners like the one they've just come out of, because actually they stop better and they accelerate better, and the minimum corner speed is barely any different at all, 1 or 2 kilometers an hour in difference. Normally in these 6-hour races, it is absolutely beating each other up for 6 hours. Right now, there's only one enemy, and that's the weather, and you've got to survive to get into the final half hour and then maybe look at where you are in the race and try and win it.
I think we've just had another victim just watching the 61 AMG tumble down the timing screens as we watch from on board Timo Bogusławski with the Lexus right behind, with the 61, which was sitting up in what was that 5th place, drops down now towards the bottom of the top 10.
Funny, isn't it, how much wetter it is than qualifying has dramatically affected the performance of both BMWs and the cars that were super quick in free practice, the Lexus.
Yeah, this is close to the close though. This pair giving absolutely no quarter. There's no real margin for error here.
The BMW and the Lexus were both very competitive dry conditions, not so bad in slightly slippery conditions in qualifying, and now suddenly in the real wet they're struggling against the front runners.
Finn Gersitz looking very aggressive here. Looking, I think, to boss the BMW out of his way. Just no error so far from the German driver in the Lexus.
Yeah, that battled for 12th, 11th and 12th. Oh, huge moment over the curb on the inside. It's a massive sausage curb there, which probably was a bit unsighted in these kind of conditions, to be fair to the Lexus driver. And that battle's going to carry on down towards turn 12 now. Last of the late breakers coming up. Rossi guards the inside. Oh, sorry, not Rossi. It's the 31, isn't it?
It's
Bogusławski
ahead of Finn Gersitz, but no quarter being given here. So tough, side by side, leaps over, leaps over one curb, lands on the other. That hurt.
That does, yeah, I was just going to say that is very uncomfortable, a massive curb on the inside. That actually can do damage to the chassis if you're not careful, at least the underside of the floor in an LMGT car.
Gives an idea of the kind of lack of visibility they've got. Goes again to the outside. Has he made it by this time? Well, elbows out, makes it. Has he gone too deep into this corner? BMW tries to come back at him, but I think that pass is made, Dan.
He's made the pass, yeah, but I think he may have damaged the left rear of the car, probably in that moment in the middle of turn 12. Just thought I saw a bit of bodywork damage there just on the left rear. Don't think it's going to do too much to the performance, especially in these conditions, but at least he's found his way through. Great stuff between those two last couple of laps.
Hasn't just been, and I have to say, impressive in these conditions.
And the difference when you finally get in front and you can just have that clear line of sight. So we look at car 50 here, Antonio Fuoco.
Under pressure still for Mathieu Jaminet, but meanwhile, by the way, ahead of this, Antonio Giovinazzi's now pulled 5 seconds on Matt Campbell. So Campbell has just dropped back from that order in the last few moments.
Yeah, I don't know if Campbell, because he was much closer than that a couple of laps ago, wasn't he? So I don't know if he's had a bit of a moment himself or just had a really bad run through traffic. But no, you're absolutely right, Graham. This is really about surviving these conditions before they say it's going to improve later on in the race. And still with 2.5 hours to go, this is the moment you look back in the race and think, if only I didn't make the mistake then, I could have. Who knows what's going to happen as it starts drying up? I mean, it is a race at the end of the day. You're trying your best to go as fast as you can. But yeah, as the conditions continuing to improve.
You look at it, it looks like a rainy November, and round goes to 5, and that's exactly what we're just talking about. Mathieu Jaminet, who have been right up there with the Ferrari, and that's going to drop him seconds back. It's not, I don't think, going to quite drop him into the clutches of the 83 car, but that's what it takes.
Watch this, this is the exit of turn 9, just getting on the wet stuff. You can see the dry or the damp line, the train tracks of where the rubber lines have been, or where the tyres have been, and he just got himself off of those train tracks onto the wetter stuff, and around it went. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, I was about to use the phrase risk versus reward. It didn't look like he was taking that much of a risk, and yet. And here comes, by the way, Nico Veroni romping forwards here. He's actually now made his way back up to the tail of the hypercar field, albeit a lap down. But now from here on in, every hypercar pretty much he passes is to unlap himself from the field ahead.
You still see the rain tipping it down, but yeah, you're absolutely right. The 99 Porsches had the speed in this race. Such a shame what happened earlier on to lose that lap or two. Hirakawa patiently takes the car through 8 and 9.
Sister car in the mid-16s, quickest cars in the low 14s, but generally 16s would be competitive.
Basically trying to pass the message on to your driver that we're a second and a half to 2 seconds off the pace as it stands right now.
But you've got a choice. Have you got any more pace in you, or are you going to keep the conservative role that you've got in this race and hope that the people ahead who may be taking more risk than you, it doesn't pay off?
Because
risk versus reward.
All it needs is another safety car. And if you've just been super safe, and all of that was just completely unnecessary if you were over pushing the car and making too many mistakes like we've seen so many drivers do.
Yeah, meanwhile, in LMGT3, Ben Tuck doing a great job at the lead of this race, but so too are both of the silver drivers in the United Autosports McLarens. And again here, one moment for anybody there, and you've got quite a famous result.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, they were right up there in qualifying as well, weren't they? The two McLaren drivers, particularly Sean Galeo, on the slicks in the damp conditions. But now in full wet conditions, the car seems to really have the speed. But yeah, Ben Tuck doing the business for Ford out in front.
Race leader trying to deal with the two LMGT3 BMWs, does so with no drama. But this is Valentino Rossi trying to get onto terms with Timo Boguslavski.
Very much on terms.
And has caught the team car. There'll be no team orders, I don't think, here.
Yeah, Boguslavski really letting the car slide too much on the exit of 13 and 14.
I think Gersitz, by the way, we saw that battle, what was it, a lap and a half ago, 4 seconds up the road now. So Gersitz, having been released, genie from the bottle, if you like, has driven away from the BMW. So it's a fine job to keep the Lexus behind him for as long as he did. It was a forceful battle. Now perhaps suffering.
Rossi's driving really well in these conditions.
Doing great.
Yeah, really homing in on the sister car there. It's just a matter of trying to find a way by. It's more about, I think, waiting for your opponent to make a mistake, because overtaking when you've got this condition with, you can clearly see there's more of a damp line appearing where the car, and that exactly that, but Rossi sends it down the inside. Nice late braking, but the invite was there as his teammate went a bit too wide.
The pair of them were very much on the edge. It's an awful lot of opposite luck there from Valet to actually just save driving into the sister car, then save the corner, then make the pass.
This is that much. So look, you see that damp line there, and then the wetter stuff either side of it, and that's the bit you daren't run onto.
That's where we've seen the BMW, the Cadillac, the Toyota, and the Alpine all hit trouble.
It's a move in turn 11.
This is the battle for 7th place, 54, 88, 10, 61, all involved in that battle.
Yeah, it almost paid off, didn't it, the move down the inside of 11, but the problem is if you don't make it stick, you then run out of momentum down this long straight before the next braking zone. And now he's under attack from the Mercedes behind. And yeah, it looks like that car 88 starting to struggle in these conditions. Pole position, but not looking like they have the speed at all. Pops one down the inside of turn 15. And I think this time he's going to be alongside, is he, before the next triple right-hander? No, just again lost momentum. But he's clearly got the speed on his side.
It looks like that in terms of the speed. I'm just checking up on lap times here, and these are on race-leading pace, all of them. There's nothing on lap pace, there's nothing between this group and the lead group of 3.
A great race between the Aston and the Ford here, though. Once again, the Aston steams past on the inside into the final corner, turn 20, but then gets repassed by the Ford. Now he's back through on the inside in turn 1, where we finally see a change of position here, but no.
Great grip there from the Mustang. Where he found it, I don't know.
Yeah, Leverato in the Mustang doing a great job of fending off his position, but I feel like it's only a matter of time before Barrichello can get past.
Yeah. Car's disobeying the laws of fluid dynamics and physics at the moment in these conditions. Amazing stuff. Meanwhile, the number 50 Ferrari makes its way through this group. Here comes behind that group the number 5 Porsche of Mathieu Jaminet. He's got to deal with this group next. Then Herdenius in the AMG number 61.
Yeah, and 61 had that spin, of course, a couple of laps ago, as you pointed out, Graham, through the triple right-hander. So he was ahead of this gaggle of cars a few laps before.
Jaminet now. So now we've got Milton Jakobsen, was caught right back up to FIA, dealing with GT traffic in the manner of one of the Corvettes. Jakobsen must fancy a bit of a go here for 5th place. More traffic for the 83 ahead. That is the 27 Aston Martin. Meantime, the 61 AMG trying to keep with, get by, get back to where he was before whatever incident turned him around. We got yellows again at turns 17, 18. That's where that group are just clearing now.
That would be right, recovering Alpine out of that very corner.
They're really struggling, aren't they? These conditions, the Alpines.
I think that was Chatin once again. So yeah, the yellows have been removed as he gets going. Once again, Barrichello sends it down the inside into the final corner. Can he keep the momentum this time before they head down the main straight once again? I think he has. If he keeps his nose there and then really focuses, gets the car onto that damp line for the braking, that will pay dividends. He's got to send it this time and make sure he's ahead on the exit. I think he's done it, and he has. The Ford crosses the line on the exit. I don't think it's going to be enough. Finally, he gets the position he's been looking for the last 2 or 3 laps.
And learned the lesson from where to put the car last time around. Last time around, there was just enough for the 88 to go to regain the position. This time, Barrichello, learning fast everywhere, has got it done. This is the incident earlier.
Onto the proper wet stuff once again. No chance. That was a close moment for
Shogun in the 36 car. That was the...
It was the
Sebastian
second,
yeah.
It was second place car, Sean.
Oh, right, okay. That could have been a very significant incident.
Now, while we were watching all this battle of the front-engine cars, they were actually closing in fast on the 54 Ferrari of Francesco Castellacci, and that is the next target for Barrichello in the number 10 Aston Martin. Back with Lynn Herdenius, and he would have been cursing himself, Anthony, giving away anything in these conditions, but it's so tough not to.
Exactly, we've seen so many good drivers making mistakes here today, and it just goes to show, that's telling that it's such tough conditions. Let's look down the inside into turn 13. Nothing doing that time around, but seems to be a moment of time in time before he is going to find his way by as Barrichello starts to pull away. Has a look down the inside into 15 as well, the slowest corner on the circuit. and now comes to the corner where he had his spin a few laps ago. There's a hypercar involved as well, one of the Porsches.
That's number 5, Mathieu Jaminet, trying to find a way through. And of course, he's going to be extra cautious after having that big high-speed loop 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely, and finds his way by the 61 into turn 19. So yeah, Lineladius has got to just bide his time here. It will happen, but as he's learned a couple of laps ago, if you're a bit too hasty, you can easily end up facing the wrong way. That was a leery moment, exit 19.
That's the doctor, of course, on the curbs, a man who excels with much smaller contact at this moment. We're going to see, let's take a look at this again, battle for 9th place. Still the Mustang under pressure. Now, Ben Tuck in the 77 Mustang seems to be having a little less problems. 2:21.5 his last lap, and Gianmarco Lavorato 2:23.3, so a full 1.6 seconds slower. Meanwhile, is this for position? Yeah, Bourdais goes by Chatin. Two cars that are struggling for traction.
Chatin has had, well, obviously Bourdais still recovering from that massive high-speed spin that he had on the exit of turn 10. About 10 or 15 laps ago now, but Chatin just hasn't had the speed. The Alpines haven't had the speed in the full wet conditions.
No, they haven't. And we're actually hearing on the radio they're going to pit, I think, Chatin to put on new wets with a lower tyre pressure, or a higher tyre pressure rather, because they think maybe part of their problem is that their pressures are too low. And Anthony, this is what some of the drivers were saying this morning, is that it's going to be a gamble because we haven't run in the rain here with these cars, with these tyres, and so yeah, educated guess, Ferrari goes off wide, that's 50.
Yeah, that was Froco, just getting the braking slightly wrong in turn 12. That would have cost him even more time, but yeah, it's just these very difficult conditions. I mean, in the hypercar especially, we had Kevin Estre in earlier on trying to explain the difference between the hypercar and the GT, and the GT is more compliant, higher ride height, softer springs, and
ABS, traction control.
Well, the hypercar's got traction control as well, but it's, yeah, the GTs generally have a bit of an easier time in these conditions than the hypercars.
That was the position. That was the number 12 Cadillac of Alex Lynn going by Alex Riberas. So again, in traffic, jumping in and going by the Aston Martin. So he is now up to 7th place. Rain coming down harder still.
The rain will decrease till it stops within the next 30 minutes. The rain now will decrease during the next 30 minutes and stop in 30 minutes.
And they are about halfway through their stint, so not suggesting that anybody's going to come in and put slicks on, but on the other hand, fresh wets, if the track is drying, they're going to last longer than tired wets. That might work for everybody if the rain is due to stop.
Yeah, just I've got the virtual energy tanks for most of the cars in front of me here in the hypercar, and they're around 50% of virtual energy tank remaining. So yeah, a couple more laps, we're going to see them having to come in anyway to put fuel in, and therefore probably another set of wets, because it's never going to be dry enough in the next 10-15 minutes. So that's going to be an extra stop, probably in 2 stops time for fuel. If it does stop raining in the next 20-30 minutes, you might start seeing some brave souls go for the slicks. If it coincides with a fuel stop, that's how you can save a lot of time.
Rather than me. Sebastian Boe with the yellow Mercedes of Lorcan Hannafin harassing him. This is for 3rd in LMGT3. The McLaren's well balanced, and it seems like they've got the setup, particularly the tyre pressures, right in these temperatures, in these conditions. Ben Tuck still leads in the Mustang by 4 seconds from Sean Gelael. There's the battle for 3rd. Is about an 1/8 of a car apart as the Mustang. There's the Mercedes runs a little wide and shuts the door for the Porsche that's trying to work its way through. That's still the number 5 car, Mathieu Jaminet, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and working his way around the outside once again. He had to do this last lap around with the GTs. He was trying to get by that to it. Couldn't make it this time around.
He started with an overlap and lost ground by running out wide where there was even less grip than there was closer to the racing line. He's going to have to wait for the straight, isn't he? And there's the frustration of being in the quicker car.
Yeah, and for Hannafin in the yellow AMG number 60, that's frustrating as well, having a hypercar buzzing around you when you're trying to focus on getting the car in front. As 36 runs wide
again
into turn 11 this time.
Just a lock up there under braking.
It's easily done, just like that. And then we saw it with Brendan Hartley when he was at the wheel before in the Toyota number 8. And then he tries to get on power on the exit, and the thing's got no grip on the rear axle as well. So terrible. I mean, this is, yeah, really heart in the mouth driving for all the drivers out there. Can't stress enough what a challenge it is.
Both ends of the car's disagreeing with you. You know, from the outside, you sort of think, you know, okay, it looks manageable-ish, but then when you go on board, you realise how much tougher it is than they're making it look. The onboard views, frankly, you know, sometimes are quite terrifying. It's a bit close your eyes and stop breathing stuff. James Costigan, well, he's done his stuff in the McLaren. So he's looking at his teammate Sebastian Boe, trying to hang on to a podium here. Again, 2.25 hours, 2 hours 12. Still raining, still wet tyres, still anything could happen. Absolutely anything. I mean, we saw in the pit stop for the 83 car, an absolute calamity out of nowhere. No driver error, no incident, no accident, just half a foot offline in the pit stop, and suddenly they lost, you know, half a minute. And there is the 83 car trying to come through. Yeah, Yafei.
And you know, and then it makes you drive more desperately, more aggressively as well when you come through cars like he is now, because you're trying to make up for lost time, which in itself is impossible. You've just got to do your own thing, but it does make you drive more 10/10s than just easing off slightly when you feel the car isn't quite there through aquaplaning situations. You will be taking more of those risks, as we see Yafei run a little bit wide again. And actually, the GTs are faster through that section of the circuit. That's part of the problem.
Okay, so it's bedded tire on the high pressure.
So yeah, they did go for higher pressures for Gunon, and part of the reason for doing that is it helps to raise the ride heights as well in extreme wet conditions. Obviously builds more tyre temperature quicker, so it can work against you in terms of the tyre degrading faster, particularly if we're going to get into a situation if the track starts to become a damp circuit rather than completely treacherous like it is at the moment. So it might work in these full wet conditions, but later on it will bite them, as this is Bourdais working his way past the 15 car.
Now, in this little battle, there was a brief double yellow at turn 2 at the beginning of the lap, so one or the other of them went off, and probably both, in fairness, judging by how little grip there is and how hard they're going at it. But Bourdais finally gets his nose in front again, the BMW, just a half a foot offline. Ah, that's what it was. That's why Bourdais got so close. Watch him come into shot in the background. There he was.
Okay, so that's through turn 2. So that's earlier on in the lap.
Yeah.
And that's where the spin happened.
That was the double waved yellows.
And then what we just saw happening, just as we went to this replay, oh, and that's Yafei going off as well through the triple right-hander. That was close to the lap before, and this time around he goes properly off the track. And we saw, you saw at the time, didn't you, where before we went to that replay of car 15 spinning through turn 2, he had a proper moment in the beginning of that triple right-hander because he didn't quite get into the train tracks.
Yep. It's so hard, isn't it? And I, you know, having not been in that position, I appreciate that you go from some grip to not the remotest bit of grip at all. You almost imagine that it's, if you're not on the sort of drier bit, then literally you might as well be on ice because the car just suddenly shoots off.
That's the problem. The speed. See this corner here. This is where we picked it up before. So on the inside is the safest part to be, on where the cars are generally running. If you venture off too wide, you're then carrying too much speed for what the tyres can shift. That's the problem.
And then the tyre just rises up on the water like a boat coming up onto the plane. Again, the 92 Porsche, the turquoise car, hanging on to position. This is for 4th place ahead of the Iron Lynx Mercedes of Lorcan Hannafin. Rahal Frey down to 6th position in the Iron Dames Porsche, just a little further back. But Lorcan Hannafin making good progress.
Lorcan, I think, has lost a position in the last lap or two. We saw just a lap or so ago, he was on the back end of that McLaren. It's the Porsche that's on the charge here right now. The 92 car's gone by the bright yellow AMG. So I think he may have had a bit of a moment somewhere. Meantime, by the way, the two cars doing a fabulous job in LMGT3 since we went back to green flag racing are the lead two, Ben Tuck and Sean Galale. They're separated by 5 seconds. After that, the gap to this battle is a better part of 20. And
you're right, Ricardo Pera now is starting to focus on the car of Sebastian Bode in third. 7th and 8th, Francesco Castellacci. Rubens Barrichello, Eduardo Barrichello, we saw him work his way through that little group at the bottom of the top 10. He was closing in on Castellacci, but he's now got stuck behind the Ferrari, and again off is the number 7 Toyota. This is Jose Maria Lopez. That time got out of the gravel and spread some more around for everybody else on board. Ant.
This is how it happens. That's turn 3. Yeah, spins all the way through. Does he hit the barrier? No, I think he just about manages to stay away from it.
See how misty the windscreen is as well.
It's what it is. I've had this happen before. It's the rubber from the blade leaving itself on the screen, on the tear-offs.
Hearing, by the way, 38's Cadillac has lost its wiper blade. So
well, that'll be making a nice noise.
Thankfully, at the moment, conditions are marginally improving.
Yeah, good job it's not raining much.
Yeah.
It's like my Morris Minor. They're not improving. We're hearing from the pit lane again, it is raining harder yet. Mind you, we've just been joined by people who might actually have been outside, so we can get a first-hand view of that. Mike McGregor from Goodyear. Graham, open his mic. Mike, you've been here often enough. So slicks then, Mike?
Yeah, definitely.
Not going to see much use for those. I mean, the forecast as you read it, are we going to see any dry run? Oh, again, number 7 Toyota is off for a second time in this lap, Pachito. And is he going to get stuck there? Change of position. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, as Barrichello has gone by Castellacci and stays in front as he shuts the door up the steep hill to turn 1.
Yeah, another quiet face of the race in LMGT3, he said with his tongue firmly in his cheek. Mike, this is a massive test for your Goodyear Wets as we keep an eye on the number 7 Toyota.
Yeah, it is. I mean, obviously it's what we developed the tyres for these types of conditions, and you're seeing very big differences in strategy of what people are doing on the tyres so far.
It's just a replay of the second of the 2 rapid-fire incidents of the number 7 Toyota. Watch the front tyres spin up. He didn't quite see that, but he couldn't get any further than the position he's now beached in. We are going to go to virtual safety car.
Yeah. Exactly as we saw before, virtual safety car, that will then lead to a safety car, and that will allow them to rescue the number 7 Toyota.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC.
And our Texican hero, Ben Keating's car, has come to a grinding halt.
So that's John Yeager aboard the 33 car. That's
that's a reflection of the Goodyear Bridge and Buffett in the windscreen. That's very untimely. So
great racing though, Mike, in LMGT3. Despite the conditions, we've seen some fantastic nose-to-tail, door-to-door, wheel-to-wheel, front-to-rear, you name it, top to bottom at one point with the Lexus. You must be pleased with the way they're doling out the entertainment for the GT3s.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's this product is so versatile, and the comments really are very good from all the drivers. I mean, there's quite a few of the cars that haven't changed tyres at all since the start of the race, so they're still on the same sets of wets with the same sets of performance. So, no, it's a real testament to the product.
4 hours in. Well, now they get an opportunity if they want to for the rest of this race. So, you know, we think we might get some dry running towards the end of this race. We'll come back to you on that point in just a moment. But that's what this is all about, isn't it? Keeping performance for longer.
Yeah, of course. The tyres developed to be as consistent as possible and make sure that teams don't have to change tyres. You know, it's the essence of everything that we've done in endurance and what we've worked towards.
So the option The slick option here is the hard, but the conditions are a lot cooler than we were expecting. Is that going to cause any issues if we do get into dry running?
No, I don't think it will. You know, we've seen across the course of the week some hotter practice sessions and some cooler practice sessions, and actually the majority of the cars were a bit happier with the cooler sessions because it was a bit easier to drive the car overall and putting less strain on it.
Yeah, we can see the issue for Seb Bourdais still aboard it is indeed aboard the 38 car, and that's yes, exited stage left. I'm afraid it's an X-wiper.
That's the thing with things that you don't use very often, wipers and sort of demister blowers and stuff like that, is that when you go to them, you go, that we haven't looked at that for months. So Sebastian Bourdais, yeah, they are going to go into the pits for fuel and tyres and a wiper. So somebody will be running around at the back of the garage, and luckily 33's got going again.
Lack of fuel pressure we're hearing for the 33 Corvette. Mike, these are, it's fair to say, unexpected conditions, and we're here in a full 6-hour race, which looks like for the most part it's going to be wet weather tyres. You have to anticipate that possibility everywhere we go.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we really planned that Sao Paulo might be wet, so we didn't have any of that misfortune, and then we've come here where we thought it would be completely dry, and we've ended up with a full wet race pretty much. So, no, but the tyres are also designed to deal with various temperatures and cycles, and even though you say it's cooler, it's still very warm for wet weather, so we have to make sure that the tyre's very versatile and still can handle the higher temperatures in the wet conditions.
It's always seen as being a bit of a leveller. Ford doing great guns here. We're looking at the Mercedes AMGs making their way up the order as well. Got to be good news when variety is such a big part of this formula that even your newest customer in LMGT3 is right there in the mix.
I think, you know, we saw a lot of it already in qualifying, and I think we've seen it across the season. The tyres work very well across the board. I think, you know, Lexus were obviously able to capitalise much more in Sao Paulo on the harder specification versus others, but we started to see this weekend other manufacturers now starting to understand how that tyre can work and how they can exploit more performance from that tyre. So, you know, it's always a learning curve, and when you've had a single specification for such a long period of time, sometimes the teams can get a little bit set in their ways of what they're used to and what they like, that when we throw something different into the balance, they have to change their thinking and methodology a little bit.
51 on pit lane, just saw the 38 in and out with no attempt to fix that broken wiper on the Cadillac. And is it still Sebastian Bourdais aboard that car? Yeah. It's Jenson Button aboard the car. So Jenson's going to have to adapt to these conditions, and with no rubber-assisted assistance, as it were. What do we expect for the end of this race then, Mike? More of the same? It looks like it.
Everything that we're looking at says that it's not really going to dry out enough by the end of the race. And I think with the level of water, I don't see it clear.
A good race for Goodyear?
A great race.
Great stuff. Mike McGregor, keep pushing hard. It's been great to see the blimp overhead here, the Circuit of the Americas once again, and it's still 100th anniversary this year?
It's still the 100th anniversary.
And is this the last time we're going to see her for the WC this season?
This is probably the last time you're going to see her.
Okay, well that's a rather a shame, but great to see it. An icon. And the final question for you is about the progress with the Wingfoot Award, because there's two Wingfoot Awards for this weekend, are there not? One on the podium and one in the fan zone.
Well, yeah, so we have brought a new concept this weekend. We've partnered with VBR, and the fans have had their opportunity of racing some of the remote controlled variety of the LMGT3 cars, and we've also created a Wingfoot Award for that area.
Great stuff. So we'll wait and see later who is going to be the fan votes for the LMGT3 driver of the day. You can engage with that when you see the graphic on screen a little later through the Instagram page for the FIA World Endurance Championship and with Goodyear, and your votes will count from a short list from a selection panel. Away goes the number 77 car from the lead of the race, and Ben Tuck has been absolutely stellar since getting into that car.
virtual safety car here at the Circuit of the Americas. We're inside the final 2 hours of the race. 4 wet hours so far, and the prospect of 2 more wet hours to continue. Driver changes going on wholesale down the field. Virtual safety car means the pit lane is open, and it's an opportunity for everybody to reset, rethink, and fit your driver for the final 2 hours. So Rahul Fry, for instance, out of the Iron Dames Porsche. Michelle Gatting will have taken over there, and we've seen pretty much wholesale stops so far. Antonio Giovinazzi, Kevin Est, Antonio Fuoco, Michael Christensen, all in from the top 4. Robert Kubica is now aboard 83. Alex Lynn yet to stop. He's got a blade on his wiper. We saw a little bit there from the onboard of the Ferrari with the wiper moving generously across the screen and the rain not moving at all, Anthony. So either there's a lot of water on the inside of the screen or the wiper is in proximity to the glass, but not close enough proximity to be of any use.
I did spot that as well. I didn't know whether the water was actually on the inside of the screen or the wiper was just insufficiently
waving.
Rid of it. Yeah,
it's more of a waver than a wiper.
I guess it's still psychologically better than having no rubber blade at all, like Bourdais having to deal, or Bond's having to deal with now.
True. I suppose you're a Brit. You're used to driving in the rain. Shut up, get on with it. That's the way that works. Okay, so virtual safety car is in, and let's catch up now with one of our front runners in United Autosports McLaren Garage. Shea Adam is down there.
Well, Sean Galale just put on one of the most impressive GT3 stints that I've seen in the rain. Sean, the McLaren looked like it was on rails. It went exactly where you wanted it to. Did it feel that simple behind the wheel?
Yeah, it was so good. I mean, I think the guys did an amazing job the whole year. We were struck by a lot of unlucky and unreliability about the car, but I think, you know, this event, and it's close to where home of United is as well, so hopefully we can bring home a good result, and we're just praying for it.
Do you want it to keep raining, or do you want it to dry out?
I think we keep it as it is. Let's not change anything. Fingers crossed, everything crossed, and hopefully we cross the line this or better.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Well, you forget the beginning of the season in Qatar, who locked out the front row of the grid? Well, it was a McLaren 1-2 with those guys on pole position. Their teammates finished second. They were unlucky and finished 7th, and that remains their best result of the season.
Safety car, meanwhile, is now on track. The inevitable result, here it comes, with the pit entry closed. We just seen Mike McGregor and talked to Mike McGregor about the Wingfoot Award. Sean Galale, absolutely one of my stars of that really tricky middle part of this race, kept the Mustang ahead of him, very honest indeed, and took the fight to what's been a pretty dominant force at LMGT3 on pace all weekend in whatever the conditions have been. So the Porsche safety car, waiting for our race leader, the 51, will pick up the race leader. And I'm just looking where we will need another wave by the way. With this, there's at least one LMGT3 car ahead of the race leader. 77 Proton Mustang
a few
leads.
Changes there. 95 United McLaren in second. 92 the turquoise Porsche up to third ahead of the 59 United. There's Rahul Fry, who's just brought in the Iron Dames car, and that is now in 5th place ahead of the 60 Mercedes. So actually they've had a pretty good run through the pits.
This is the 92 car now in the hands of Richie Leeds, but they've been the car on the move, dealt with the challenge of the United Autosports number 59 McLaren. That might have been done, you know, in the pits, 3 seconds quicker in the pits, and I think that's where it's been done.
I think that's exactly where it happened.
One-side first form, despite the fact they're carrying success ballast up into 3rd place here.
And don't forget, they are the championship leaders ahead of Ferrari number 21, which is currently in 14th place, so 4 places away from even a single point. So that could have a big effect on the way that the LMGT3 championship looks.
Potential problems though for the 7th place car in LMGT3, Racing Spirit Le Mans, Aston Martin in the hands of Valentina Hazaclo, under investigation, technical infringement, total power. We'll come back to what that means in a minute or two. Before we get to that one, let's go back down to pit lane with Shea Adam. She's with a young man who's been in the thick of it, Malte Jakobsen.
Malte Jakobsen clearly doesn't understand physics, because what he was able to do with the number 94 Peugeot is something that a lot of other cars on the track weren't. Malte, did you realize it was actually raining and wet out there when you got in the car, because you were just flying by people?
Yeah, it was obviously very, very tricky conditions this time, and I wouldn't necessarily say what I expected to come back from a nice summer holiday and arrive here in Texas with such a heat on Wednesday. But yeah, I'm Scandinavian, and you know, in Denmark growing up doing karting there, we sometimes had these conditions. So I think that turned out quite well today.
What are you expecting out of the car for the remainder of the race? Do you think it can stay up toward the front?
Yes, definitely. I mean, Loic showed very, very strong progress from the beginning of the race. And obviously, I was sitting watching his onboards and trying to learn as much as possible. And then finally got to jump in the car, having him in the radio, trying to tell me a little bit what to do. And then obviously, I managed to overtake one of the Cadillacs. Unfortunately, didn't make further progress in the field, but managed to bring the car back, and now Stoffel is back in.
Do you want a podium, or you think maybe top 5 is all that's going to happen today?
That's a difficult answer, or question to answer. But obviously we are hoping for further positions. But let's see. It's still a long race. I guess 2 hours to go still.
Good luck.
Thank you.
If it stays wet, I mean, they are absolutely the best of the rest in this race, which is great to see, because you don't want anybody to be the whipping boy of the field for the whole time. But if it stays this wet and they just get a little bit more in tyre pressure or something.
Watch though behind Alex Lynn in that first Cadillac. They're going to be a force here.
Four hours into the Lone Star Le Mans, waved away in wet conditions by Simon Pagenaud. The whole field on wet weather tyres, and it was immediate, even behind the safety car, how tricky conditions were going to be. The first car who spun was Mathieu Jaminet, definitely not the last. Problems with the electrics and the headlights of the 87 Lexus cost them 3 laps to fix. And after a long safety car, the chance finally to go to green flag racing would take a long time to arrive. Front runners making pit stops, and our only retirement so far, the number 20 BMW with a hybrid issue. 61 Mercedes briefly in to have a splitter fixed, and the red flag came out because of problems with positioning cars behind the safety car. We went back to green flag racing half an hour later. An ambitious lunge from Nico Varone in the 99 Porsche didn't quite pick up a spot. Meanwhile, throughout the field, with everybody still jammed together and traction at an absolute minimum, it was hard work all round. The Mustangs that had locked out the front row of the grid and had fueled early started to come back through the order. Alpine seemed to be having as many problems as anyone else with keeping the cars on the track. Tom Gamble's Aston Martin also going off on the same standing water as Fred Makovici. Another safety car ensued as the rain got heavier. Back to green flag racing once more, and Phil Hansen in the yellow Ferrari out front. In LMGT3, McLaren seemed to be singing in the rain, moving up the order. Both of the orange and black machines making good progress. After racing, and the 46 BMW and the 92 Porsche, the championship leaders battling for position. And then Phil Hansen running out of grip, told by the team to allow James Calado's Ferrari to go by. Almost immediately, virtual safety car and disaster for the 83. They had to come in around a GT car and lost over half a minute in the pit lane. 5 places conceded. In wet weather conditions, traction anywhere on the track is tough to find, particularly in traffic. Around half the field have had lurid moments, and the other half have been that close. Just surviving to the checkered flag is going to be a work of ultimate determination for all these cars and drivers. And despite cars getting beached, bringing out the safety cars, the race continues. An hour and 49 minutes still to go. 51 Ferrari, the championship leaders, on top ahead of the number 6 Porsche. Then the 50 Ferrari and the 5 Porsche. The 83 car that won here last year remains 5th, ahead of the better of the Peugeots. Then the number 12 Cadillac and the 2 Aston Martins in points-paying positions, as well as the 93 Peugeot. Both of the French cars are in the top 10. In LMGT3, it is Proton Competition 77 Mustang that leads from the 95 McLaren of United Autosports and the 92 Porsche Manthey First Form. That is the car that leads the standings. And for the 92 car, the two cars ahead of them in the points, not sufficiently relevant in the championship, and in fact the nearest 2 or 3 or 4 cars behind them also not particularly relevant. Their closest championship challengers are the 21 Ferrari, not in the points, and the 33 Corvette, not in the points. So for the 92 car, things could hardly be going better, but they've got to survive 2 very wet hours to reach the checkered flag and get those points.
Even more impressively for the 92, which is carrying that success ballast, is they did that on that single set of tyres, amongst the oldest tyres of any of the cars at LMGT3, and still we're rising up the order. We've got safety car at full speed, and we've got yet another guest. It's been a galaxy of talent joining us in the booth, and it's the man who is going to become, in about 48 hours, the most recent, the newest driver of a hypercar. Nick Cassidy, it's great to have you here with us in the booth. You're going to be joining Peugeot. We're delighted to see that. They've got you all with the merch on already. What do you think of what you've seen in this paddock, what you've seen on track? It's been a tricky race. I've been watching these cars struggling with these conditions. Looking forward to this?
Yeah, look, I'm super excited to be back in the paddock. It's great to be here speaking with you guys. It's been a couple of years since I've been in and around the World Endurance Championship, but today's been really fantastic. A lot of familiar faces, and getting behind the scenes with everyone at Peugeot, learning about what's to come.
It's a very different formula than you've been used to. You've had Formula E. We've seen you, of course, in LMGT in the Ferrari. We've had you in the Asia Le Mans series, putting a LMP2 car on pole. But what we know you've got is pace. You think this is a formula you can show that speed?
Oh, look, I have a huge amount of respect for the drivers here and all the teams and manufacturers. It's firstly fantastic to be in the top class. With Peugeot obviously heading to Le Mans next year. That's been a huge goal of mine in my career, and obviously you've got to have a bit of self-confidence, but it's been a while since I've been in P2 and cars like this. So I'm in the car on Tuesday here at COTA, which I'm really looking forward to. It's going to be great to get some miles under my belt and get back into it.
Stick with us. Safety car is going to be coming in at the end of this lap. They're down now at turn 15. One of the big parallels with where you've been doing your World Championship racing most recently is energy management. How big a transition has that been for you?
Let's see Tuesday. I'm getting a bit distracted here as we're about to go green. I'm focusing on the race a little bit, but there's becoming more and more, I guess, technology and software crossover between the two categories, which is super interesting for me, and looking forward to that.
Yeah, Nick, focusing on the race, you'll do. Hang on with us for a minute or two as we get this one back to green with Martin Haven.
And look how tight it is. You saw safety car in this lap on the safety information screen for all of these drivers. They know exactly where they're going. They're all weaving to try and find some desperate bit of heat. And now it's not so much heat in the tyres at turn 1, but it's going to be heat in the brakes, and a lunge from Estra on the inside, really trying to get a run on Alessandro Pierguidi in the lead Ferrari, with Miguel Molina in third, and he's defending against Michael Christensen.
Yeah, look at Kevin Estra. Keep an eye on him into turn 1. He's going for it, isn't he? He's sending it down the inside. Pierguidi's not going to give up, though. Round the outside he goes. There's contact between the two of them, and Estra gets through. Amazing stuff.
Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, eat your heart out. They kept it between the white lines, and Kevin Estra right from the get-go. That's what happens when you come into the booth, and we said, did Molina just get by? Yes, he does now, because off has gone Alessandro Pierguidi.
Does he have a puncture?
Come back on. Left front puncture, or is it a loose wheel?
It looks like a puncture, because there was contact, wasn't there, between the two cars.
He is sitting down on that left front.
It would make sense.
Championship leader.
Yeah, he can't make it through the right-hand corners, can he? It's because of that contact on the exit. Oh, and he's contacted the 83.
Yep, and through comes the Toyota. Now that's not for position. The Toyota is a long way back, a lap behind. But the 83, I think, got through unscathed. There he is.
Lost a bit of ground with that minor contact, so the Toyota right with him, as is the LMGT3 leader, who's lost absolutely nothing to them in Sector 1.
That was a big change around. That's our circuit announcer, Kevin Escher. Well, you know when Escher's smiling and he's in the booth that he's in hunter-killer mode, and he was just waiting to get into this. What an opportunity. Well, let's hear from the Ferrari team what's happened to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah, he's absolutely right, and I wonder if the stewards will look at that one, because he did give room on the inside, and in my opinion, the cause of contact was the Porsche running into the Ferrari, not the other way around. But luckily, I'm not the one sitting in the steward's room.
No, Peter Dumbreckis. Any contact, no matter how obvious it seems, and they'll be looking at this as well.
I mean, that was a bit of contact there as well. Surely, let's see it from the other view. Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Well, but that's obviously not what gave the left front puncture, is what happened in turn 1.
But apart from anything else, you're not allowed to pass or be even overlapping the car in front before the start-finish line. So Kevin Escher maybe a little bit caught out by the Ferrari not accelerating where he expected to, but he certainly made the most of it. And there's a little nudge on 51 and 83. Look at the guys immediately scrambling, ready for action. They've literally just sat down.
51 out of the top 10 as he makes his way back through.
Well, that's the problem. If you suffer a puncture immediately after a safety car restart, the whole grid's bunched up. Yep. So you're going to go right to the back of the field now.
He's made it in the pits. On an outlap, Charles Milesi. So why was he in the pits in the 35 Alpine?
41 seconds on pit lane for Charles Milesi. We didn't see a penalty call for that for the Alpine, did we?
Here's the tyre. Now, having literally just stopped, it won't be a full set, it'll just be the one.
83, fourth place for Robert Kubica. Yellows in turn 2 at the moment. That's the 36 Alpine in trouble. But in terms of championship positions, disastrous for the 51 here, because the 83 is in a strong point scoring position. Utterly. And right now, 51 is out of the points for drivers or manufacturers' points.
1 hour, 41 minutes. 83, again, we've just seen anything can happen. You've just got to keep racing it. And for 51, it remains the same.
Alex Lynn sniffs a chance here as well. He was fast before that last safety car. He's still in the car and putting pressure now on Robert Kubica, who's just in front of him.
And we're with Harry Tincknell, who's also looking to go by. And this is great news for the Aston Martin. On pace, all right, whatever the weather conditions are, they are right in the mix. Both cars in the top 10, both being driven aggressively, both looking to make up positions. This is not about finishing a race and gathering data. This is about being a racing driver and passing the guy in front of you.
Oh, absolutely. Those days are gone for the Valkyrie. They're now focusing on performance, and this is their chance. A day like today in mixed conditions.
It's about whether or not we can get the Cadillac by the Ferrari or the Aston Martin by either one of them at this stage. Nick Cassidy's still with us. Nick, welcome back to the World Endurance Championship. It's a bit quiet out there, but I'm sure you get used to that level of pace.
I bet you can't wait to become a part of this.
To be honest, I'm absolutely loving being a spectator right now. This is fantastic.
Here comes the Aston Martin around the outside of Alex Lynn. Harry Tincknell, does he get it done? No, he runs a little wide and drops back down again. But look behind him, Stoffel van Dorn in 7th and Jensen in 9th place in the 2 Peugeots. How's the feeling in the garage down at Team Peugeot?
I think everyone in the garage today senses opportunity. You know, this provided a lot of mixed conditions or fully wet conditions. The field's bunched up a few times. The 93 had some issues, obviously with penalties early on, and this brought them back into the game. So yeah, with an hour 40 left, I think everyone's pretty optimistic.
Nick, you're the ideal man to ask this about what's attracted you back to the World Endurance Championship. I don't think we really need to ask the question, but I'd like to hear the answer. It is clearly a part of racing that a lot of the guys at your world-class level are now talking about.
Oh, completely. I mean, look from a manufacturer point of view and driver point of view. There are a lot of guys in this championship that I've looked up to in my career and varsity experience. I can't wait to learn off them and go against them. And looking forward to the full championship next year is really, really cool.
Brilliant. You're welcome to stay with us as long as you like. It's one of the best seats in the house. It's certainly one of the driest. This three-car battle for fourth place is not going away anytime soon, I feel. Harry Tinknell must fancy this, Ant.
Well, yeah, I mean, what he's got at his disposal is the car is very quick in a straight line. So if he can just get a decent exit again out of the final corner like he did last lap around, he can put some serious pressure on Alex Lynn, who's pressurising Robert Kubica himself. So this is a great three-way fight at the moment. And yeah, Harry Tinknell brought himself into play at the end of that back straight before turn 12 as well.
Now, we talked about anything might happen. Look at the top of the screen. 5 extra seconds in the pit stop next time round for car 83. And that would, even if he holds on here, cost him these 2 places.
And possibly one more, because Stoffel Van Dorn is in the window for that with the Peugeot 94 that's still in touch. Release 3, albeit, guess what, 5 seconds back.
Yeah, again, as Le Mans teaches us year after year, never count your chickens until you've crossed the line at the checkered flag. Anything is yet possible. And look how close they still are to number 5 Porsche of Michael Christensen and the 50 Ferrari of Miguel Molina. Those 2 cars, despite this battle, are not getting away.
But someone who is getting away is Kevin Estre. He's 8 seconds to the good now. This looks very good indeed. We had Kevin in the booth a little earlier. He want to be back next time, won't he, as well? He seems to be a bit of a lucky talisman coming in here, but that is some performance from him.
He's in his absolute element, isn't he, Kevin Estre? He loves these conditions. Let's hear from Kubica.
We are much faster than the cars in front of us, and behind you is Lynn, Cadillac for position.
Little touch between Alex Lynn in the Cadillac and Robert Kubica. We're much faster than the cars in front. You just don't seem to be catching them. A slightly misleading radio message, and here's Alex. The Caddy does seem to have really good traction. We've seen it so many times. Out of that hairpin, down the straight, being able to really get by other cars.
He's good on the brakes as well, so he's going to utilise that down in towards turn 12. What does Kubica do? Does he go all the way to the inside? No, he doesn't. He leaves a gap open, and Lynn's going to go for this one. Last of the late breakers. He sends it down the inside, but Kubica's going to go for the overlap on the exit. No, Lynn's through.
It's not his fight. Alex Lynn is nowhere. The number 12 car is nowhere in the points. This isn't his fight either. Survive this. It's about what happens in an hour and 30 minutes, not what happens now.
He doesn't want to lose too many positions, and Harry Tinknell there took the opportunity of Robert Kubica being out of position into and through that corner to close right back up with the 83 car.
One of the problems in these kind of conditions is that you can't go crossing over the lines. You have to stick to where the damp part of the track is, not the pure wet stuff. So you can't play with those lines and get yourself a better exit. You've got to just follow the car in front and wish for a mistake. But Alex Lynn really forced that issue, didn't he? Down the inside, in towards turn 11. Seems to be a good place to try it, but it came through turn 8 and turn 9 where he kind of set himself up.
I can tell you right now that the Circuit of the Americas, laser-focused Harry Tinknell, and one driver that's more laser-focused on this action than he is Nick Cassidy sitting next to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't make a very good commentator, guys. I'm pretty good at watching this thing.
I cannot see anything. The Wi-Fi is very bad.
It's okay, we'll give you Jensen buttons at the next stop.
Yeah. He can't see anything. How much little... I was going to ask you, Anthony, when we're on board with Harry Tinknell, where's the Ferrari? It's got the high-intensity rear lights on. We cannot see it.
Meantime, Alex Lynn has caught Michael Christensen. This is now a battle for third. Lynn is on an absolute tear here for the Cadillac. Winners last time out. Here on trouble for the 87 Lexus in the barrier.
And they've also just been handed a pit stop penalty as well for other issues. That was 78. The car of Ben Barnicoat, 87 in the barriers, back in the hands of Clement Schmidt.
And this is where, as you see drivers getting ready, could be preparing for another virtual safety car, which will lead to a safety car, and that's exactly what car 51 would be praying for right now after their puncture earlier on. This is how it happened. Lost it on the exit, turn 19. And is that barrier damage? That sounded like pretty hefty.
I thought that sounded like gravel, and then clunk.
Well, we'll see in due course. Right now, there's a battle going on here. Lynn has found his way by the number 5 Porsche.
Great stuff, and that might be just in time. He's up to third. We might, safety car, immediate safety car. Boy, he did that just in time.
So this is definitely going to bring 51 back into play here. There's a whole gaggle of GTs in front, but track position or distance is really going to come down here thanks to that.
No driver has or will spend more time in their car during Lone Star Le Mans than Alex Riberas managed to accomplish in the 009 Valkyrie. Alex, you were in that car for what felt like a day and a half, and especially in these conditions. Was it extra stressful for you?
Yes, to be honest, we were, the entire weekend getting ready for a very physical day, knowing how the temperatures are here in Austin. And eventually, it ended up being not so physical, but mental. I mean, these conditions, as we see, are treacherous and so easy to make a mistake out there. But luckily, the guys at the Heart of Racing and Aston Martin gave me such a good car that it's our first race ever in the wet. But it seems like it, as a good Brit, it feels right at home.
This track has given you so much success over the course of your career. Now it looks like maybe we could have the best ever finish for the Valkyrie. But how much fun is it in these conditions?
That's the thing, it's a very fine line between you just don't want to be out there for that long as I did, just because it is so easy to make a mistake, and at the same time you feel like you just want to be out there because it is such a fun track and it is so challenging. So it's that mix between love-hate, but I personally love it. Austin has a special place for me in my heart, and I love the people, I love the track, I love everything about it.
Confirmation that Alex Riberas is just that little bit sadistic, that he loves the conditions when they're like this. Thanks, Alex.
Thank you so much. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, Alex Riberas, a big part of the Heart of Racing effort that's made its way into Hypercar and GTP as well with this fabulous Aston Martin Valkyrie, and one of the drivers that Gabe Newell and all the guys and Ian and all the guys at Heart of Racing have shown with their squad from GT, and it's paying off. We've seen, by the way, while Shay was talking to Alex, trouble for the 33 of what looks like a terminal nature. This is what happened there.
That's the exit at 9. Paulo is already in trouble. Did that brake on the exit curb? I have seen that before. I've seen that before in Formula 1, actually. Sebastian Vettel, I think, broke his suspension right rear exactly the same way over that curb. So I think that's what's happened there with the Corvette.
It had all the looks like he'd hit something and broken it, but there's no damage to the body.
I think he's failed.
This is even worse news for Ben Keating, because that may well be the end of their race. It's even better news for the 92 Porsche, which is currently lying in third place in LMGT3. Their closest rivals, the 21 Ferrari, are down in 12th, and their next closest rivals, the 33 Corvette, look like they're out of the race.
And you want to talk about close, of course, this is going to close the field up. This is a bit of a tussle here between the 99 and the 10, which ended up as a tussle between the 87 and the 10.
Ah, is that what happened to the 87? Is that where the damage was? This is Mustang on Mercedes action. You don't see that very often.
88 and the 60, I believe, those two. So
Yep.
this is going to close the field back up. Apologies, you joined us just a quiet moment at the World Endurance Championship, Nick. There's not much action to talk about, so probably regretting the decision to turn your way to endurance racing, which, as we all know, has no action.
It's been a really good race to be watching and following today. Yeah, like I said, it's not a bad one to be behind the TV screen.
Nick, feel free to stay with us. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for spending some time in the booth here. We look forward to hearing about the adventures with a test to come, and of course we will look forward to welcoming you on the grid for the 2026 FIA World Endurance Championship.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. It's been awesome to spend a bit of time in here with you guys, and can't wait for next year. Cheers. Come
and join us again if you're at the last two races of the season, but for now, Nick Cassidy, thanks so much.
Well, there you go. That is the end, I'm afraid, for Clement Schmidt and the 87 Lexus, and very probably for Danny Juncadella and the 33 Corvette as well. Again, the telehandler going in to pick up both cars, and that looks like the end of the road. And that moves the chances of winning the championship for the 92 Manthey Porsche a little further up the likelihood scale. We are under safety car for the 4,832nd time here in Texas. It has been a tricky race for the teams, for the drivers out there on track, and it's been hard work for the marshals and for the fans as well out in the rain, and for our camera crews as well. Boys and girls, mesdames, messieurs, well done in keeping focus in these awful conditions. Let's hear from the 83 Ferrari team.
This is survival for me. I mean, it's not a question about grip, it's a question about aquaplaning, everyone. Copy, copy. We are monitoring the weather. All the models still predict that rain is stopping. Rain will stop in the next 10 minutes.
Anthony Davidson, the track in this shot looks a lot more manageable than it has done for at least half the race. But Robert Kubica, I think, is exactly in the right mindset. We've got to survive this. We've got an hour and a half to go. We can't be throwing a car off the road. You've got to be there in the final 20 minutes.
They don't want to lose too many positions, though. That's the problem. In the rain, you can make positions easier. But as we've got this view from our commentary box window of the sky is looking slightly clearer from that direction, is coming over. So the Ferrari engineer to Robert Kubica was right in saying that it is going to dry up. The problem in the dry is much harder to overtake, particularly if you do get a drying line with damp either side. It's even worse than what the situation they face now. So he really doesn't. I know he says it's survival and I'm aquaplaning, but you really can't afford to go losing positions to cars like the Aston that's right up behind him. And because of this safety car, it's bringing 51 more into play as well, their main championship contender.
Mick Schumacher has brought the number 36 Alpine into the pit lane. It is now in the garage, being reported as undrivable. Well, neither of the Alpines seems to be very keen to stay between the white lines at any stage in the race. So I have to say, I'm not entirely sure that I disbelieve him. Look at the radar, see that dark blue and light blue patch moving away, less and less rain overhead. Little cloud coming, but there does seem to be some clearance, Clarence. So might we see the track drying up?
Well, we can see there, this is the running order, and there how close they are. Kevin Estre, what a run to the front from him. Included a bit of a tussle with the 51 that left the 51 Ferrari jet dryer out to try and clear some of that standing water.
Yep.
Sounds fantastic. It's the 50 Ferrari that's right behind now with Miguel Molina. There you go.
You wouldn't want to be standing in the way of that, would you?
Could do one of those, my terrace.
It's a helicopter turbine, incidentally, in there, so it does blow pretty high pressure.
Also, one to watch when we get back to green flag running is going to be Alex Lynn. He's been a feature over the last 20 minutes, half an hour, green flag running. Michael Christensen is hanging on in there. Robert Kubica has got those four ahead of him to deal with, and he has 7 positions between him and Alessandro Pierguidi, the main championship leaders and the main championship rivals for the Drivers' Championship right now. And
7 positions in terms of hypercar positions, but 51 does find himself with a lot of GT cars in front of him. So when this race gets going again, he'll naturally lose a lot of time to the front runners just because he has, well, the whole field of GTs to get through practically.
Meantime, in LMGT3, as you can see, Ben Tuck, what a fabulous stint he's had in the 77 Proton Mustang. They still lead. Ben, though, will be handing that car over to Ben Barker shortly. United Autosports running a strong second with their number 95 McLaren Marino Sato aboard that car, and Ricard Leitz in the 92 Porsche Championship leaders.
Not necessarily that shortly, bearing in mind how short of a stint it was since the last virtual safety car where everybody filled up, and the fact that they're using almost no fuel here behind the safety car. It's extending these stints.
Yeah.
So actually Ben Barker might not get in until deep in the final hour.
Well, what we've seen as well throughout the green flag running, you can't count anybody out in the train behind. That brings in the second McLaren in the hands of Gregoire Saucy, the 59 car. Michel Gatting right there in fifth with the Iron Dames 85 Porsche. Dennis Olsen in the second Proton Mustang, the number 88. And then the first of the AMGs, Lynn Hedinius.
What we've seen as the weather has changed is performance coming and going between the various different marks in each of the two classes. What we haven't seen so far is really any running where it's been as not quite so wet as it is now. And if it does dry out, then we may well see cars that have surged to the front starting to sag back, and cars that maybe should have been at the front come forward. So again, we're probably going to end up with a 60-minute race in drying conditions, and who knows got what it takes.
Well, let's add in then the wild cards that could be, if I think you're quite right, that's distinctly possible. The wild cards are the best of the rest. That's the two Peugeots and the two Aston Martins, and we're going to go and listen into the Aston Martin number 009 right now.
Give you update on the weather.
Okay, update on the weather. That shipping forecast didn't really work. Again, without wishing to downplay their performance so far, I think the Aston Martin might potentially have been a little bit enhanced by the wet weather, and I think the Peugeot definitely by the lower grip conditions. I think that we saw last year in Le Mans, I think the Peugeot really comes alive compared to its rivals in lower grip conditions. I think they might well fade. I think maybe some of the more expected front runners might start to come back through, but then it's hard to tell, isn't it? It is hard to tell.
And even further up the order, looking at right at the sharp end of the field here with the Porsche versus Ferrari battle, the Porsche's been performing better in the wet conditions as well. So if anyone wants to get this race restarted as soon as possible, it's going to be Kevin Estre, who is making huge strides in front of the Ferrari behind him right now. He's going to want to get this race going as quickly as possible to do exactly what he was doing before. If it dries up, he'll be really under threat by the Ferrari behind.
Let me just add one more thing here. When in battle, you put the right ammunition and the right weapon, and sitting in 10th, Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. If they've got anything, he's the man to unlock it.
Yeah. And again, you know, we're starting to see drivers now shaping up ready to take over for the final hour. There's no rule that they have to drive. They don't have to drive, and if conditions fall or fate falls, they might not jump in at all.
If it's force majeure, you don't have to drive. But and maybe you could argue it with safety cars, but I don't think that's enough.
You do have to drive, because if you don't and you're a declared entrant, that could be a disqualification.
Oh, okay.
If you don't drive for a certain period of time, you will not score points in the Drivers' Championship.
Okay. In which case, we may see a flurry of pit stops pretty much as soon as we go green. Kevin Estre at the moment is a little Jack Russell Terrier, and the moment the safety car is released, somebody's thrown a ball up the field. That's how that's going. Francesco Castellacci, car number 54, and Alex Lynn, car number 12, under investigation. So that's an LMGT3 versus Hypercar
almost
incident.
an hour ago, that incident.
However, be that as it may, safety car in this lap, and Kevin Estre is already a second and a half up the road from Miguel Molina. Now, of course, Molina and everybody else is going to have to catch up. Nobody is due a pit stop until probably about another 40 minutes of racing, because we've still got 3/4 of our energy allocation in Hypercar. So who needs to stop? Not really anybody. Who's going to stop? Well, let's wait and see. Safety car in this lap. We are getting ready to go back to green with an hour and just over a quarter on the clock here in Texas.
Your turn one, watch what happens here, because there's a few drivers looking feisty.
All right, safety car in this lap, and we are getting ready to go green. Ben Tuck in his Mustang, leading in LMGT3. Kevin Estre leading for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Miguel Molina right behind him in the number 50 Ferrari. Then the man on the move, potentially, Alex Lynn in the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry. But Kevin Estre goes off like a scalded cat. Big advantage across the line. Miguel Molina was not close enough, did not go fast enough. Alex Lynn right behind him in third. Michael Christensen, the second Porsche, in fourth. And then in fifth position, 83, the yellow Ferrari up the inside. Here's the attack from the Aston Martin. And Harry Tincknell on the inside of Robert Kubica. Kubica, one of the least likely people to roll over and have his tummy tickled. So he fights him off, but that was a great lunge by the Aston driver.
Yeah, it really was. And once again, Tincknell using the might of the Aston Martin straight line speed up towards turn one. Kubica just about hung on in there around the outside, but he doesn't quite look as comfortable, does Kubica, as he did in the damp conditions on the slicks in qualifying yesterday. And now further back, sorry Graham, further back you can see Buemi, who you mentioned earlier on. And let's watch in 10th position how he gets on.
I think he's 9th. I think he's gone by the second Peugeot. I think he's already made a move.
Yes,
has moved up a position. So Buemi is on the move.
Ooh, no, hang on. Here comes the Peugeot. No, Peugeot ahead of the Aston, and then Buemi is ahead of 93, so he's now up behind the 009 Aston Martin of Marco Sorensen. And the Aston's big hand here is speed in the straight line down the 1.2 kilometre straight. Is this a change for the lead?
Yes, it is.
It is a change for the lead, and it's coming back, because here comes Ben Tuck in on around the outside of Marino Sato in the United Autosport McLaren. They are level coming down into the braking area. Who's going to find the grip?
Oh, and massive contact, actually. A bit of the McLaren fell off in that process.
They build them Ford tough in the Mustang business. And he's still going around the outside, Ben Tuck.
Even more contact through turn 13, and that's getting a bit too much, isn't it?
They are slithering around all over the place.
So the Ford hangs on to that position for now, but I wonder if the stewards will be looking into all of that contact there.
They definitely will. Gregor Sosi with Richie Leitz behind him, the battle for third place behind this duo. So the two McLarens, second and third.
Yeah, that's Sosi having made the positional change on Leitz and the restart as well. So it's the Mustang, the two McLarens and the Porsche.
That was a slide, though, from 77 through 19, the penultimate corner, and he knows it. That's why he guards the inside for the final corner. And there's a swap there. It's going to be now a good run that he's got, as so say, down this first straight towards turn one. He's going to be looking to the inside.
His problem is the speed of the Mustang in a straight line. Fends him off up the inside. The 15 BMW is going to put the Mustang offline. And here comes Sosi's chance. It's so often the faster car. The Mustang's going to have to go around the outside of the BMW.
Look how close the pace the GT3 cars are in this phase of the track in these conditions. There's barely anything in terms of the sector times.
But there's nothing that Sosi could have done there in the straight line performance of the four. I hadn't noticed it until that very moment. And so he's going to have to think in. That's the moment where he lost the position momentarily.
No, this is the earlier. This is when they came to us. So this is where we got to. Then it started to get feisty.
And this contact here in turn 13, I felt was a little bit too much. And then again, that point there, you could have seen cars spinning around tooth and nail.
And we said at the start of the season, Gregoire Sosi, remember the battle with Danny Juncadella in the Corvette, and we said that he had to learn his trade in GT3 racing. Well, he's exploiting his trade there. Ben Tuck did well to keep the Mustang on the track. Here we go there.
Second, Miguel Molina in the red Ferrari, right, well, I was going to say right behind him, almost underneath him there, Alex Lynn. And again, these cars make similar lap times in slightly different ways. The Caddy does seem to have very good low-speed traction, and it's got good top-end speed as well. He was very close to Miguel Molina. I wonder if he had to just breathe off the throttle in the wrong place. Now he's got a shot.
Unseen by us, Harry Tincknell is past Robert Kubica and up into 5th place. And he's right with Michael Christensen now for 4th place behind this pair.
I tell you what, he'll be putting these scalps in his back pocket, won't he? Somewhere there he is the Ferrari. Lynn not quite close enough this time, but the challenge is on, isn't it? Ferrari not holding their pace in this weather.
Meantime, reporting progress for the 51 car, there is none. It is still back in 12th place, has not made progress since we went back to green.
He's passed quite a lot of the LMGT3 field that was in front of him. 50 Miguel Molina rides the curbs a lot. That's becoming less of a problem now. They are looking at the incident between Pierre Guidi and Kubica. Molina still hanging on.
So let's see where Lynn is faster then, having been right behind Molina down the main straight. Molina, by the way, was guarding the inside, not defending. He was trying to keep his tyres cooler, and he's done a little bit of it here as well on the wetter part of the track. So they're starting to get to the point where they're feeling the tyres going away from them in terms of heat build-up. So let's keep an eye on that, and that's something all the drivers are going to be feeling under them as well as they go. So here comes Lynn down the back straight now towards turn 12. It looks like the Caddy's got better straight line speed, doesn't it, than the Ferrari, and that's how he was so close the lap before.
Yeah, significantly, visibly quicker in a straight line, the Cadillac there, than the Ferrari.
Here's our lead battle in LMGT3. Mustang being harassed by both of the United Autosport McLarens.
And these are the battles that will feed into your opportunity to choose the driver of the day for the Goodyear Wingfoot Award. Vote now on the FIWC Instagram account.
And you can see now the GT drivers on absolutely opposite sides of the track because they're hunting for the puddles to try and cool their tyres down. That's how much less wet the track is. And the 61 Mercedes facing the wrong direction. Lynn Herdanius.
Does that left rear wheel as well look like it's in a bit of a strange angle to me?
Was that a wheel nut on the hard standing, or was this contact?
This is the 88 and the 61.
Heard contact.
Oh, big contact.
Definitely heard contact there.
Yeah, and that's why the left rear looked like a bit of a strange angle. I don't think that car's going anywhere.
God, that could have been a big plane crash there. There was 4 other cars that just squeezed through. Yes. Well, there is the lead Mustang, the 77 car, the one with the white nose. 88 you just saw involved in that. That's Dennis Olsen with the dark blue nose.
While we're waiting for the outcome there, that 61 is going nowhere. You're absolutely right. You can see the wheel out of position on the left-hand side rear of the Iron Lynx car. Also under investigation, by the way. Impact between the 51 and the 83. We saw that after the puncture of the 51 and the impact between 6 and 51 that we believe caused that puncture in the first place.
And with that Mustang beached dangerously on the curbs, I can't imagine we're not going to get, at the very least, a virtual safety car. Onboarded Harry Tincknell all over the back of the car in front of him.
This is for 4th place.
This is brilliant stuff from the Aston Martin.
And he's got the straight line speed. He's going to have to go the long way around the outside.
I think he might do it, though, because we know the straight line speed of that car. He's going to cross the line on the exit, but the full course yellow...
And the Peugeot trying to get by Kubica. That's Lawrence Stoffel van Dorn. He did get by Kubica just in time.
Full course yellow is coming, and that was the just-in-time part of it. It's going to be line astern with these 4. This is it's another phase of this race. You can't take your eyes off it.
Full course yellow, everybody down to 80 kilometres an hour. This is bonkers.
Well, gives us an opportunity to welcome yet another guest to the booth. And it's a man who's played a significant part of this race, currently sitting in 4th place in the hands of Michael Christensen, the number 5 Porsche. Julian Andler, welcome to the booth. It's not been quiet out there, has it?
Well, it's been it's been very tough. Let's say I think it was a lot of work for you as well. A lot of things happened. Crazy race, but it's kind of the race that we like.
It was terrible for us, Julian. We could hardly see the cars on the screens here. It's really tough.
You know it is in the car.
Yeah.
I can see you feeling for us here, mate.
Yeah.
I mean, Ant barely managed his second cup of coffee, I'll be honest with you.
You know what? I was so happy to jump out of the car. I was like, okay, jump down, I survived. On to you guys. Made the best out of it.
Tell us a bit, how tricky was that out there at the start of this race?
So there is a few places that are super fun, not so damp. Like the first sector, okay, turn 2 is a disaster. You really need to climb on the curb on the inside, but like the S is pretty fun. But when you get to like the last sector, especially the triple right, wow, it's really tough. Because if you like just have a car a bit too wide, you get caught into some aquaplaning and it never stops. You always fighting the car to the outside.
You had a problem right at the start of the race. It looked like you caught the curb, which looked like it was super wet, and sent the car halfway around. Just so easy. You can't tell where it's wetter, can you?
I mean, that was a stupid mistake from me. I was trying to get everything in temperature and ready for the start, and I clipped the curb on the right side, being on power, and yeah, that was fully my mistake. So I had to make it up for it. At the end, it turned out it was all right, and we made it up to the front, and it's a tricky time because all the guys around are pretty quick. So hopefully we can catch a podium, maybe a double podium for Porsche would be lovely.
Julian, we saw you at Spa last year racing for Proton, banging down your business card and saying, come on then, give me a go. First year in the factory team this year. It's been a tricky season for Porsche Penske Motorsport, but all of a sudden here, it's all coming together.
It's been a very difficult start of the season. We started to see a little bit the end of the tunnel. Let's say in Le Mans we were a bit more competitive, and Sao Paulo was great. We didn't really have the pace to catch the Cadillac, but we worked really in the right direction. And also I'm a bit new. We have a new engineer, so there's a lot of things that changed on the car this year, and we needed the time, to get everything right. And I think we're on a good synergy, good ambience right now, and we know how to work with each other. And hopefully we'll have opportunities to do well in the end of the season.
Opportunity is here. 2 fabulous circuits still to come at Fuji and at Bahrain. What are you looking forward to about the next, 15 hours of racing still to come in this season, with 8 at Bahrain, with 6 in Fuji, and still more than 60 minutes here?
Let's say first, I hope this one's gonna finish in the right way for us. I know we are not all in the same strategy here. Fuji is a track that I love. I mean, last year I had a lot of fun, and the Porsche were pretty quick, so I hope we know what to do. But Bahrain is a very tricky one, very tough on the tires, and I mean, if I look back at this year, I think no track is really easy. No race has been easy, so yeah.
You're an ideal guy to talk about this transition into hypercar. You came to us through the Porsche GT program. It's given an awful lot of professional drivers opportunities to the sharp end of a World Championship field. What a phase of sports car racing to be at your stage in your career in.
Let's say we gave each other, Porsche and me, a chance, and we both did well. I mean, I grew up together with Porsche since I'm 18 or even 16 years old. And they gave me a great opportunity, the opportunity of my life to be here. And I think I did the maximum to deserve it. And today I'm happy to be one of those guys on the camera, So hopefully I can stay there for long and do well in hypercar.
Porsche, one of the biggest names in sports car racing. Penske, one of the biggest names in any racing.
Alliance.
Absolutely. Roger, never had a World Championship, never had a Le Mans win.
They got the championship last year?
Manufacturers Championship.
Manufacturer,
yeah.
True.
Manufacturers Championship.
That's not going to be this year, though.
But what would it be like to be part of that, part of what has been an astonishing history for Roger Penske?
I mean, to already be part of the project is amazing, but to be part of the history, I think, is the dream of any driver which is around here. So, yeah, I think we all push for it, but I mean, it's never been so competitive. Look at this. 18, 19, 20 cars on the grid, so many amazing drivers and teams.
And more to come.
Wow. And more to come, exactly. So it's a bigger challenge than it's ever been.
Now, I've got a question for you, which I know the fans will want me to ask. How soon are these guys going to go for slicks? Is there a chance they're going to go for slicks? We've already seen cars, even at this speed, searching for the wet weather patch, for the wet patches on the track. Do you think we've got a chance in the final hour to get slicks on these cars?
So since the beginning of the race, every 50 minutes they told me, okay, the rain is going to decrease for the next 10 minutes. It never really happened. So finally, I think the rain stopped, so it starts to have a little bit less wet patches. but we never know. I mean, the sky is fully grey. For sure, if it continues like this, it might have some dry spots here and there. I don't know. In terms of strategy, what's the best at the end? Because staying a little longer and not avoiding, avoiding an extra stop would be just perfect.
We're going to go back to green flag racing in just a couple of seconds' time. Who's going to get the trigger foot down? It's Alex Lynn, does it? Side by side.
Oh, Miguel Molina, just the wrong place for Alex Lynn. If that had been a little bit more straight, he would have been straight by Miguel Molina. Now, when you see that, either the driver and the team have been really, really on it, or he might have been a fraction ambitious. Nevertheless, Miguel Molina, just if it had been here, Anthony, he would have done it.
He would have had a chance there, wouldn't he? He was super quick on the reactions and working well with his engineering team who are counting down for you as well. But he's lost a bit of time through turn 11, so I don't think he's going to be on the attack with Molina down towards 12 this time around. But look at that straight line speed of the caddy. It's on their side once again. Is he actually going to pressure him? He's got so much straight line speed, but Molina's good on the brakes. I think that's one of the strengths of the Ferrari. And yeah, in these damp conditions, you can now start to play with more of the lines. And I think when you were driving at the time, Julian, you were just really restrained to the one line, weren't you? Is he going to try down the inside? Exactly. No, but again, he can go around the outside, start playing with things in these conditions. It's great.
It's super quick. I mean, the caddy is fantastic on the brakes, but as well as the traction. We've seen this. But the other disadvantage is that Nato is not. It's never been in the car yet, right? So they need to stop. And I think most of us are on the same strategy, and we don't need to stop. We can make it to the end. So yeah, that's why I think he's pushing so hard to try to go as much to the front as possible and hope for maybe a VSC or something.
You've been around sports car racing for pretty much your whole professional career. What can you say about the level this is operating at now?
It's never been that high. I mean, it's amazing. It is a bit frustrating because we've never been there. I mean, we've not been there in the era like 10 years ago or something like this, and for sure there were much more opportunities to do podiums and win races and the big ones. But I mean, to be part of this is just amazing. I mean, the level is so high. You see all the names on the cars and the teams. It's really great.
He did go as soon as he got the green on the Marshals, on the Marshall system, and you're absolutely right, Martin. It's just, I mean, it was lucky for Molina that they were in the S's, because otherwise Lynn would have been through there. He definitely had the run.
Julian, we're going to let you get back to Porsche Penske Motorsport. Thanks so much for being with us for this. I'll say what I know all the fans will want us to say, which is thank you for the entertainment you've doled out.
Thank you very much for your time. Thank you for the great commentary. And
the way you go racing is what we all love to watch, and we can feel your passion when you're behind the wheel of the car. Julian Andlauer.
And also, sorry, just going to butt in there, from driver to driver, really well done in those conditions as well. I know just how tough they were, so, I mean, brilliant stuff. I really do, so I appreciate what you're doing out there.
Thank you, guys.
Excellent stuff from Julian Andlauer, and the number 5 Porsche still in the mix in 4th place at the moment. And as he said, the Cadillac in front has to make a driver change. Meanwhile, this is Davide Rigon in the 54 Ferrari. They have come from absolutely nowheresville, outside in 14th, 15th place, into the battle for the top 3.
Yeah, since we went back to green flag running, he's passed Dennis Olsen, he's passed Ricard Leeds, now past Gregor Saucy, and into a podium position. All sorts of stewards' decisions, and nothing we need to worry about at the moment. It's all about the racing here as we get to this track being quicker and quicker.
But also, look at the 2nd place car in the LMGT3 Championship, now up to 8th place, the 21 Ferrari.
From nowhere.
Absolutely miles out of any competitive spot. And the 92 Porsche in 5th position is only just a couple of spots in front. So 33 Corvette, that's not going to rescue his race. They're going to slide down the championship order, but the top 2 in the points are now definitely in the mix. Final hour of the Lone Star Le Mans, and it is Kevin Escht at the head of the field in number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, racing away again. Fastest lap of the race last time round, 2:05.769. When are we going to see Slick's Anthony Davidson? Is it soon, or are we just asking for too much?
It's too early right now, that's for sure. So what have we got? Yeah, around 60% of energy remaining on these cars. I think this is going to be so tricky. I think they're going to have to leave this set of wet tyres on this drying track. when they come round to their next pit stops. I don't see it being slicks by that point. But one thing's for sure, Karen Estre absolutely flying now, over 6 seconds ahead of this battle that we see here.
He's dragged back pretty much what he lost to the last safety car in very short order. We'll say to you, one of the two pretty critical investigations, that one of them was the 51 with the puncture, with the impact with the number 83 car. No further action between the two championship contenders. This, though, is Ben Tuck and the number 77 Proton Mustang. He is, what is that, 4 seconds to the good over Marino Sato.
Now, he is also only the second driver in that car. Ben Barker has not driven that Ford, so when they stop, they must do a driver change. And that means he's got to get away from the rest of the field and earn that time so that they come back out in the lead over the McLarens. With Marino Sato in second place, that's not necessarily going to be easy.
And if you do keep your wet tyres on the car, and you're only putting fuel in it, that's asking a lot from a driver change, to do it within the window of no tyre change as well.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's where this safety car may well have hurt it. So, did I just hear 83?
Did serve a drive-through. Also saw Ben Tuck on the way up to the hairpin there, on the full left-hand side of the track there, all searching out the wet weather areas now. Anthony, a driver gets to a certain stage, I'm assuming, where you just know there's nothing in the tyre and you're desperate to try and save it. But they've been bunched up so much by the safety car, you're also fighting for position the whole time. This is for second, look.
This is the point of the race we were talking about before, when it was absolutely treacherous. We knew this was coming. We knew the rain was going to stop. All the engineers were saying it to their drivers. So as now we see battles unfolding between the McLaren and the Ferrari muscles its way through on the inside of turn 15.
Beautiful stuff for Davide Rigon, and he's looking to get back to Ben Tuck here, to get Ferrari in a position to win this race. No doubt about it whatsoever. And with the Proton car having to have that driver change, that could be the critical moment.
And because, probably, more than anything, it's because the cars come alive in these conditions we haven't seen at all this weekend so far.
One critical move that we did not see, by the way, is a drive-through penalty taken by the 83 car that's dropped them down to 13th place and behind the 51 that is now up to 8th place.
Look at this, the 93, this is the 94, overtaking the car 5 Porsche, but is he going to swap back on the inside through 14? He does, but it's the Peugeots on the inside through 15. He's got the move done.
Wow.
Stoffel Van Dorn aboard this car.
We asked, when the track starts to dry, who's going to come out on top? We've got no clue, and the drier it gets, this might yet all still swap around in this final
The
hour.
only thing we do know is they're doing 2 minutes 6 lap times right now. A 1:51 is a pure dry lap time. So there's that crossover we're looking at.
Yeah, so Michael, with the track evolution, we might need to come back on certain things. Think about tools, bars. We are checking on our side 12 as well.
Yeah, so sorry, Martin, you would have run the roll bars slightly softer, perhaps, for wet conditions. So they're saying, let's go a little bit stiffer now. It's starting to dry up. Or it could be the absolute opposite. You're trying to protect the tyres, and you want to give them the least punishment
Stop
that you
the car
can.
rolling. Yeah.
Watch those two cars there, the Peugeot and the Aston Martin, coming down the start-finish straight. One going to the right, one going to the left, looking for the wet patches.
But this is how Van Dorn got past the car number 5 Porsche. Just that gap opened up, didn't he? In towards turn 13. And then eventually, with the crossing of lines, ended up on the inside through turn 15. And Van Dorn was through.
Porsche number 5, Michael Christensen still at the wheel. That means Mathieu Jaminet hasn't driven yet either, so they're going to have to make a driver change. Or did Mathieu Jaminet drive earlier?
I do believe that Jaminet was in the car earlier on.
Okay.
But he just did a very short stint.
Okay, as long as he's done something. Certainly in 77, I don't think Ben Barker was in.
He was. He's done a single stint.
Ben Barker?
Jaminet.
Oh, Jaminet. Right,
Jaminet's
okay.
done a single stint.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Gregor Sosi with Richie Leitz behind him. So Leitz in the 92 Porsche, and this is the car that won Le Mans. This is the car that leads our championship. It's been in the mix right from the start. There you can see Their starting driver watching in the Manthey Porsche garage, Ryan Hardwick, along with Celia Martin. And the other Porsche, the Iron Dames, Michelle Gatting is now at the wheel of that car there, up to 8th place. So actually, as the conditions improve, it seems that the Porsches are starting to regain that momentum that they lost earlier on. But it's the Ferraris that are surging up the order now, as Richie Leeds closes in on the back of the McLaren of Gregoire Saucy. This is the battle for 4th place. Are they starting to move around now more because actually the tyre's giving up rather than there's not grip to be found?
Yeah, it's really fun driving in these kind of conditions, but you do have to be on protection mode. The thing is that all of the slip angles of the tyres increase so much when they're like this. They're overheating, so it offers itself up for being slid around, and it's tempting to do that, and it's fun to drive in these kind of conditions, but this process with the sun setting, it could take a long, long time. We might not see it dry up because we got the temperature, but it's not windy and it's not sunny. So you could be in this for the long haul. You don't really want to waste time by putting brand new tyres on. They get chewed up straight away in this kind of condition. So you got to take these possibly through to the end of the race with 53 minutes still remaining.
So what we're looking at is trying to wear it, or allowing the car to wear away the tread block. So in fact, there's less squirm, and it becomes more like a bald tyre, which of course is what a slick is.
Richie Leeds coming back into this fight at this little phase of the race. Meantime, car 6, Kevin Estre, gets a warning for the incident at turn 20. That was when we were going back to green, and he looked up the inside of the Ferrari. Still an investigation underway about the incident at turn 1 that followed on from that.
Board again with Richard Leeds, closing in behind Leeds, by the way. Dennis Olsen in the Mustang, and coming up hard behind him, Alessia Rivera in the 21 Ferrari, second in the championship. So Leeds needs to get a move on here if he can, and put Gregoire Saucy behind him and in front of Dennis Olsen, and especially Alessia Rivera. Meanwhile, with Alex Lynn in traffic, this is the battle of the second. Miguel Molina right in front. This is as close as he's been since the restart. Molina having trouble getting around the 31 BMW.
Yeah, they've got close here, and because of the traffic, they're working their way through an awful lot of LMGT3 cars here, and that's what Alex Lynn can see. And lost a little bit of time through those final 2 corners, but they're in the thick of it right now. They've got another gaggle of cars coming on the exit of this corner. There they are in front. So we look down from the drone footage.
Nothing in it. And this could come down, and Davidson, to just where this track dries. Where does the advantage go? Seems to me, we can see clearly there's a straight line advantage for the Cadillac. Where is the Ferrari stronger? It's pretty strong here, and he can't shake off a charging Alex Lynn. But Norman Nato has to get aboard that car.
So it goes round the outside of turn 8, pops down the inside of turn 9. That would have lost Lynn a little bit of time there. Meanwhile, Molina has to lift off between turns 9 and 10 to get himself through the Porsche. Lynn on the inside of that car through turn 11 compromises the apex. It's all about who catches who where.
Yeah, we need to pull a gap to the guys behind. We need to pull a gap to the cars behind. So where you are is good.
Yeah, be even better if he can get clear the Ferrari as well. What's he playing with his drinks tube as well? In amongst all these cars and trying to get past Molina. Casually just replacing his drinks tube on the side of the car, but yeah, he really needs to start opening up the gap from himself and the car behind of Stoffel van Dorn, who we saw overtake Michael Christensen in Porsche number 5 earlier on, so he's on the move.
Yeah, Van Dorn has got a lot of LMGT3 cars to work his way through. They're out behind Richie Leeds rather, and Sebastian Beau in the orange and black McLaren. Richie Leeds in the turquoise car. Now he's going to try and take advantage here, maybe the Cadillac easing the McLaren away from the racing line. This is a great opportunity for Leeds. If he can make the most of it, he doesn't get the opportunity to, though. They went round the outside of the McLaren, not on the inside of him, those faster cars.
Yeah, there were no winners there in either category. They all lost time. Lynn lost time against Molina, who he's chasing down the main straight now. But this is the final bout of GT cars now for these two, just as they come up to the McLaren on the exit of turn 1. And that's going to compromise Molina through turn 2. Here comes Lynn. Keep an eye. Where does he go? To the inside of turn 3. Thinks about it because Molina's gone round the outside and gives himself a bit of breather space. So it's Lynn now on the back foot.
Almost an opportunity there for Alex Lynn. He got the momentum, but just as he could have exploited it, the gap closed.
Oh, and the slicks await.
Just going to report, by the way, here from trackside now from Shea down in pit lane, and we can hear on the radio, issue for the 007 car, down on power. They think they may be on top of it, but apparently the car's sounding horrible.
Here's that moment. So that's where Molina had to back out of it, and here comes Lynn. But then Molina could just build up the speed enough to get around the outside of the McLaren. That's what saved him.
The advantage there for Miguel Molina was that Alex Lynn couldn't get by in the twisty stuff either. And that's the way traffic breaks sometimes. They're right up behind Ben Tuck, our LMGT3 leader, into the final 48 minutes. Sun setting here in Texas.
Now running on board with Pierre Guidi in car 51. He's made huge progress. He's actually displaced the Toyota of Sebastian Buemi as well, up in 8th place and about to be 7th once he gets past the Aston in front.
Yeah, both Astons are fading away as everybody else's grip levels start to increase.
Yeah, Robert Kubica coming back into this after, at the moment, an unexplained, but working on what that drive through the pit lane was. It was, we don't think, a penalty. But he's making his way back up towards the top 10, but now losing points against the 51 car.
So this is the other Peugeot getting through the Michael Christensen car of car number 5. So yeah, both Peugeots. Yeah, there's Mikael Jensen. Both Peugeots flying in these conditions.
So what we're saying is coming into the booth helped Kevin Estre, and into the pits comes 009. Coming into the booth has not helped Julian Andlauer's team though, so...
Well, they must be looking on at the front there with an 8.5-second gap with Kevin Estre compared to Molina and thinking, well, how are they doing it? How have they found the speed in the same machinery? Because we're going backwards.
On wet weather tyres in Hyperpole, what did 38 do? A 2-minute 3 and a 2-minute 3 and a 2-minute 5 for the Toyotas that were also on wets.
Look at this, a brand new set of wets looking to
We
go
are
on.
getting very close. Yeah, they obviously don't think it's dry enough yet. 46 minutes. This should be their final stop for fuel.
Yes.
They're brand new wets, replacing little access panel there.
Well, whatever happens, it's been another big step forward for the Aston Martin Valkyrie programme here. They've been right in the mix in the worst of this weather.
Well, they were top 10 in qualifying. They got into the Hyperpole, and then they were mixing it with some of the big dogs out there consistently the whole way through this race today. Fallen away slightly in the damp conditions, hence putting a brand new set of wets on at this stage of the race. That they're going to get destroyed on the damp circuit.
Well, he's going to have to start hunting for the wets immediately. Now then, this is our race leader. No, I beg your pardon, that's number 5. And
There's
look how
Christensen.
close the 51 Ferrari is to it. Alessandro Pierre Guidi right behind Michael Christensen.
Yeah, launching up the field here. This is a battle for 6th place. The Porsche Penske Motorsport number 6 in the hands of Kevin Estre leads 8 seconds ahead. Miguel Molina in the 50 Ferrari. Then the 12 Caddy still there, second back with the 2 Peugeots, 4th and 5th, Stoffel van Dorn and Mikkel Jensen. Michael Christensen here under pressure, immediate pressure from Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
See how much the Porsche's moving around at the back, Anthony.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite traditional, isn't it? We're quite used to it in the dry, but it's doing the same kind of thing in the wet. But somehow, Estre's making it work. Spin for Kubica.
This is not the final hour that the 83 crew wanted.
And he just got back into 10th place, into the points, with that pit stop for the 009.
He is still in 10th place. Now, was there contact? Meanwhile, contact just a tiny touch between Pierre Guidi and Christensen. Let's take a look. 83, and that's the 27 Aston.
Ooh,
And the
it was
31
BMW.
BMW tagged him into a spin.
So it wasn't Kubica's fault, but he was right in the thick of it, wasn't he? Getting through the traffic, and the 31's trying to overtake the Aston, and actually, yeah, we've seen this happen before, haven't we? So the GT's embroiled their own battle, thinks he's got the chance to overtake the harder racing Aston Martin in that corner, but Roberts in the way, and around he goes. So yeah, that's going to be a penalty coming the 31 car's way. Who was at the wheel there? Farfus,
who has got a drive-through penalty hanging over him if he exceeds track limits too much. Meanwhile, Christensen and Pierre Guidi for 6th position. This could be, again, as we said with 83 earlier on, this could be championship defining for the 51 crew, our points leaders.
And a big series of moments here for Michael Christensen. This is where he needs to show he's got the mettle against this Ferrari onslaught. This is a Ferrari on the charge. It's the sister car leading this race.
Again, this is Richie Leitz looking for 4th place back. He's just been passed back by Grégoire Saucy. So Leitz had got up into 4th, and then Saucy has got back in front of him. Richie Leitz again now looking on the inside. Bit of grass cutting on the inside. Super tight stuff. And the other McLaren not too far away. It's the next car ahead of them.
But ahead of this battle, there is a lead battle underway now at LMGT3 because Davide Ridon has caught Ben Tuck in his new tyres going on to the number 12 Cadillac with what should be their funnel stops side by side, not the inside for the 51.
Pierre Guidi taking no prisoners. First chance he gets alongside, he's gone by Christensen, and that's moved them up 2 spots because Lind was stationary in the pit lane as they both went by. So he's now back up to 5th position from 12th after that issue early on.
But these cars will need 2 pits. Final stop, that should be for the number 12 car. That should be Norman Nato getting aboard the 12.
That's who we saw jumping in, yeah.
GT3 leader in the pits, Ben Tuck after a stellar stint from him. Ben Barker will get into this car to the finish for the last 42 minutes of this race.
And no tyres, just fuel and Ben Barker.
Car 6, team manager to the stewards, our race leader.
Okay, meanwhile, there's about a third of a tank left in the top 4 cars. Escher, Molina in 2nd, Vantor and Jensen 3rd and 4th for Peugeot. Now that car is super light on its tyres, and that's why it's done well in the wet before. Can it outlast the front runners?
Slick's going on the BMW, so we've got a guinea pig out there. I'm still not convinced it's the right tyre to be on at this stage, but they're the ones that have taken that gamble with nothing to lose with where they are.
Yeah, they're absolutely nowhere. They're in 14th place, so it will be Dries Van Tor who is the crash test dummy for everybody else.
I would ask the question whether or not the next one might be the 83 car. Nothing to lose.
Saucy again coming back at Richie Leitz for 3rd place. This is just going on, and they've gone by the 15 car on slicks, and coming past the 15 car as well is the Mustang. That's the 8 of Dennis Olsen. So on cold slicks, the BMW is slower than a BMW GT3 car, or indeed any other GT3 car.
I'm not surprised because it's Graham. I'm not surprised because I can't see any dry parts of the circuit at all. It's kind of like damp at best, and you need actual dry patches before the slick tyre will activate.
Cars are so close together in LMGT3 after that safety car. That's put the 77 car with the driver change in the full service pit stop down to 13th place. So efficiency on pit lane is going to be critical for the podium positions in LMGT3 here.
And because they've been jammed together so much by all these safety cars and stoppages, and there is a great battle for position. The Cadillac, Norman Nato, I beg your pardon, Jensen Button, just squeezing back in front of Sebastian Buemi.
Yeah, the caddy's absolutely flying, isn't it, this stage of the race?
Now, I gather that actually Button did go back into the pit lane and have a wiper blade fitted just in time for the rain to stop. So
sounds about right.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it is. You can see it's got a wiper blade on now.
15 back on pit lane. Car that's just got onto slicks comes straight back in.
Computer says no. Back onto wets, yeah, there you go. Well, it was an experiment that didn't work. So I'm assuming now that 83 will not be taking the same route. Let's take a look here. 83 around the outside of fellow Ferrari driver Davide Rigon, and has to take to the escape road to get through safely. Yeah, was not risking that, was he, Robert Kubica?
Looking to the timing screens, Miguel Molina in pursuit of Kevin Estre. Remember, team manager, the race leader with the stewards, goes purple in the middle sector, 7 seconds back.
Well, I was going to say, 6 cars in the field set their best lap of the race on the last lap. About 3 of them were in Hypercar and 3 of them LMGT3. So the track is becoming more and more raceable.
You just got to let the tyre follow the track conditions at this point. As painful as it is, you know, I feel like it's maybe a waste of time putting brand new wet tyres on. They're just going to get overheated so quickly with the big blocks on them as car 88.
Yeah, looking at the inside of 59, Gregor Sosi.
And again in 13, I think he looked like he was going to get that one done. He's going to cut on the inside as well. We've seen that many times before through 14.
Such close racing, isn't it?
It's been an impressive weekend for both these teams. The McLarens have been great in these conditions to this point. The Mustangs have been fast all weekend. Great to see them battling. Could there be 2 more different GT cars?
Look who is at the top of the pile. Davide Rigon in the 54 Ferrari from 18th or whatever it was in the rain, 16th.
This phase for him is critical. He's not got the Mustang ahead of him as anything like a measure of available performance. In comes the 88 car. Meanwhile, the 77 being dropped down to 13th, with other cars now pitting, is beginning to cycle back up the order, of course. Everyone else ahead of him will have to stop.
Well, that was the end of that camera. That was a come and go that is no longer a come, it's just a go shot. Here's our race leader, Kevin Estre, threateningly picking his way round the corner as he gets grip and doesn't get grip. Miguel Molina 6 seconds back. The gap has not grown. I'm loving the way that the Peugeots of Vanthoor and Jensen are both vying for a podium spot. Okay, let's see if traction control and ABS and slicks is the answer. Again for the 31 BMW, where are they? Down the order in, I can't see it, 10th place. This is quite a gamble.
Estre's really looking for the wetter parts of the track here. And I don't know if he just had traffic last time around with his 206.7, but Molina behind him, 205.9, is starting to close in on him.
So, there you go, 25% energy, 25, 26, 24,
oh no,
33.
Harry Tincknell,
007.
Well, 007 has had, they've been battling with an issue, they've been trying to fix it on board, and it looks as though that might be the end of that.
It's an outlap, Harry. In fact, he's only just out of the pits, not made it to turn 1.
The engine was cutting out and now appears to have stopped entirely. Out comes the number 10 Racing Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. And the Astons in LMGT3 are struggling here as well.
Last time around, you're absolutely right about the pace of Kevin Estre. There's only a few tenths in it, but he's the slowest of the top 5 cars last time around.
And he's done a slower first sector as well, by a good chunk of time compared to Molina as well. So I don't think Estre had traffic on this lap in sector 1. So let's keep an eye on that, as the gap's now down to 5.6 seconds.
And this third-place Peugeot of Stoffel van Dorn was quicker than the leader as well. Here's Tincknell trying to leave the pits. We heard him release the speed limiter and then grab a gear, and now they're trying to cycle through to restart the engine.
But it didn't go in, did it? When he pulled for the gear, it didn't change gear.
Here's the 54 car from the lead in LMGT3. 35 minutes to go, and it's slicks for Ferrari. They have rolled the dice.
Big call, this one. We've seen it not work in the hypercar category, but completely different tyre and machinery in the LMGT3. So how do the Goodyears fare?
Fastest lap of the race goes to Dries Vanthoor on his brand new wet weather tyres, although it just gets done for track limits.
On slicks, Augusto Farfus on his outlap, 3 seconds off in sector 2. Now they're cold slicks, but you've got half an hour to make them work. 85, the Iron Dames, in and out, fuel only.
No, slicks.
Oh, slicks as well?
And the 59.
They're all going for it.
Oh, my goodness.
This could be very interesting indeed. And what have we got? The 77 car in the hands of Ben Barker. We didn't see what tyres were on that car.
Wait now then, hang on a minute. See how close the Iron Dames are to the McLaren, though? That wasn't the way it was before. Here's a real opportunity for Michelle Gatting.
A lot could change here in the GT category.
As the 21 car goes through.
She's right up behind Gregor Sosi. Both of them squirreling around on cold slicks on a wet track. This is worse than going out into qualifying, isn't it?
Just an update around the 007. Clutch would not engage. Possible hydraulics issue for the Valkyrie after a fine run. Meantime, scything through the LMGT3 traffic comes Kevin Estre. Gap is now 5 seconds. He's recovered a little bit of his pace, but not enough. He's being closed down by Miguel Molina.
Marino Sato leading in LMGT3 for McLaren. Richie Leeds behind him. Then Ben Barker and Dennis Olsen in the 2 Mustangs. Mustang started first and second. 33 minutes to go. Are they going to end up first and second?
Even with the GT3, I've got limited experience of driving those cars, particularly in conditions like this, but I still just feel like it's a bit too early to go onto slicks. Hardly seeing any dry patches at all still. There's a little bit on the run down towards turn 11 on the middle of the circuit, but it seems like everyone's just taken that gamble.
Now then, are they going to split the difference on the 2 McLarens? That's 95, the leader in Marino Sato. In from second is Richie Leeds.
Well, they've got the slicks ready.
They're not going with it, are they? They are going with it at McLaren. And they're following the same on the 92. No, they're not. Now, that's the gamble, isn't it? There's only half an hour to go. Are the tyres going to last? Are you going to be able to keep that performance up, having gained time in the pit lane?
Well, the first couple of sector times that are coming on the boards here with the slick tyres on the damp circuit, they're not that impressive at all.
But remember in qualifying how quickly it dried. 007 pushed to one side or has rolled back down the hill.
Qualifying was midday, where we had the sun out as well at points, so that's why it was starting to dry quickly. It's not going to dry like that here with 30 minutes to go.
All right, Ben Barker leads in the Mustang. Richie Leeds in second. Dennis Olsen third in the Mustang. Then Marino Sato, Davide Rigon and Alessia Rivera. And you can see as the Porsche goes around a little bit offline how much spray there still is.
Right, so if we're right, we think the top 2 cars, LMGT3, with a full course yellow coming shortly, that'll be for recovery of the Valkyrie, are both on wets. And pretty much everybody behind them is on dry weather tyres.
And have only just come out and may not have much heat in them. And going full course yellow, the heat is going to disappear. They're going to have to cycle through that again. That might be a really good gamble from the Manthey First Form Porsche team. There's Harry Tinknell climbing under the debris fence.
That's a shame, isn't it, to get so far into the race, to survive all of those terrible conditions as a driver, for it just to not make it out for those last half an hour, the last 30 minutes of the race. It's going to get pulled away.
There comes the lift vehicle to deal with the stricken Valkyrie. What a shame. But another step forward for that programme. Showed great performance in very tricky conditions, and they will again be buoyed and pushed forward.
30 minutes to go here in Texas. Still no follow-up to why the team manager of car number 6 was summoned to the steward's office. But the telehandler on its way to rescue 007. And here is our leader, Ben Barker, in LMGT3, the 77 car. This is the car that started on pole position. The 88 car was second, currently lies in third spot.
So Davide Rigon, remember, was right behind the 77 before we went through that pit stop cycle. Obviously the gaps here are somewhat false because of the speeds on track, but there's no doubt whatsoever he's lost ground with that, and that's principally because this car did not change tyres. It's still on its old wets.
Yeah, you've always got to wait until you get the green light conditions again after the full course yellows, because it depends where the people are on track when you hit the full course yellow button.
But the other major change is that Davide Rigon, who was second, is now fourth. And that's because the cars ahead of him didn't change the tyres.
A little bit of an issue with the lifting device on the telehandler. Let's hear a little bit from our leaders, Porsche Penske Motorsport.
I think 4 to 5 laps will be just right at the crossover. Just the last 2 laps we started to have more dry line, but still too far at the moment. Just a few dry line here and there, not enough at the moment.
Yeah, copy that. And how you feel your set? Start to overheat?
How did you feel your socks? I don't know.
One quick update, by the way, with a little bit of confusion about what happened with the number 83 car, which ran down through pit lane. 1 second.
Yeah, for sure, it's hard to overheat. I think the threads are okay, but it's just getting hotter and hotter. But there's no real dry line at the moment, just a few corners. So yeah, let's see, 4 or 5 laps would be sort of a last-minute change, I guess.
That could make things exciting. It was not a drive-through penalty. The team believed the 83 car had a puncture. They came down to observe. It did not, but it did lose track position and time in that run down pit lane. Where are they currently? 9th place, so recovering back. Next target is Sebastian Buemi, and within reach of the 83 car, but the 51, which of course leads it in the Drivers' Championship, is up in 5th and in contention with the 2 Peugeots for a potential podium finish.
Yeah, that could be a really big boost for Peugeot, and Nick Cassidy couldn't have timed his arrival in the paddock at a better time, could he, if Peugeot are having that renaissance? 5th and 6th place battle, you could see there in LMGT3. Marino Sato ahead of Alessio Rivera, and then Gregor Sosi behind. And Ben Barnicoat's Lexus dropping down the order as he comes into the pit lane, and that will be a final stop for them. However, can't get out because the telehandler is coming in that way. Yeah, so that's a big loss of time for 78.
Yeah, already down outside of the top 10, the 78 car. But rather bizarrely, as he goes by the 007, that's actually for position as well.
So 73% for the leaders. Who is possibly going to be... Is 58% enough? Augusto Farfus to get through? Is 58% Ben Barnicoat? Well, it might well be if he's just topped off.
You'd have to believe that would be right.
Only 26 minutes remaining. That's half a stint. And not all of it necessarily going to be at full racing speed. We should be out of full course yellow in 10 seconds.
Marco Sorensen on pit lane right now.
009 Aston. Now let's watch this battle. 5th place, good reactions there from Alessio Rivera. Good reactions too, just about from Marino Sato, but Rivera on the inside line. Anthony Davidson, he made the most of that, didn't he?
Absolutely, it's all about the reaction time. When we saw earlier on in the hypercars, as this is Kubica going past as well. But yeah, McLaren really slow getaway, and these slick tyres, very, very difficult to get any kind of hope of temperature in them. 2 Ferraris battling it out there through turn 13.
Very slow away from 4th place, Davide Rigon. Alessio Rivera's just gone by him.
Yeah, that's because he's still on wets.
Yes, so he's gone from 6th up ahead of 5th and 4th at the restart.
Yeah, look at the difference. Look at that, one car streaming away from the sister car. That's the difference between a wet tyre that's pretty worn on a damp track compared to a slick tyre. Now, how long is it going to take before these slicks start to switch on? That's the big question here. And that's the thing that's going to decide this LMGT3 race today.
And by the way, as we went green, the 009 Aston Martin came into the pit lane. It's in the garage. That too is out of the race after what's been a fantastic time for Aston. But look at Stoffel Vandoorne in 3rd place, Mikkel Jensen in 4th.
He's absolutely flying. Vandoorne, I think he really benefited from that full course yellow because somehow Molina lost way more time. He's now 8.5 seconds behind the race leader, and Vandoorne, there he is, 1.5 seconds behind.
Yeah, Vandoorne is all over the Ferrari and really closing, and that's a change of position as well. Robert Kubica I think Sebastian Buemi was behind. No, maybe he wasn't behind.
He wasn't. Just as we watch this battle, lots of power for both Valkyries at that phase of the race. But here's the 83 car up alongside the Toyota is going to make that position. Robert Kubica picks up one more position to 8th place, chasing for points, chasing for the championship, chasing the 51 car.
Yeah, Kubica is in never say die mode here. He knows he's got to get as close to 51 as possible. And look at the Mustang on the outside, way out wide there. Is that beyond the white line?
Yeah, absolutely is. Buemi really lost out there, by the way, in the traffic. So that's what gave Kubica the chance to have the momentum to get through on the exit of turn 10. But I think he does have natural pace compared to the Toyota. Buemi, look, can't live with him. Just can't live with him through 13 and the slower speed corners.
Kevin Estre, fastest lap of the race at 2:03.443. Mikkel Jensen in the 2:04s. The pace is coming.
And Mikkel Jensen with the fastest middle sector of any car in the entire race in the Peugeot. They really have come alive here in Texas. Now, it could be, unfortunately, that the two Peugeots end up squabbling over the final podium spot, which is not a bad place to be in, but you'd prefer to have both of them in if you're the Peugeot team, as Kubica just leaves the Toyota in his wake. Sebastian Buemi, no answer at all to the Ferrari.
The second Toyota, by the way, in the hands of Kamui Kobayashi, just left the pits. He's on an outlap, but he's in 15th place.
So he's got 44% remaining energy, and that means he should be able to make it. So everybody with less than, say, 40% is probably in the danger zone, which is basically everybody else.
So a couple of laps left for these hypercars. You see the virtual energy tanks. A couple of laps left before they have to come into the pits for fuel, and it's just going to be a splash and dash to see these next 22 minutes of the race remaining go by. What do you do with the tyres? Who takes the gamble to go onto slicks, if any?
Mikkel Jensen in 4th, under investigation for yellow flags.
For you to know, you are the fastest on track, fastest.
Well, in terms of the jeopardy involved here, there is one team, and only one team, that gets the option, and that's Peugeot. Both cars with potential to finish on the podium. If there's a big advantage one way or the other, they get the opportunity to do both. Will they take it?
I think they won't. I think they've got a car that's actually getting closer to front-running pace as the track dries rather than the other way around. However, second investigation for number 10, Racing Spirit of Le Mans, Aston Martin for total power, which means it's spiked in its power delivery at some stage. So that Mikkel Jensen due to come in at the end of this lap from 4th place for fuel only, as Miguel Molina tries to hang on to second ahead of Stoffel van Dorn.
Well, that answers the question. They're not going to go for a change of tyre for the last 21 minutes. They don't think there's an advantage to be drawn for the 93.
Now then, for the 50 car, we haven't talked much about their championship chances. They slipped down to 4th place. However, they're open. They could overhaul Lynn Nata and Stevens in the 12 car quite happily in this race, because the 12 car is right at the bottom of the points. They could move up to 3rd. They might not be out of championship contention. Fresh, wet tyres for Mikkel Jensen.
It will give you more performance for a few laps. A spin there for car number 7. Was there contact? We've seen this before on that part of the circuit.
Kamui Kobayashi rolling backwards.
Oh, that's why. He's on slicks.
Is that an unsafe rejoin?
No, he's just, yeah, look. So he's just going to run out of grip here. Yeah. Look at that. Hopelessly just spins around. You've got that terrible situation, a half spin that you can't catch.
But then he just meanders slowly backwards across the track.
Well, yeah, it's just a way to get the car pointed back in the right direction.
Ben Barker is our race leader in the 77 LMGT3 Ford Mustang. Richie Leeds in 2nd place.
He is,
and Dennis Olsen in 3rd.
He is catching the race leader in LMGT3. Richie Leeds is catching Ben Barker. It's tense, but multiple tense. We've got time for that to happen. But both those cars, we believe, are on old wet weather tyres.
So what about the Ferraris? Alessio Rivera, Davide Rigon on those slick tyres. And this is the Iron Dames in a BMW sandwich. So Michelle Gatting. Now, something goes wrong here. Michelle Gatting has dropped way down the order, down to 10th place. And the BMWs are now up in 7th and 8th.
So the difference in lap times for the slick-shod GT3s at the moment, they are slower than the leading cars on wets at this point, but it's getting very close. And we've seen this before. Things can change and change dramatically. We could get into the last 10 minutes and all of a sudden there's huge
if a slick tyre can switch on, you're going to see 5 to 8 seconds a lap difference between an old set of overheating wets.
And I'm watching the colour of this track, and that's distinctly possible.
It's rapid, isn't it, now? So this is Kevin Estra through turn 12.
Sun's actually breaking through the clouds above us. It hasn't quite set yet.
He's lost a lot of time here, actually, as Estra, compared to Molina on that last lap. 2 seconds he lost.
Pierre Guidi is up to 4th, ahead of Michael Christensen, but those two cars under investigation for an incident turn 1. That's half an hour ago.
The gamble now, with under 20 minutes to go, is dare you stay on dead wets, or can you risk the extra time in the pit lane and the lap or two it's going to take to warm up the slicks?
The GT cars always consistently build up temperature in their slicks earlier than the hypercars do. We know that, that's a given. So I'm waiting to see the fastest times on the board from at least the GTs.
Look at Mikkel Jensen in the Peugeot going by Jensen Button there.
No, that's Mikkel Jensen on the way out of the pits.
Yeah. And he just went straight by Jensen Button. Stoffel van Dorn is in the pit lane. Does he take tyres?
I'd be surprised if he does, because it's going to waste you more time, and B, if you just put a brand new set of wet tyres on it, like I keep saying, is not the thing to do in these kind of conditions. So you keep the tyres on.
It was fuel only.
Here comes Estra, race leader. So I presume they'll just keep this set of tyres on as well. Just refuel, splash and dash to the end. Oh, it's not race leader, it's car 5, but it'll be the same process.
Oh, now then, are they going to put him on slicks?
No, this wet's ready, should they be required.
Oh, they got tangled up there, haven't they, as well? But it's not going to cost them any time, because it's the fuel goes in first.
Saw the tool for the rear deck.
But the earth strap wasn't attached when the fuel went on.
The tool for the rear deck is in the... There you go.
No, they're making a rear body change.
Oh yeah, damaged on the right bottom right corner. So the whole bottom right U was missing. That's why they have to, because it's a legality.
I think that was the brush with the 51 car.
Yep, sounds likely.
No tyres, fuel and rear clip, gone.
All right, well, it cost them a little bit of time, but they've still got some fresh tyres in the locker for another race.
Car 10, with that spike in power, we'll get a 5-second stop and go. They are already out of the points. That will hurt them pretty terminally.
Sebastian Buemi, number 8 Toyota, was in the pits as well. He's come and gone.
Here comes your second place man, Miguel Molina. Now, what do they do with this Ferrari? I'm pretty sure they're just going to leave the tyres on as well, as we saw with the previous Porsche.
Yeah. You can't risk it, can you? You give away so much in track territory, and there's 15 minutes left. If there was 40 minutes left, then you've got room to manoeuvre a whole stint.
Well, there's tyres there. They are wet. So they'll be taking a look. But it doesn't look to me as if they're ready to put those tyres on the car.
I don't think that they'll even have bothered looking. They will have had a conversation with the driver coming in, and he will have said, no, I'm just, leave me on.
I think I'm understanding more and more why we saw drivers struggling so much in wet conditions, because these tyres, it's incredible that they can carry on driving into. They feel to me like an intermediate tyre that has a lot more, they've got a lot more channels in. That's basically what these tyres are. It's so hard for a manufacturer to make one tyre that can work in inter or wet. around multiple different circuits and different temperatures, it feels to me that it's more of an inter than it is a full wet.
Yeah. More of a greasy tyre than a monsoon tyre.
Yeah.
Meantime, the 51 car cycles through for the moment. Does need to be down pit lane at some point soon. Here's the 83, 51 up to second place.
Is that a little radio change or battery change of some kind? Fuel done. Away goes Kubica. This is a really critical race for the 83 crew, especially now 51 is in front of them.
Here he is then, Kevin Estra through the triple right-hander.
He's got proper Formula E energy left, hasn't he?
0%. Hopefully he'll make it in. Here he comes through turn 19. You're going to see him dart to the right-hand side of your screen. His left-hand side. That's a really tricky pit lane entry as well.
What a stint from him.
Yeah.
Phenomenal. I think the sister car is going to be scratching their head at where that performance came from, or where the lack of performance from their side, where that came from compared to him. Yeah, they've committed, we're hearing, to staying on these tyres as well.
And of course, the later they stop, the less fuel required to get to the end. The stop is shorter. So again, part of what you're doing when it's really wet is saving fuel as well as trying to keep it on the island. 51 comes.
Will just about take the lead here, I think. Yes, they will. But they require a stop. Here comes the 6 from pit lane.
And like you said, Martin, that the 51 car is going to require the least fuel out of the front runners. So yeah, let's keep an eye on them. But Pierre Guidi has been making headway.
Looks like the 2 caddies are going to need to stop as well. Only 17 and 10% fuel for Button and Nato, respectively. And that's good news for Robert Kubica, because he'll pick up a couple of spots. Bad news for Robert Kubica is where 51 falls when it stops. Now,
it'll be tight for 2 places for Kubica here. Certainly 1.
So Kevin Escht, let's say, cycles back through to the lead. Does that mean Stoffel van Dorn and Miguel Molina are now genuinely fighting for second? They genuinely are, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and it's Van Dorn that's in front of him at the moment.
Yeah.
So that's Molina hunting him down.
Sharp pit work then from the Peugeot team.
But I think Molina's going to get this one. Look how quick the Peugeot is in this straight line. That's going to make Molina's work hard. How do you do that then? You've got to do it under the braking. It's got to be a really late lunge, if at all. But look at the gap that the Peugeot's pulled in that space. So there's no more that Molina could have done on acceleration. He absolutely perfected turn 11. He looks down the inside of 13. Van Dorn's got that one covered.
It's going to be a long 12 minutes for Stoffel van Dorn,
it will.
isn't it? It really is.
Is he going to look to the inside? But Van Dorn is a wiser character than that. He knew what was coming and defended immediately to block him.
Prancing horse versus rampant lion. Who's going to come out the best of this with this too?
This is potentially huge for the Peugeot team, with Stoffel van Dorn currently trying to hold on to second, and Mikkel Jensen potentially could be fourth, depending where Pierre Guidi comes back out of the pit lane where he currently is. So this now becomes our battle for second place on the road.
Look to pit lane, you'll see the 51 car.
Yeah, you can see in the inset, he's now on his marks. Estra leads. Alessandro Pierre Guidi drops down. How far behind these two? So this is second and third. And Ant, there's still no grip.
Big slide.
I mean, an overheating wet tyre, it's never nice. But with only 10 minutes to go, you've got to stick with it.
Now we need to have a little look at the battle for LMGT3 as well, because Ben Barker is just, if I'm reading that, 0.6 of a second ahead of the second place man, Richard Leeds.
That's correct, and by the way, the 51 car emerges in 6th place behind the 93 Peugeot and Jensen Button's 38 Cadillac, but we believe Jensen has to pit again.
And and so too does Norman Nato. So both those caddies will be removed, which means 51 and 83 will be, effectively for points, nose to tail. Here comes the Ferrari again. Molina with a head of steam, but we know that as we get to the top end of the speed range, the Peugeot will creep just a little further away. He's going to have to come in off a long run-up, isn't he, and just lunge him.
The problem is that he's got there, you would have seen that the driest line is on the outside. He's gone for the inside of 13 and muscles his way through.
Yeah.
Van Dorn off circuit. He left the gap open there, didn't he? Left the door open. And that's all that Molina needed. He knew he couldn't get it done in turn 12 because of the wet line on the inside, but 13 was his chance to do it, and he pounced straight away.
Yeah, he needs to make sure he's clear and away as we go to the lead battle in LMGT3. Ben Barker in the Mustang with the white nose, Richard Leitz in the turquoise and black Porsche right behind. Bernardo Souza for Proton Competition has been awarded the Goodyear Wingfoot Award as driver of the day in the 77 car. And that is the car that still leads the race as we ride in second place. There's the 92 team, Ricardo Pera. And
9 minutes.
Ricardo Pera's not going to have many fingernails left, is he?
But that car has been getting faster and faster the drier the circuit's got on the wet tyres. So for me, it just feels like a matter of time before he finds his way by. The Mustang starting to struggle in these conditions. It's been quick in every condition we've seen this weekend, apart from the last 10 minutes of this race.
Look in the background, Davide Rigon, 2:13 to 2:17.
Wow.
It's Rigon's race to lose at this point. He's got to catch them. He's going to do that in the next lap. And now those slick tyres have been switched on, because from nowhere, that is your third place car.
Yeah, he's on slicks. He's got 8 minutes to overtake, catch and pass these two. This could be big fun.
There is every chance that these two cars will not finish on the podium, because catching so fast behind them, there's cars in the 210s, they're in the 217s.
Right behind them, at the hairpin, Olsen and Sato were side by side as well.
It's like we said, the GT switched their slicks tyres on first, and you're looking for those dry patches. Well, we now have the dry patches. For those that were brave to go onto the slicks, it's paying dividends. Here he comes. You're absolutely right, Graham. He's just going to sail past these two.
Davide Rigon with Sam Bird, a third-place finish in GTE Pro in a Ferrari was his best result here. Looks like he's going to end up on the top of the pile. He's already gone by second place. He's left Richie Leitz trailing in his wake, and the Mustang's going to have to get on the brakes so much earlier here.
So the gamble, 7 minutes from paying off, but it's not paid off.
Now it's about preserving your position. The Ferrari out into the wet.
Yeah, it's the wettest part of the track, and he went a little bit wide as well on top of that. So that was a heart-in-the-mouth moment there for Rigon, but he's got it settled again. And you got so much more traction when you get onto the drier part of the circuit. You'll fly out of turn 11. He can bide his time here, just wait for it. You just get the car straight. You got so much more traction, and also you get more straight line speed when you're in a slick tyre.
Davide Rigon all over this, and again he'll have better braking at the hairpin.
Watch Sato behind, watch Van der Linden behind that.
That was unnecessary though. He didn't need to do that, because he would have had the traction on the exit completely. So yeah, a little bit too hasty there from Rigon. There was unnecessary contact.
Yeah, would have been pit lane. Slightly better place to just come around the hairpin and then attack down the straight. Now he's got the overlap. And he
gets onto the drier part, and that's where he needed to brake. Job done.
So closing in behind is the orange and black and Marino Sato. Kelvin van der Linde and Augusto Farfus on slicks have both gone by Dennis Olsen's Mustang as well.
They're going to be in podium positions if they can keep it clean here, because they're now on terms with the number 92 car. Tries his best to get alongside the 77. It's going to be 3 wide as they come through the final this next turn, and that might be enough for the McLaren to take one, maybe both positions to get up into second place, and he's going to do so.
The BMW coming through behind. The first of them, Kelvin van der Linde and Augusto Farfus as well. Have we lost van der Linde?
No, Farfus is 4 seconds back.
Yep. So Davide Rigon up to second. up to first, Sato up to second, Van der Linde in 46 up to third. Farfus has got 4 minutes to overhaul this bunch.
So a lap ago, we were talking about the lead, potentially winning battle. They're now 4th and 5th. That's the difference that a switched-on slick has made with, what is it, under 5 minutes to go.
What a difference a lap makes. Jenson Button pits, and that will move Alessandro Pierguidi in the 51 Ferrari up to 5th place, and Robert Kubica in the 83 Ferrari up to 6th position. And the gap between them, Pierguidi ahead of Kubica by 37 seconds. So that is not an overtakeable margin for the 83 car. They will lose ground to 51 in the championship. Alessandro Pierguidi with a final warning for track limits. Oh boy.
I'm not convinced, by the way. 83 is not going to go by 38. They remain 7th.
So here comes 31, Augusto Farfus. He's gone by Richie Leeds, and he is just about to go by Ben Barker. And this must be awful, Anthony. The driver with his hands tied behind his back, basically. There's no grip left in the wet weather tyre, and nothing you can do.
No, absolutely nothing you can do. You're just watching the slick runners run by. Well, I guess the only thing you have is that you force them onto the wetter stuff, the wetter parts of the track, but there's only so long you can try and play that game. At this point, when you come into the higher speed corners, like the triple right-hander, they just drive right around the outside of you if they want. So, yeah, they were minutes away from it working, but unfortunately for them, it didn't.
And then for those who gambled on slicks, and most of them gambled on slicks, it's, again, only just about starting to work its way out in their favour.
Race leader overall in the middle of this GT battle.
And the problem is, you see how the slick tyre on the GT car is actually way faster than the hypercar race leader Estra through that final course. So, and that's a tricky situation now for Estra. He's going to manage the GT cars.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here for Kevin Estra to win this race. He just goes by the 99 Proton competition car to put another lap on the privateer running car in 13th place, the hands of Giuliani.
Because Estra's lap times at the moment 2:07, and the slick tyres for the GT cars 2:10s.
Yes, amazing.
But they're achieving that in very different parts of the track.
Great fun at the end of this race for everybody other than the 2 cars that were leading the GT3 race just 2 laps ago. I'm Dames on pit lane, and what's going on here?
That's going back into the garage. It is going back into the garage with 2 minutes on the clock. That is wretched.
That's from 10th place, a point-scoring position.
Penalty will be added to the 88 car, the Proton competition Mustang. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. That'll be added to their race time, and that might be enough to drop them out of the points as well.
To 10th, they will go from 9th to 10th with a 10-second penalty.
Right. So Kevin Esch leading into the final 2 minutes. Drive-through penalty awarded to car number 61. They're all coming thick and fast now.
That car out of the race already.
That's the Iron Lynx Mercedes that's already stopped.
Hearing that the Iron Dames Porsche, as Shadam tells us, that is smelling very hot.
Yeah. Whoever it was complaining about smoke, or is it aircon earlier in the race? It turns out it wasn't smoke. Here's our LMGT3 leader then, Davide Rigon. Now this car has never won outside of Japan. Remarkably, 3 wins for Thomas Floor, all of them at Fuji. Where are we going next? See, they've got it wrong. Just because it was wet, they think they're at Fuji.
Crosses the line for what will be their final lap, 40 seconds to go. It's the final lap of the race for race leader Kevin Estra, 7.2 seconds. Miguel Molina under 2 seconds ahead of Stoffel van Dorn. Slightly quicker, the Peugeot, but not by a margin that's going to make a difference without some kind of drama.
Yeah, I think that's why Van Dorn be kicking himself. He left the door open into turn 13 on that particular lap where Molina slipped through, because it's not like he's just lost loads of time to him. They were and still are very similar in terms of lap time.
Augusto Farfus in the 31 BMW in 4th place, but Kelvin van der Linde in third in 46. Just ahead of him is Marino Sato, second in LMGT3. As the leaders are on the last lap, Davide Rigon leading, but this gap is closing right down. Van der Linde with the bit between his teeth, and no time to play nice. He's going to have to go and go immediately. Slippery surface flags at the hairpin, turn 11. Safely negotiated by Kevin Esch. Heading into, for the first time today, some sunshine gleaming on the circuit of the Americas. He's heading down into the big stop at turn 12 for the final time. It has been a well-driven race by all three members of the number 6 Porsche crew. They have been in the hunt right from the beginning. They started on row 2 of the grid, third fastest in qualifying. They have been right there battling with the Ferraris. Miguel Molina second, and what a boost for for Peugeot, with third and fourth places. It's a very different race from the one that everybody was expecting, and it has been absolutely packed full of drama. The checkered flag awaits in Texas. The Lone Star Le Mans 2025 will be won by Porsche Penske Motorsport as Kevin Esch brings them across the line. Victory for Porsche. Second place will go to Miguel Molina in the number 50 Ferrari. There he is, and Davide Rigon alongside him, winning in LMGT3 from Marino Sato. Kelvin van der Linde in third spot. And in third on the podium, Stoffel van Dorn for Peugeot, just ahead of Mikkel Jensen and Alessandro Pierguidi. And critically, it looks as though the 83 Ferrari will finish in 7th place behind the Cadillac of Jensen Button. There is your LMGT3 winner.
By the way, Stoffel van Dorn, that final lap closed the gap to just 9/10 of a second. Very close indeed, with traffic at the end of the race, almost bringing van Dorn onto the second place.
Fourth career win for the 54 crew.
We made it! We made it! What a brilliant drive. You guys, you are unstoppable.
I think we're taking a lot of credit for the win for the 6 crew. Having Kevin Esch in the booth, I definitely think that we made the difference.
That was a great stint by Kevin Esch. We shouldn't be surprised, but I know all the other drivers did a great job in car number 6, but the amount he was able to pull on the competition when he jumped in the car was incredible.
It's a joy when you see a world-class driver just at the peak. Well, I don't even know if this is the peak yet. But he just seems to be able to squeeze something out of that package that others can't. And Kevin Esch, that was some stint, but all three drivers did brilliantly well today in that number 6 Porsche in what were the trickiest of conditions.
And you've got to say, actually, there are so many standout drives. Every team will be able to point to 1 or 2 drivers who just held it all together when everything was going wrong. And actually, maybe the biggest story here is for Peugeot. 3rd and 4th. Thomas Floor would argue with that. 4th career win for the 54 Ferrari team. And they go back to their happy hunting ground in Fuji in 3 weeks' time, looking for a 4th win there. You can see the smile in the eyes of Davide Rigon. He's going to be a very happy bunny.
He's very happy indeed. You can see it. But say smiling eyes is the story there. Kevin Esch, he'll have had a great day at the office as well.
But nobody could have planned that, could they, with the GT cars, taking that gamble to go into the 6 eyes. It looked terrible at one stage. If there's oh yeah, we're planning for the last 5 minutes of the race, where after a full course yellow, it's all going to come good. That's what I love about these mixed condition races.
And actually, full course yellow, if there had been any interruption in the final 10 minutes, boom, game over. They would have lost out, because they would have lost all that temperature and not made up the track ground.
I'm going to revise my description. As you see, there is the number 6. Not tricky conditions from our perspective, terrifying conditions at times there. 120 laps, 8.6 seconds to good over the 50 Ferrari factory car. Then the 2 Peugeots, led by the 94, 10 seconds away from victory. Remarkable. with the 93 car. Then the 51, the points leaders coming in to this race. Cadillac 38, the 83 AF Corsa car still in the hunt for this Drivers' Championship. Then the 12 caddy, the number 8 Tota Gazoo Racing GR10 makes it home in 9th, and completing the point scoring positions in the manufacturers side of things, Porsche number 5 and the 35 Alpine, because the 83 is of course a privateer car.
How much racing did we do? 120 laps this year, 183 laps last year.
But what?
We did 2/3 of the distance because it was so wet and we had stoppages.
60,000 people here, thank you so much for staying.
Yes.
I think this pays you back with the entertainment it doled out when we got to green flag running.
Yeah.
Great stuff.
100%. 100%. Again, I have no idea how few green laps there were, but the ones they were entertaining. And you look at the onboards and you just go, I know there's not the slightest hope I could do any of that. That's in dry conditions, but Anthony, in conditions like we've seen for half of this race, it's almost in the lap of the gods as to whether you survive any lap, never mind all of them.
But like I said before, it makes more sense to me now why we saw so many problems, because the wet tyre, in inverted commas, can do 206s on an almost dry track. A 206, they were doing 151s, 152s in qualifying with slick tyres. Yeah. So that's a very, very small crossover, which pushes it more towards an intermediate. That no wonder we were seeing so many drivers suffering in the full wet conditions.
And more to the point as well, as we heard from Mike McGregor earlier in the show, just the longevity of that wet weather rubber from Goodyear. I mean, the 4 hours, we were told, okay, albeit some of that under red flag, but those tyres were going very deep into a race that was punishing.
Yeah, because, like I say, again, they look more towards it. Look, most of the time, we don't have a race, particularly a 6-hour race, where it rains the entire duration.
For over 5 hours, yes.
Or maybe Fuji, but we've seen that before. But, yeah, it's very rare. So they have to focus on a more, a drier situation for these cars. And but this is a great moment where you can celebrate after all that hard work with your teammates. All comes good in the end. Well done, Porsche. Well done, the Car 6 crew. Matt Campbell joins that World Championship winning crew from last year.
The first one of the year for the number 6 group.
But that was pure class today from all of them. Well deserved.
Yep.
And you gave Estra that one opportunity into turn 1 where he was up against the car 51 with Pierre Guidi, and so decisive, straight down the inside, took the lead. Yeah, there was a bit of banging, but we've seen that so many times before between those two. It was unlucky 51 got the puncture.
That young man that you just saw there with Pierre Fillon, by the way, Olympic swimming champion from France, as I was told when he was watching, and it was absolutely pouring. Exactly. Well, just getting a couple of socials in there. Lawrence Vantor, yeah, congratulations to all three of them. And, but for 18 seconds, this might have been their second win of the year. They might have won Le Mans. They were so close. 18 seconds after 24 hours.
Going back to that turn one incident, there'll be lots of people looking to that, but it wasn't malicious at all. For me, that was a racing incident. It was so unlucky that Pierre Guidi suffered a puncture. I've seen a lot worse. Well, we did see a lot worse during that race. The two GTs, for example, through 12 and 13, wheel banging the whole way around. It's just unlucky when you get a puncture from those kind of moments. Usually the cars can take a small touch here and there.
One thing to note, by the way, that is Matt Campbell's first race win in the FIA World Endurance Championship, and that's a moment for him to carry him forward.
Oh, and he's been deserving a race win since last year, Qatar, where he burst onto the scene of the World Endurance Championship in Hypercar.
It's a tough gig to break through when you're dealing with the talent and, frankly, the personalities of Kevin Estre and Lawrence Vantor. Trouble, I think, for the 54 car, they're struggling to get that car to the podium.
Yeah. Well, there seems to be a lot of people in red suits who could push it.
Yeah, I'm sure that would be absolutely fine. But these are our winners today. And great team performance in the, most difficult conditions, one of the toughest races to win I think we've seen in many a moon.
Definitely. And yeah, when we think back to some of the really, really wet races, and particularly at Fuji, there we had wets and intermediates and a selection of tyres to go for. Here, you're very much more restricted. So, yeehaw to Porsche Penske Motorsport car number 6. Nishan getting,
rocking the hats.
Celebratory hats out.
Possibly one of the most remarkable stats of this race is we've got, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 retirements. None of the hypercars that retired, all 3 of them were to do with, well, it was the hybrid, wasn't it, with the BMW, both the Aston Martins, we think with some kind of drivetrain problem at the end of that race. In those conditions, nobody out the race with an accident.
No,
nobody.
Not one car retired because of accident damage. The one that was damage on track was Danny Juncadei in the 33 Corvette, but that was over curbs rather than anything else.
In fairness, 3 GT3s, Lynn Herdanius, that was impact damage on the rear corner. Danny Juncadei, much the same actually, and Clemens Schmidt, the nerf into the barrier.
Danny Juncadei didn't hit anything.
Failure.
The car just broke, yeah. So, yeah, but you're right, absolutely. You know, considering we started with 36 cars and it was vile, only 3 incidents to damage the car enough to take it out of the race. There were more, but they survived it. Well, lots of handshakes all round from our podium finishers. Kelvin van der Linde bringing the 46 BMW across the line, so Valle on the podium there, offering his congratulations. You saw to Marino Sato and the boys from the 95 United Autosports McLaren. As the 51 Ferrari seems to be, well, there were still lights on the steering wheel, so Davide Rigon not very keen to get out. Is he being told he's got to get out, or do you have to drive it to the podium? I'm not sure.
Well, it's a little bit of wait and see. Valle's second podium of the season.
All right, well, let's hear what the teams thought about it. You've heard enough of what we thought about it. Shea Adam is in Parc Fermé with our winners.
With 3 very happy Porsche drivers, I'm going to start out with Lawrence Vantour, because Lawrence, you have not lost a race in North America in 2025. How good does this victory feel?
Yeah, that's true. Good stats. No, this one feels very sweet because we didn't came here this weekend with that expectation. But I think these changeable weather conditions showed that no matter what, let's say, pace we have, that car 6 and PPM, we still know how to execute the race, and we did a perfect race, and that's where we get our victory for this year. I'm very happy we have to tick that off at least. So, no, perfect.
And for Matt Campbell, this is your first overall win in the WEC. Now, you've been a champion of the GTEM class before. How different does it feel to get the overall?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, about time. Obviously, quite a few podiums overall, and obviously, you know, already been on podium in Le Mans this year as well. So, feels fantastic. Obviously, very, very difficult race. You know, really tough to keep it on track at times, that's for sure. But we kept it pointing the right way, and yeah, the guys did a fantastic job on strategy well. So, yeah, really hats off to the team.
Kevin, your first win at Circuit of the Americas. I think we're going to be getting you to the commentary booth a lot more from now on, but talk about how nerve-wracking that last stint was.
Yeah, it was very difficult because I knew what to do on the wet, but then when the track started to dry out, it was very difficult to handle because you didn't know if you had to keep these tires on or not, if you could kill them sort of or not, and the Ferrari was quite quick at the end. So yeah, I had a lot of pressure, but no, it feels really good to be back on the top step where we belong with Car 6. I really think that we are a great team all together, and I'm really proud of what we achieved with Matt and Lawrence and to all the guys, because for sure on pure pace we are not there this weekend, but just if you throw out tough conditions, then we can give the reply.
Congrats, guys. The cowboy hats look good on you.
Shea, you're going to have to revise your notes for LMGT3. Post-finish, there is a change. What's going on? The Ferrari has been handed a 5-second penalty. Davide Rigon, well, he ends up in third. Marino Sato offering his commiserations. It is United Autosports McLaren who win this. WRT BMW number 46 in second place, and the Vista AF Corsa Ferrari fortunately enough ahead of the 31 BMW to finish still on the podium, but they did not end up with the win that they had as they crossed the line. So lots and lots of drama. And this is the reason why contact with the 77 Mustang. Anthony Davidson, you said he had maybe been a little bit hasty in trying to make the move.
I just thought it was unnecessary at the time. Yeah, actually looking at it from the onboard, it is quite a big contact, isn't it? And as soon as that's passed to the stewards to look at from race director, they have to analyse it, and it is a non-contact sport. The reason for contact quite clearly was 54. He didn't overtake in that moment, but if they're looking at cause of contact, then, well, it's pretty clear to see, and I just felt like at the time it was unnecessary. It wasn't side by side at all. It was too far. It was from too far back, in my opinion, and that's probably what the steward saw as well.
There was a bit of damage to the Ferrari, and in the end, the pass was made, so that's the result of that. There you go, there's the podium room. Peugeot in there, like Duval. Stoffel Van Dorn getting suited up. And so a first win in LMGT3 then for Darren Leung, Sean Gelael and Marino Sato.
Not quite, because Darren Leung and Sean Gelael won with WRT last year in a BMW, but it is the first win for McLaren and United Autosports.
So reading all those words in a sentence together, a first win for Darren Leung, Sean Gelael and Marino Sato. So it started wet, and it very likely looked almost all the way through as if it was going to finish wet. And we did hear from Julian Landauer, didn't we, even after this early spin for him, that the engineers kept saying every 15 minutes, oh, it's going to dry up any minute now. It never really looked like doing so. Torrid conditions. Our first retirement was the number 20 BMW with a hybrid issue. That was the only mechanical problem until the final half hour in the hypercar field. As we actually got released from behind the safety car, Phil Hansen was the leader. They had spent an hour trying to get ready to go racing. Nico Varone in the 99 Porsche trying to make up a place right at the beginning. In the LMGT3 field, the Ferraris up and down the order, battling with the Mustangs that have been the fastest cars in qualifying. As conditions got worse, other different cars seemed to make an impact, and the 92 Porsche, the championship leaders, were looking good. It looked, though, for much of the race, as though Alpine had no grip whatsoever. Fred Makovica going off, so too there Tom Gamble in the Aston Martin. But in wet conditions, both Aston Martin Valkyries started to move up the order, and as the conditions got better, they got better as well. In LMGT3, so much arm wrestling going on for position through the race. Phil Hansen was advised to allow the chasing Ferrari of James Colardi to go through, and we immediately went to safety car, virtual safety car, and then a major issue for the 83 car, losing 5 places in a botched pit stop. 009 Aston Martin avoiding the debris and the puddles. Not the case for Jose Maria Lopez. A few off-track excursions in the number 7 Toyota. He was promoted back up to take the place of the injured Mike Conway. Yet another safety car restart. Kevin Escher having an ambitious look at the 51 Ferrari. And then up the inside into turn 1, getting alongside and really making the pass work. Away from the restart into the final couple of hours. Escher determined to put the Porsche in front in what was still extremely challenging conditions. At that stage, the 51 Ferrari looking strong for the championship, but a puncture from contact with Escher would see them drop down the order. Mustang and McLaren, 2 very different cars battling door handle to door handle for position. And the Peugeots looking strong in limited grip conditions, fighting their way up towards the podium. In the end of the race, a whole bunch of cars gambling on slicks, and in the final 5 minutes, that gamble started to pay off as the Ferrari, McLaren and the BMWs overhauled the long-time leading Mustang and Porsche battle. Their slick tyres finally turning on. Victory went for the first time this season to Porsche Penske Motorsports car number 6, and in the end, to 95 McLaren. So Marino Sato, his first win in FIA WEC. But Darren Leung and Sean Gallao won in the 31 BMW in Imola in not quite such wet conditions a year earlier.
Well,
first win for this trio, and a great win for the McLaren team.
Well, McLaren United Autosports, it's not United Autosports' first WEC win, back in the LMP2 days for the team, of course, but the first for the McLaren brand, the first, as you say, from Marino Sato, and this new look trio for them this season. Good day for Peugeot.
Yeah, third and fourth, hard to argue with that, and out onto the podium for the first time, this trio as well. Marty Jakobsen, full-time driver for Peugeot this season, and on the podium with Loic Duval and Stoffel van Dorn. And again, you know, great opening stint from Loic Duval in that car. Really refused to give up. Second place, the 50 Ferrari crew, Antonio Fuoco, Miguel Molina and Nick Nielsen.
And in first place, from the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport, it's Kevin Estre.
Our winners, Kevin Est, Lawrence Vantor and Matt Campbell. So 2/3 of last year's Drivers' Championship winning crew, with Campbell swapped over from the 5 car to join them as Andre Lotra moved on to a team that will arrive next year, Genesis Magna Racing.
And now for the national anthem of the winning team.
So again, all sorts of storylines, Martin, from these podiums. The first overall win for Matt Campbell. The first podium from LT Jakobsen, the first podium since 2019 in Le Mans for Stoffel van Dorn.
So Pierre Fion, president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the governing body of Le Mans Rules Racing, handing out the awards to our winners. A race that was won last year, of course, in very hot and sunny conditions by the 83 Ferrari crew. And they could have done with a little bit of that luck here this year. Has that torpedoed their championship chances? They lost ground to their points-leading rivals, the 51 crew.
4 points lost in that battle with the toing and fro in the 51 and the 83. That's not over. 2 big races still to come.
Adi Soucek. We heard from him earlier in the weekend. He's the Vice President of Motorsport here at Circuit Americas.
Well,
a man who's raced many of these drivers throughout his single-seater career.
Indeed, and GT career with some of them too.
Indeed.
And he'll be hoping for a very different look to this property next season. COTA Land is coming.
I hope they've got an umbrella for it. This has been a very different day of weather to what we had so far earlier in the week. One of the passengers on our flight in was telling me that the reservoirs in this part of Texas are almost overflowing. They've had so much rain this spring and early summer. We're sort of hoping to avoid a bit of that, but it is what it is. There you go, there's your podium finishers. Porsche, Ferrari, Peugeot. Now, who's going to be good at spraying and who's going to drop the bottle successfully to the mechanics? So, drama in the closing stages of the race in LMGT3 and after the flag as well.
It's victory, finally, for McLaren, and it's here in Austin, Texas. Shangaleo, we spoke earlier during the race and talked about your stint. Now that this has happened, how important was that middle part when the conditions were so difficult?
To be honest, I think everyone played a part. Darren played a part in the start, keeping everything together in P1. We caught back into P2 again after juggler positions, and Marino in the end, my little Japanese guy, I love him. He did everything he can, and he brought it home. So, you know what, I think it's a testament to how much we work despite how hard it is. And I think all three of us know that it doesn't matter how much you get put.
For Marino Sato, the tires at the end, the decision to change the tires, that's what really made the difference. But talk about how nervous you were going out there on the different ones to everyone else.
Yeah, luckily I wasn't the first one to go on the slicks, but I was very much communicating with the team in the garage. Like, I was on the bottom for like 90% of the lap, talking what tire we would put. I was very busy talking more than driving, but in the end, what we did was the right choice, and it was very tricky first few laps, but we managed to make it work. And these guys, I mean, set it up for me. So, yeah, thank you to these two, and everyone in the team has been putting a phenomenal job all season. So, like, yeah, it really feels rewarded, and I hope everyone enjoys it.
Darren Leung, when we saw each other last was during that red flag. You had the car in P3. It then was taken away cruelly, but you managed to fight back up there. Did it feel like today was just destined to be your win?
Yeah, so I didn't have to do too much driving today compared to these guys, but yeah, during that period, people ended up diverging on strategy, and then we hung it out, which then gave us a lead. Fortunately for us, everything kind of fell in a way that was reasonable for us, but all of that was kind of irrelevant, to be honest, because the monster stint that Marino put in at the end was absolutely superb, and I don't think there'll be any shortage of accommodations for him. Yeah, it was. I don't think I can watch that again, let's put it that way. What a job.
It takes a full team. Congratulations to all three of you guys. You earned this victory.
Didn't come easy. Look at the state of Marino Sato. That was proper edge of the seat stuff. They really, really brought it in the final moments. Well, don't forget, you've seen the race live. What went on behind the scenes, you'll need to see full access. Our crew will be recording throughout the race weekend, through the race and afterwards. And if you head to the WC's YouTube channel, the full access from here in Austin will be ready to view on the 19th of September on FIAWC.tv. and on YouTube a few days later in the run-up to Japan, where this team are three-time winners, including last year. And Ahmed El-Hati, these guys, they've needed some luck. They've been in positions to score well and have had tough luck so far this season. But Ahmed El-Hati, Kelvin van der Linde and Valentino Rossi make it into second place. A well-deserved podium, and all three of these teams coming through with those slicks in the dying stages. It was the Ferrari crew that got to the line first, but they picked up a penalty for contact, and so victory goes to the McLaren team.
Yeah, full team effort there, all three drivers. I thought Shangaleo was exceptional in that silver stint. Had to be clean at the end. Marino Sato did exactly that. A little bit of luck came their way, but they'll take that.
Well, Thomas Floor was celebrating his win, but it wasn't to happen. It goes to the McLaren crew. Total of just 14 points this year so far for the crew of the McLaren, and they now have a 25-point win to add to that. No shot at the championship, so that perhaps makes this all the sweeter. It's been a tough season for them. They started on pole position in Qatar, finished in the points there, but since then it's been fairly thin pickings. Just 2 points in Imola for a 9th place finish, and nothing since.
Also on the podium there, Charlie Kemp, who looks after this LMGT3 effort, United Autosports. Congratulations, Charlie, and your new bride, Scarlett, at United. Teammates and now life partners. What a way to start the honeymoon.
I think we also add quick congratulations to Bob and Monta at COTA as well. Got married just a week ago.
They did indeed. Employee number 1 at COTA.
And Mrs. Employee number 1, as she is now known, obviously. Well, congratulations to United Autosport, to McLaren. They've threatened so much, and finally, a really hard-fought win. Hard-fought podium for all 3 of these crews, with no time at all to bring in those slick tyres and make the most of them.
Yeah, tough at the end there for the 54 crew, no doubt, but they'll come back swinging.
The thing is, if you had given the chance for the 54 crew to finish on the podium tape, you could finish P3 here with, what, half an hour to go with the race? They would have taken that, but the fact that they crossed the line first and then had it robbed,
It's hard when it comes after the flag.
It is. And also, you know, it was touch and go.
It's a margin call.
It was a margin call. Honestly, I don't know. I think I would have just put it down to a racing incident myself if I was on the steward panel in turn 11. I know his cause of contact was car 54. It was unnecessary, but there was really no harm done. The piece of bodywork came off of the Ferrari. Damage was done to themselves in that moment.
19 points.
Yeah, 19-point advantage now. 92 Manthey first form Porsche move further ahead of the 21 Vista AF Ferrari. And a 0-point score for TF Sports number 33 car is leaving them with a lot of work to do in Japan and in Bahrain.
Same 0 points for the 87 crew, 4th and 5th in the order there. 27 from Heart of Racing comes home with 5th, stays sort of in the hunt here, but they're going to need a big turnaround in Fuji to go to Bahrain with any chance of the title.
And when you look at the performance of the 92 car, you know, a win in Spa, a win in Le Mans, and then, you know, a solid result here as well, well up in the points. Those are the sorts of runs of luck and form that give you an opportunity. In the Manufacturers' Championship, Ferrari have getting on for a 75-point lead now over Porsche, with Cadillac in 3rd, just 4 points behind. Toyota, BMW, Alpine and Peugeot coming up on the rails. Aston Martin, a race that promised much, but unfortunately served only to let them down. In the FIA World Cup, the Privateers Championship, it was the 83 car that came out on top once more. So Robert Kubica, Ye Yifei and Phil Hansen, they have lost a little bit of ground in the overall Drivers' Championship, hence not much of a smile on the face of Robert Kubica. Still not quite sure why the car came down pit lane, The team were not expecting him when he came down.
Suspected puncture.
The team were not expecting him to come down the pit lane. They rushed out as he did. So we'll wait and see what happens in the remaining 2 races. It is still very much game on, though, for the Drivers' Championship. Pierre-Alf, the sporting director of Michelin, handing out the trophies.
Yeah, we're in the realms of one bad race for either of these crews could determine where the Drivers' Championship is going at the end of this season. And there's 2 more opportunities to have a very good day or a very bad one.
So Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Giovinazzi and James Collado lead now by 15 points. It was 11 after qualifying from Phil Hansen, Robert Kubica and Ye Yifei. Estra Vantor in 3rd place, just 4 points ahead of Foucault, Molina and Nielsen. Lynn, Nato, Stevens close behind as well. Behind the top 2, it does look like a battle to be best of the rest, but with 2 races and 1.5 points in Bahrain, there could still be an awful lot of changes going on.
65 points still up for grabs, and beyond that, what we've seen today is an awful lot of teams, given the opportunity, would be in with an opportunity for a race win. Bernardo Souza drives the day with the Goodyear Wingfoot Award, voted by you via the FIWC Instagram account.
Well, he'll be very happy with that. Recognition of a job well done.
Yeah, disappointment in terms of where they finally finished, but what a fight they gave us, both the Fords, throughout the weekend.
Yeah. In the end, might not have been the strategy that came out on top. Surviving this race for 6 hours of truly shocking weather has been an achievement for everybody who managed it. To finish on the podium, an even bigger achievement. And to claim victory here, that's one that they won't forget. To the crew of the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963, and to the crew of the number 95 McLaren United Autosport McLaren, congratulations, and well done to everybody else just for getting through it. That's it for Lone Star Le Mans. Your next appointment with Destiny, 3 weeks from now in Fuji in Japan, in the shadow of Mount Fuji. Until then, from the whole crew here, from the FIA WC TV outfit, on behalf of our production crew, our cameramen, our facilities operators, for Shay Adam, for Graham Goodwin, for Anthony Davidson, I'm Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. We'll see you in Japan. Goodbye until then.